What is going on, y'all? Oh, I didn't like that. That was weird.
Hello.
That was weird.
How does
I
that
didn't
keep
like that.
happening?
I was doing it. I pulled
Oh,
you up
okay.
first, and it went that way. It's adjusted. It's fine now. We fixed it. You know what I did forget to
Okay.
do though?
What?
I forgot to turn monetization on for this video.
Oh no.
Yeah, I should do that real quick before we get too far into it. How are we doing today?
I'm doing great. I am
Outstanding.
excited about today.
Ooh, you were telling me about this. Why are you excited about today?
I'm excited because the defendants are going to testify, which is so scary to me.
It's
Just
a little
seems like,
it's a little crazy that they're gonna, but I'm here for it.
yeah, me too. But I was wondering, like, so after we saw the videos or their interviews with the detective or the investigator or whatever,
Yeah, yeah,
that's like the first time in this case where I feel like I kind of flipped almost like against the defense.
yeah.
And it's just been really hard for me to like get on board with the defense ever since then. So I'm just curious, like, what their strategy is going to be here. Are they going to get on the stand and say everything exactly like they did in that interview, or do you think they're going to get up here and like pull an Alec Murdoch and admit to lying before?
Well, they've been in the courtroom, obviously, right? They've heard all the
Right.
testimony. They know that they shouldn't have answered some of those questions the way they did by this point. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Plus, if they change anything, they're going to get impeached with all their nonsense from before, right? From that interview.
Totally.
Uh,
They're
it's going to
they
be
are.
good. It's going to be good.
Yeah.
Y'all, we are here for day 12 of the Elijah McClain murder trial, in which two paramedics, EMTs, are being charged with reckless manslaughter, negligent homicide, and a slew of assault charges. We're on day 12. It's exciting. I'm excited. It's good. It's good. Let's say hi to everybody. Hello, Eris, of course. How are you, doll? I appreciate you. I need to go up here and pin something at some point, right? Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, we didn't get to get. Oh, there it is. Okay. Why is my ring light in the way? Get out of here, ring light. There is that. Thank you very much, Flash. How we doing, buddy? Flash fan. Hope you're having a great day.
Hey, Flash.
Legally Live is in the house, of course. Feral. Finally a stream. Yay. Has it been a slow day today? I've had the
It
worst
has
headache.
actually.
I've had the worst headache all morning. I've been trying to shake it and it's just not happening. So we're just going for it. To heck with it, as they say. Hi, Aaron. How you doing, lovely?
I hope
Sue,
that's not the
hello.
vid.
No, no, I drank too much last night. Is I'm pretty sure what it is.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Lesko? How you doing, brother man? Tia Nina, hello. John, my dude. How we doing? Lynn Berry, hello. Cool gamer. Man, there's a bunch of y'all in here.
There are a lot of
Just
people in
Dawn.
here today.
I'm excited. I'm for it. How are you, Just Dawn? I feel like I haven't seen you in a long time. I hope you're good. What's up, Wolfie? Project Metal, what's going on? Cool Frog, how you doing, buddy? Half Irish, hello, hello. Jamie, y'all. I saw Jamie's house today.
What?
I
How?
did. I'm not. I can't say. I can't say. But I saw her house today.
Okay.
Hi Danielle. How are you? Glad you're here. Glad you're here.
Hi, Danielle.
Oh, all right. Let's get into this. Oh, good news also, y'all. Today is day 15 of the trial in real life, and they are on verdict watch. So we are
Mm-hmm.
about done. We are about done with this case, this trial. We are on the verge of not having to learn new medical terminology for 8 hours at a stretch.
Which I have to say, I'm pretty excited about that.
I'm pretty excited about it too. I can't lie. It's been a little bit painful on the
It
brain,
has. It
just a
has.
little bit. Oh. All right, without further ado, eek. Yeah, it was supposed to be kind of creepish. That was the goal I was going for there. So mission accomplished, I suppose.
It did.
Oh, I'm not sure if we were at the right spot or not, if I'm being completely honest. So let me double check and see when the jury gets here. There we go.
Returned and are being seated. Please be seated, and the court will recall people of the state of Colorado v. Cooper, 21 CR 2800, and people of the state of Colorado v. Cichuniec at 21 CR 2806. The parties and counsel are present. Next witness for the defense.
Aurora Fire Rescue Lieutenant Peter Chichuniec.
Oh, they're just starting right off with it.
Yep.
Can we hold on for just a second?
Sure.
Right, won't we approach?
Chichuniec. Aurora Fire / Rescue.
It's not, it's inverted watch in real life, Aaron.
Yeah, we're not there yet on YouTube World.
Right.
Save, show, and pull that up. Hit the like on your stream. Quick reminder as well, y'all, we are dual streaming this. McKinley's link is pinned at the top of my chat. Go over there and hit the like for her if you would. My link should be pinned at the top of her chat. If not, we will remedy that shortly. And give me a like if you're over there. Also, obviously, go over there and watch on her channel if you've got only one screen available, so we can get her some watch hours. Make sure you're subbed over there too, would you guys?
Yeah.
We
Great.
appreciate it. All right.
Folks, I'm going to have you step out for just a few moments. You'll just be going back to the jury room. We should have you back in just a few minutes.
Oh, that was
What? Didn't
How's
they
it-
just come out?
yeah. They're leaving the cameras on too, so they're discussing something.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's not happy. Oh, he's probably got to do the whole, you don't have to testify, but you can, and blah, blah, blah thing, right?
Oh, thank you for that, Eris. I was not on
All right,
live
the jurors
chat.
have stepped out. You can be seated.
Oh, you got live chat.
Mr. Cichuniec, I've explained this to you previously, but I didn't ask you some specific questions. You do have the right to testify if you want to testify. Nobody can prevent you from doing so, not even your own attorneys. If you testify, the prosecution will be able to question you about the case. You also have a constitutional right not to testify.
Hi, Stray. How you doing? man?
If that is the case, if that were your decision, the jury would be instructed that that's your constitutional right, that no inference of guilt could be drawn from that decision. It could not prejudice you in any way.
A little
And the
late
jury
now.
would
They already
give the
called him.
decision not to testify as evidence of anything. This
Yeah,
decision
what?
of whether or not to testify is a decision that must be
Oops.
made by you. What is your decision, sir? All right. Is that
Oops.
decision based upon any pressure, influence, or coercion?
They made a mistake. What's up, AP?
Do you
Awesome.
fully understand
doing,
what
buddy?
you're doing here today? Understanding that it's your decision, have you had time to discuss the decision with your attorneys?
Oh, guess what else,
And
Chad?
have you consumed any
What?
drugs or alcohol?
McKinley
within the
has
past
admin
24
abilities
hours?
now. She can pull up
Are
chats.
you making this decision
She can play little videos.
intentionally and voluntarily?
Yay, McKinley.
All right, the court will find that
I'm
Mr.
moving on up.
Chichuniec appears before the court to be alert and lucid, is clear to respond to the court's questions. And
Hey,
the court will
Scott.
make a finding that his decision is voluntary, knowing, and intentional.
Well, thank you, Scott. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you, and we'll bring the jurors back.
You sufficiently
That
got me
was-
all riled up yesterday.
Yeah, that was such a good stream last night, by the way.
Good. I'm glad.
If
I'm
y'all
glad you
haven't
guys
watched
enjoyed
it, you should go. You should definitely go watch it. It was on
Yeah.
MLS, right?
It was. It was on MLS's channel. Me, MLS, Baker, and Turtle Boy. We got on there and got to rant a little bit at how
It was
corrupt
awesome.
governments suck. I don't know if you know much about me, y'all, but I enjoy ranting about corrupt governments and how much they suck. Mr. James, what's going on, buddy? Really? Outstanding. I hope that that is televised. I hope that is televised. I'll fill you in later, McKinley, and chat.
Okay, that was
I'll
funny.
fill you all in later if it happens. I don't want to get too excited about it in case it's not televised and I can't get access to it. But, you know, certain people belong in prison. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, okay.
We're waiting for one. You can probably sit down for a moment.
And drinking beer, of course.
Yeah, I noticed that. Hey, Buzzsaw. Yeah, it was a great stream.
Here you
Agreed.
go.
Hey, Buzzsaw, how you doing, buddy? Oh, that whole Turtle Boy situation is nuts.
It's
Everything
and
about
I
it is
like
nuts.
know nothing about it, but I was getting so into it last night. I really want to go like look at the documents that he has.
He's got he posts
Mayor
almost
Jeremy
everything on his
Cooper,
own
Attorney,
channel.
Partisan Council President.
Okay, so it's on his channel.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Step up to the witness stand. I'll swear you in.
I'm glad y'all liked
Your
it.
Honor, as Mr. Cichuniec takes the stand, I have to fix the record. I misspoke when I called him to the stand. He was a lieutenant in 2019, actually a captain.
Thank you.
We got promoted
You
since
solemnly
this?
swear or affirm that the testimony
I
you're about to-
know. In 2020, he got
Thank you. If you'll be
promoted.
seated.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like, that's insane.
A little bit.
You'll state your name and spell your last
There we
name
go.
on my court reporter, please.
Cichuniec, Cichuniec.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Captain Cichuniec.
Morning, sir.
How are you this morning?
Why is
Very
it-
good. And you?
Can you describe for the jury what you currently do for a living?
Currently employed by the city of Aurora. More specifically, I'm a captain with Aurora Fire Rescue.
And when did you become a member of the Aurora
you,
Fire
Peter.
Rescue?
Appreciate it.
March of 2006 is when I came on the department.
And can you describe for the jury generally your career through the Aurora Fire Rescue?
Yes, sir. Started out in March of 06, going to an academy that lasted 16 weeks. I had my EMT prior to that, so I came on with my EMT. After the academy, have your probationary year, and then right after my probationary year, I went to paramedic school in 2007 and received my paramedic certification.
And can you describe for the jury the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
Yes, sir. Pretty much from BLS, basic life support skills, to ALS, life supports, advanced life support skills. There are more drugs that we can push, more interventions that you can do as a paramedic that you cannot do as an EMT.
And can you describe from 2006 on to 2019 your career through AFR?
Yes, sir. I held various roles throughout there with act engineer, act officer, and then I went ahead and tested for officer when I felt comfortable and wanted the extra challenge. So I became a lieutenant and was a lieutenant for probably 5 years, and then decided I wanted more challenge and more responsibility. So I tested for captain, and I was a captain. I got promoted in, I believe it was October of 2020.
And let me take you back to 2019. You were a lieutenant in 2019.
That is correct.
Can you
Oh, that's
describe
dark.
generally
That's dark, Lord
how
Bynum.
a lieutenant's role bears on the roles of the engine in the station that you were assigned to?
Oh, that's funny.
I was assigned to Station 2, which is kind of the northwest corner of Aurora. That's at the time was a triple company house, we considered it. We had a battalion chief who ran out of there. We had a ladder truck, and we had the engine that I was assigned to. As a lieutenant on the engine, I was the highest ranked, and I made the decisions for the engine crew. I had a captain out of that station that made decisions for the entire station. So I reported to my captain. So he was kind of in charge of the entire station. I was in charge of my crew on day-to-day activities.
And how large is your crew?
Minimum of 4-person staffing is what we have. As Station 2, Engine 2 is the busiest engine in the city. So, and the truck is one of the busiest in the city. So if there's extra personnel, they try to put a 5th person on there to try to alleviate the load and help us out. So minimum of 4.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, here.
What do you mean by the busiest engine in the city?
So last year for 2022, Engine 2 ran over 6,000 calls in 1 year. And that's for one single engine.
And when you say engine, you're referring to the actual physical truck, right?
Correct. The engine is the one that carries water. The truck is one that has a large ladder on top. There's no water on it, and it's strictly for roof operations, search, extrication, things like that. The engine carries the water and the hose and is for fire suppression.
Can you describe the roles of the other members of the crew on Engine 2?
So my role obviously is the officer. I sit up in the right front. Role of the engineer, left front chauffeur or driver, could be any of those terms. They're driving the engine. They pump the engine at fires. The behind him, which would be the driver's side back seat, typically is where the paramedic sits. Different crews have different seating positions, but that's what we've always done is the paramedics behind the officer or the paramedic is behind the engineer, and then the firefighter is behind the officer. And if we have the benefit of having multiple paramedics in the back seat, we'd have 2 of them.
And on the night that you responded to the Elijah McClain call, was that the setup of Engine 2?
That's correct. We had myself as the officer. We had an acting engineer. Engineer DeJesus was acting engineer that night. Fire medic Cooper was the paramedic, and firefighter Austin Bradley was working a trade that night. So he's not normally on our crew.
No,
What the
no,
hell just happened?
no.
Our crew, but he was there that night.
And when you say work to trade, what does that mean?
So we can, instead of taking sick leave or vacation leave, we can actually trade our shifts with other members. So
My
if
whole
I
computer
need a day off,
glitched
I
out
can have
for a
someone
minute.
else. Hey, do you want to switch
No,
this
no.
day? They'll work for me and I'll work for them. And it's just a benefit that we get to try to help save some time off.
So do you recall how you were dispatched to the Elijah McClain call?
I do. We were dispatched to a medical assist for PD.
And in your role as company officer, do you keep track of the call outs, the reports, things like that are going on?
Oh,
I
Brandon.
do. So I'm a little different than some of the other officers. Other officers do it also. But what I like to do is I keep all the police calls and all the fire calls up on my screen, because a lot of times if there's a significant call, the way the calls come in, they go through a dispatch center to a call taker, and then they get sent to either police side or fire side. And a lot of times, 90% of the time, I'd say at least, if there's a significant call that involves like a stabbing or shooting, it's going to go to the police side. But it'll pop up in the call log. And if I see it's in our area, I'll grab my crew and we'll be proactive and head that way. It just saves time for the patient. We can get there quicker. We can get them to the hospital quicker if needed. So I always monitor both the police calls that the districts were in and the fire calls.
And when you say pops up on your screen, describe for the jury what you mean by that.
So we essentially have
Yes.
it's a tough book. So it's a computer, a laptop computer that
Yes.
has a screen up there at the time in 2019. And you would just see, you could organize the calls how you want to see them. And I would just do most recent. And then you could see
they
if a
didn't
call
get it,
starts with a
right?
P, it's a police call. If it
Well, no,
starts
they
with an F,
did.
If it's a fire call.
Or
And then
no,
it'll
not-
give kind of a brief description of the call, like a category, like shooting, stabbing, something like
I
that.
think
Fire.
they did briefly.
If you see it, a lot of times
Oh, okay.
there's a delay before it gets dispatched.
didn't
So
at
if you
the
can
time,
see it
though.
first
They
on
had
the
to wait
screen,
for
the-
you can click
for
on
the
it,
ambulance.
read the notes, and potentially head that way. If it's something that we're closest to or we're going to be going to it, we can just get a jump start on it.
And do you recall what the description of the call was that evening?
So I saw
Hi,
a call
John.
come up probably sometime after 10 p.m. that
Hey,
night.
traveling fools.
I saw it pop up at Colfax and Billings, which is our area. So I clicked on it and read some notes on somebody running around in a mask, not making sense. And
What's up,
I
traveling
didn't think it was
fools?
a
How you
big
doing,
deal.
buddy?
If I thought it was a big deal,
Welcome.
a call that we might go on, I would have gotten my crew and we would have headed that way. This one nothing seemed out of the ordinary that we would be needed. And I wasn't going to wake my crew up if they were in bed trying to sleep. If they can get any sort of downtime for how busy we are, I try to give them that. So I did not wake anybody up. I just kind of read the notes and went back in the office and started doing some work.
And what happened after that?
Shortly after that, our tones went off in the station and I ran to the rig, got into it. My crew was coming to the rig and I hit en route, started reading notes and of the location we were going. I could hear where we were going, but then I verified on a computer that said Colfax and Billings.
All right. And so when you organize your crew, what processes do you go through in that regard?
Well, they all have their own role. We know what to put on. If it's an EMS call, we're not putting bunker gear on per se. Bunker gear is our turnout gear. In the middle of the night, if we're wearing shorts in bed or whatever, we usually pull our pants on, but we don't necessarily have to put our jackets on. I remember it was a warm evening, so there was no need to be fully dressed. It was an EMS call. So you can hear it over the speakers in the station, respond on a PD assist. They just check with me, is this fire or EMS? So there was no reason to put full bunker turnout gears on. So they just put their pants on, whoever did, and then got in the rig and we started heading that way.
Yeah, they changed
Do you
it.
recall how
They
long
don't
it
use
took
it
you to get to the
anymore.
scene?
Hi,
Matter of
Stace.
minutes.
How you doing,
3-4
babe?
minutes maybe.
Do you recall receiving any
Welcome.
information about the status of the scene prior to your arrival?
The only time we received any information on the status of prior to our arrival of the call was once we committed to Billings
I
Street
know,
to
they
head
wore pants.
northbound.
Pants
We
are
got
prison,
on the
yo.
radio and we were told
Pants are prison.
APD is requesting to come from Montview because the south is clogged up with police cars. I switched over to the map page and saw that there were plenty of police cars
It is
that show up as
one of the
icons on the
defendants.
mapping screen. So I knew there were a lot of police. I switched back over and refreshed my screen and started seeing the APD units listed under responding or on scene units. So I knew there were a lot there, but we already committed. And with a fire engine that's over 20 feet long, it's not prudent to be able to try to turn that around in a two-way street. So I just responded back and said, I see that there's plenty of officers on there. We've already committed. We'll just have to walk in from there.
So why didn't you try to turn around or back out, or once you saw that it was clogged like that?
It all does with time. It would take more time to try to get someone out to back us up, to turn all the way around, go back to Colfax, up to Sable, over to Montview, and then back. It would have taken minutes longer, and we don't know what we're going on. So there's no reason we can walk in.
Okay. And so do you park the rig and start to walk in?
That's correct. We parked the rig probably, I would say, a block and a half away to the south, and then walked in from there. We got on scene. There were a heavy amount of police cars, more than we're used to seeing, to put it mildly.
And did the number of police cars
That's so weird.
cause any concern for you?
A little concerned, but just made me think a little more, changed my tactics a little more. As an officer, part of my job is to arrange where the ambulance is going to go, how they can get in, how they can get out. So it kind of changed my plan a little bit. Anytime I go to a call, I have, depending on what the notes read and what information we're told, I have a plan A, B, C, D, E, F, or something like that. Because if plan A doesn't work, obviously plan A harder is not going to work. So you have to come up with another plan. So I always have another plan in place. And at that point, when I saw there were an excessive amount of police cars, we weren't able to get through. Well, that changed my plan. So then I had to figure out where to go and how to go from there.
Okay. And how did you go about attending to that responsibility?
So once we started walking up to the scene, I saw there was, over to my right in the grass area, kind of by the apartments, I saw there was a lot of APD officers there. So I continued walking north on Billings to try to see if Evergreen was opened up, or Billings to the north was opened up, somewhere where I could bring the ambulance in there and get them out a lot quicker. Because right now there were too many cop cars and we were not going to get an ambulance out to the south from Evergreen down to Colfax. There was no possible way.
And so as you walked north on Billings, were you in contact with any other agencies?
APD, we were in contact with them. When I get on scene, I try to find out, part of my role is to find out who primary is, which primary for APD is the one who's in charge of the call. Usually it's the first person on scene, but sometimes that changes. So we try to ask as we go, does anyone know why we're here? Any information, what's going on? Can we figure anything out as we go up there? And I never heard anything.
Shouldn't he have known already,
As you're
though?
walking north on
You
Billings,
should have had some idea.
what
He
information
knew
about
from reading the
the
CAD
north end
report.
of Billings are you gathering?
Just to see how open it is. Is Billings open? Can I bring an ambulance from Montview to Billings and then have them go up Evergreen, which will be quicker? Can I bring them in? If that's clogged, can I bring them in Evergreen, have them flip a U-turn so they're headed back east to get out? I was just looking at different opportunities and different ways
Exactly,
where I can
Lord
place the
Bynum.
ambulance for the best case scenario for
Ouch.
everyone on scene.
And did
Ouch.
you provide that information to anyone?
So I got on the radio once I saw that Billings was clogged up between Evergreen and Colfax. I radioed to Medic 103, who was our Falk ambulance coming there, and I told them to either enter
I'll be
from
back in a
Evergreen
minute.
or Montview
Okay.
from the north because Billings was clogged up on the south.
And did you,
I need to go track down some Tylenol.
did you know whether an ambulance had in fact been
idea.
dispatched at that point?
I did. Part of our CAD system, our computer aided dispatch,
See,
on the screen I was telling you about on the Tough Book, it'll tell you what units are en route, assigned, so either responding, assigned, or on scene. And I saw that a medic unit was en route. So yes, I know there was one coming.
Did you know where they were coming from?
That I didn't know. We don't, with Falk being a contract ambulance for the city of Aurora has no ambulances from our fire department. So we contract with Falk Rocky Mountain, which is an ambulance company. So they're not out of our stations. So some of them have their own stations or quarters that they come from. Others are what's called post. They're told to go to a certain area and then they kind of cover that area. But I do not know where they were coming from.
Who else was present as part of your team on this call?
Would have been who I said before, myself, acting engineer DeJesus, fire medic Cooper, and firefighter Bradley.
And while you're on Billings walking north and trying to figure out what the best way for the ambulance to come in, communicating with the ambulance, are any of these team members accompanying you on this?
No, sir. So the rest of the crew went over to where there's
that's my take,
a party
AP.
being
That's my take.
contained now that we know is Mr. McClain. The officers are struggling with him. I see him on the ground as I walk by as the officers are struggling. I saw that the remainder of my crew went over to where he was. So I'm not sure initially what happened there.
Okay. And
Agreed.
so you go north on Billings, past the scene where Mr. McClain is being restrained by police, right?
Correct.
And then after you communicate with the ambulance, what do you do next?
So once I told Medic 103 to come in from either Evergreen or Montview, I made my way back to where the initial scene was. The whole area is our scene, but that was like the center point of it is where it was taking place. So I went back there to kind of give an assessment to look at, see what was going on, see if my help was needed or if anything was needed from my perspective or anyone needed to ask me to help at all.
So when you say that you walked back to where the scene was, are you talking about where Mr. McClain was being restrained on the ground by police?
That is correct, in front of the apartment building.
And how close
Help
did
with
you
what?
get to Mr. McClain at that point?
Assessing the patient.
Rough guess, 5 to 10 feet, I would say.
And what did you observe at the time that you approached the group after being north on Billings?
That this call was a little different because I saw 3 officers struggling more than I've seen on the thousands of combative calls that I've been on before. It just seemed a little different to me.
How did it seem
Y'all,
different?
this
from the
has
other
got to be
calls?
a lie.
They kept telling them to stop resisting, stop it, don't do that. Struggling. It seemed like the officers were just struggling more than I've seen them struggle before on other calls. It just seemed like they had their hands full with 3 of them that are trained to restrain and subdue parties. It wasn't the same as the other calls I've been on.
And who else is standing near Mr. McClain while you're there?
Fire medic Cooper was standing close to the head. I believe firefighter Bradley was standing, probably would have been closer to my forward left. And then next to him was acting engineer DeJesus.
Do you know the identities of any of the officers that were holding down Mr. McClain?
At that time, I did not at all.
Did you make any observations about Mr. McClain's physical status while you were there?
In regards to,
Was he saying anything? Was he moving around, anything like that?
I didn't hear him say anything. There was a lot of commotion going on, and I don't know if I was close enough to be able to hear if something was being said. Like I said before, the officers were struggling. So that's what I saw.
Are they giving orders to Mr. McClain?
Yeah, over and over. Stop doing that. Don't do that. Stop resisting. It's what I kept hearing.
What happens next after that?
So after that, I walked back to Evergreen to see if I can see where my ambulance was. It seemed like time has passed where usually we should have an ambulance pretty quick. The ambulance wasn't there yet, so I walked back to look up Evergreen up to the east to see if I can see him coming. I didn't see him. I went and looked down Billings to the north, and I didn't see him coming.
Prior to going up to see where the ambulance was, did you see the officers do anything with Mr. McClain?
I did.
Is this so true?
At one point, I saw the officers, or I heard them say, I told you to stop doing it, something to that effect. And then I don't know, I can't recall from that time. I can't recall exactly what I heard from either one of them, but I saw one of the officers pick Mr. McClain up and just body slam him hard into the ground.
And this was prior to you turning and going to look for the ambulance.
That was right before I walked back to see where our ambulance was because we needed them. We need our tools, we need our ambulance there, and they weren't there yet.
What effect did that body slam, as you put
Hey,
it, have on
KLI.
you in that moment?
Well, my sense of urgency got a little broader. We needed to get our tools there. We needed to tend to Mr. McClain, and we needed to help him as soon as we can.
Okay, so you go out onto Billings Street to see if the ambulance is coming, right?
That's correct.
It's not,
Correct.
or at least you can't see it, right?
And it's dark out, so I would see the reflection from the lights, and I did not see that.
I
either
would
direction.
assume.
Okay, and so do you start back toward the group at that point?
I do. I started heading back to the group to see if anything has changed.
And what happens while you're en route back to the group?
On my way back, Fireman Cooper called out to me and said, when they get here, can we get their narcs and restraints? And narcs are narcotics. So those are controlled substances that we keep locked up in a lockbox on our engine, and Falk does the same on their ambulance. And restraints is just a term for soft restraints. Instead of handcuffs, which are hard restraints, we use soft restraints on a pram for any time a patient is a harm to themselves or other, we restrain them to the pram.
And the pram is also known as a gurney, right?
It is. The pram is known as a gurney, stretcher, pram.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury the reason why it was Falk Ambulance that was in possession of those tools that you needed rather than the engine?
Yes. So simply, we don't have a pram or a stretcher on our ambulance or on our engine. That's on the ambulance. Same with the restraints. We don't carry soft restraints in any of our kits or on our engine. And the biggest one is the medication we needed for Mr. McClain was ketamine. And at the time, it was on back order for us, so we did not carry it. We didn't have it on our engines yet, so we had to rely on what Falk carried.
How long had, to your knowledge, how long had ketamine been approved for use by AFR?
I would say at least a year, probably a year and a half, since we went through the training and it was approved once we were done with training.
And prior to the approval of ketamine, what did you use as part of your protocol instead of ketamine?
The only other medication that we could use per our protocol of agitated combative parties would have been a benzodiazepine called Versed.
And that was prior to the approval of ketamine for use in connection with the agitated patient protocol, right?
That is correct, yes.
So, you're waiting for the ambulance. Mr. Cooper says back to you, we need soft restraints and narcs. You say narcs or ketamine. He says ketamine, right?
That's correct.
And what do you do then in response?
So when we confirmed that was the route that we were going, I went back, started walking back towards Evergreen and radioed to Medic 103.
Medic 103, the ambulance number for the Falk ambulance?
That is correct.
And do you have a conversation directly with Falk ambulance at that point?
I do. So that's a one-on-one conversation where dispatch wasn't really involved. It was me to them.
And do you recall the substance of that conversation?
I do. Anytime I give a radio transmission, I try to be clear, concise, and to the point. I try not to talk on and on the radio. And so I got on the radio and I was very concerned that they weren't there. So I just radioed to them, 103 is engine 2. They responded back and I said, you guys are still coming emergent, right? Which I normally wouldn't do, but they're not there yet. And it seems like time has gone by and we need them there. So I said, if so, what's your ETA? And they came back and said, we're 2 minutes out. I said, okay, copy, 2 minutes out. We're going to need your ketamine and restraints. They answer copy.
Okay. So at that point, they say that they are 2 minutes away from providing you with the tools that you need.
That is correct, 2 minutes.
Okay. So after you have that conversation with Falk ambulance, what do you do next?
So then I go back to the scene to let Fireman Cooper and the rest of the crew know 103 is 2 minutes out and wanted to see if there was any needs they had, any changes in condition.
And can you describe what you're observing when you return back to the group near Mr. McClain?
Yes, sir. So APD is still struggling off and on with Mr. McClain. It just didn't sit right. Time has gone by and they're still struggling. Looking around the ground, see if there's any clues, why we're there, what's going on. I still haven't heard exactly what happened. Haven't been told what happened. So I happened to see that there was emesis, which is vomit, on the ground. I rubbed my foot through it to see what it was and then realized that's what it was. It was vomit on the ground.
And other than Spewing vomit. Did you have any idea where that vomit had come from?
I did not. I don't know where it came from.
Okay. You didn't
Hello,
assume at the
Flaps.
time that it had come from Mr. McClain?
More than likely, that's where it came from.
But at the scene, did you assume that it had come from?
Yes. Yeah, I figured that Mr. McClain is the one that was vomiting due to all the struggling that was going on.
Did you observe?
Okay,
any
so
other
that's
physical
important.
aspects of
He
Mr.
saw the
McClain
vomit.
In addition to the vomit while you were there, this second time you had returned to the group?
Yeah, like before, when I briefly looked at him, you can tell he was very diaphoretic, which is sweaty. He was very sweaty. He was breathing very fast, which we call tachypnea, or he was tachypnic.
From 5 to
He
10
was
feet away.
struggling. Of the thousands of people that we've run on before that have activity like that, it's presumed that he was tachycardic or his heart was beating fast. I couldn't hear any clear language from him. He just seemed a little disoriented to me.
So at that moment, what concerns did you have about Mr. McClain's well-being?
Well, he needed help. We needed to help him. When we go to calls as a paramedic, also as I'm a paramedic, our toolbox is this big, and we think of anything that could be in our protocol. And as we get more information, it starts narrowing it down, and then with the signs and symptoms that we see, it pinpoints to a protocol that we follow. So, with his signs and symptoms, it appeared that he was suffering from
Don't
excited delirium.
go, KLI, don't
And
go.
pursuant to AFR's protocols in 2019, what was the treatment that you were to provide in the face of what appeared to be excited delirium?
The only treatment we can do is ketamine.
When you say that, what do you mean the only treatment?
We got baby goats, y'all.
So our protocols,
How many?
we saw earlier,
We got
the protocols are
two.
up, and it has it's called an algorithm. It's almost like a
Let me pause it. So, baby goats have a very distinct little cry, and I heard it, and I was like, that shouldn't be happening. So I went out there and checked, and we do in fact have two little baby goats, y'all. We got one boy and one girl from Rose.
I hope they fare better than the ducklings.
Well, me too. This is
You
the
think they
right time
will?
of year. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm much better with goats than I am with.
Ducklings?
seasoned
Ducklings are
ducklings.
hard.
Well, they're just really delicate. And one of these little goats, I've never seen one of this color before, which is kind of neat.
What color is it?
It's like a peach color, but redder.
Ooh.
Yeah, it looks really cool. I'm trying to figure out if I can share this picture somehow, some way. We'll deal with it later. But yeah, we got two little goats, y'all. Let me see if
I'm
can pull this
excited,
up.
but I'm scared.
What are you scared about?
I don't want to get to know them.
Well, that's usually a good idea. It is a farm
Yeah,
after all.
no, we do not want to goat cam.
We do want to go camp. That's a thing that we're gonna do at some point.
Just don't show us the baby goats in case something happens.
Well, one of them is a boy, and he will be for sale. And the girl, I guess we'll have to see how this season turns out, because I've got about as many girls as that I want right now, if that's a better way to put it. So I'll probably be selling a few girls this year too. This will be the first year I've ever sold girls, which is kind of
Really?
neat. Yeah. I've been building my.
Oh, I cannot have a farm. You're right, Eris. I cannot have a farm.
Where the hell is it? There we go. Does it work?
Yeah, I would be sad even having this. Oh my God, how cute.
So let's get rid of this thing real quick.
Oh, that's so cute.
I was not expecting babies to be out there, that's for sure.
Oh my gosh, I see the
Yes.
other one, the really pretty color one over there.
So the one under the mom right now is she's
Yeah.
kind of a whiter color of her
Yeah.
mom, but she's got darker spots on her.
Mm-hmm.
And then the one in the doorway over here, that's a little boy. And we don't have any that look anything
Oh,
like
he's
him.
so cute.
He's super cute.
Are his eyes closed?
No,
Okay.
shouldn't be. I mean, it might be in this picture, but they're
It
open
looks like that
normally.
mom is smiling. She's super proud of her little babes.
Well, she's probably looking at the rest of the herd thinking, please, God, don't come in here. Leave me and my babies alone. It's been a long, stressful night. But yeah,
Aw.
looky there. We got baby goats, y'all.
I know. No name. Do not. No. What? You don't eat the goats, right?
I don't. Share your window.
When you
Right.
sell them, they don't get sold for like meat, do they?
Well, some of them do. I mean, that's how. Dude, that's people eat animals, McKinley. I don't know if you're aware of this or not.
But goat?
Goat is one of the world's most eaten meats.
What?
Think about all the Middle East countries, and I think goat is kosher too. I think they can eat goat, but I could be wrong on that. But yeah, goat's one of the world's most consumed meats.
Mm. Yeah,
But
I
yeah.
couldn't have a farm.
We got baby goats, the first 2 of the season. It's exciting. It's very
That is
exciting.
exciting. I want to love them, but also I definitely want to keep a distance. I'm not going to fall in love.
Middle East countries and Dearborn, Michigan. Yes, Dearborn, Michigan as well. Yeah, he is. He's kind of a peach color. He's really neat looking.
He is really cute. I
He's
like
more-
his fluffy ears.
Oh yeah, they're my breed of goats are Nubians, and they're one of their breed characteristics is those long, crazy ears.
They're so cute.
They're very awesome. Yay! So yeah, sorry that took a little while. I
Does the
wasn't-
mom have horns?
That mom does not.
But moms can have horns?
Yeah, all goats will have horns,
Oh,
unless
okay.
there's like a genetic trait called polled. You can get a polled goat, and they don't have horns.
Oh, okay.
But it's a little more rare, and none of mine are naturally polled. Mom doesn't have horns, and like I've got I think 3 does that were dehorned when they were little. And all you do is you like burn their horn spots, and then they never grow in,
Oh. Why do they do that?
so that you don't get poked with horns.
So you don't have a fight with one?
Yeah. Yeah. You
Okay.
should see the bruise on my thigh from that big bastard yesterday. Oh my God,
Yeah?
Joe. Yeah, it hurt so bad. He slammed me good. And then we had to fight, and he lost. Thank God.
A box to box, a checkbox that goes over. And once you get to excited delirium, when they have signs and symptoms of excited delirium, the next box down, the very first line says administer ketamine.
And is that the first directive under the excited delirium protocol?
Yes, it is.
And are there any other options for treatment of excited delirium other than ketamine?
There are not.
And once you administer the ketamine,
Goat's
what is the
delicious.
next, protocol that you need
It's-
to
Your
apply?
mic just did something weird.
So we're still under the same protocol, the agitated combative party. And the next box that we go to is complete restraint protocol.
And can you describe to the jury what that means? Complete the restraint protocol.
So the restraint protocol, you heard me earlier say, is soft restraints. So restraint protocol is exactly that. Once we get the party onto the pram, we put them into soft restraints for their safety and ours.
And at what point can you describe to the jury, at
I'll
what
be right back.
do
Okay.
you as AFR take control of the patient?
Well,
Straight.
back in 2019,
Just don't
we
get
had no
attached to
policy
the
in place. It
boys
was
and you'll
always
be
said
okay.
Once
You got a better
they
chance
come
that
out
way.
of handcuffs, then they're our patient. Until then, APD, it is their scene. It is they're in control.
Okay, so let's take you back to where you have returned to the group standing there, Elijah McClain, right?
Yes.
And you return to the group, you told the jury some of the observations that you made. What happens next?
So Fireman Cooper and I have a brief discussion between each other, make sure that we're on the same page, both as medics. He's running the call, but I'm also a medic. So we're just kind of bouncing it off each other. So we make sure that we're on the same page and that we're going down the same treatment, which we were.
Okay, and when you say that you were on the same page doing the same treatment, what do you mean by that?
So Fire Medic Cooper's assessment was the same as mine as he saw the signs and symptoms. So that took him over to the excited delirium and the agitated combative patient protocol.
Okay, and so after you have this, you said it was a brief discussion.
Correct.
What do you do next?
Hi,
So
Debbie.
after we
How
had
are
that
you?
discussion, I saw that the ambulance was coming. They were coming from Montview to the south. And so At that point, APD was able to move a lot of their cars around, so that opened up southbound buildings. Which
Sorry
was
if I
a much
missed anybody
quicker
while I
route
was
to get
out.
to the hospital. So
Hi, anybody?
had the
new?
ambulance park right by the patient to the west of him, probably 20, 30 feet away, maybe right on the side of the road there. And then I conferred with Fire Medic Cooper.
As far as I know, yes, they were when I started this stream. We're on day 12 though, and in real life it's like day 14 or 15. And when I jumped on, they were still deliberating.
Yeah.
That he was still good with ketamine, and he said yes, 500. So I went to the ambulance and requested from the medic on medic 103 to draw up 500 of ketamine.
And is going to the ambulance and giving them instruction as to what to deliver to the medics part of your responsibilities as the company officer? I'm sorry, am I talking too fast? Oh, okay. And is leaving Mr. McClain and going to the ambulance to instruct the ambulance crew as to what is needed on the scene part of your responsibilities as the company officer on scene?
It is part of my responsibility, besides for scene safety, safety of my crew, safety of the patient, is I communicate with the ambulance. That way the lead medic can take care of the patient. If he needs something, he tells me, and then I relay it to the ambulance.
So describe for the jury, once you got to the ambulance, what happened there, your interaction with the ambulance crew?
So as I said, I requested from the medic on medic 103 to draw up 500 of ketamine, and then I assisted the EMT with getting the pram or the stretcher out of the ambulance so we can get it over by Mr. McClain.
Was there any other personnel on that ambulance other than the paramedic for Falk and the EMT for Falk?
No, that night they just had the two of them on the ambulance.
Okay. And so when you're describing the medication that you need at the scene, you're talking to the medic, right?
That's correct, because the medic's the one who can draw it up.
Okay. Do you actually watch this process that the medic engages in?
I did not. I assisted the EMT with getting the pram over to where Mr. McClain was.
Okay. And so you and the EMT, you bring the pram back to where Mr. McClain is.
That is correct.
Okay. And do you recall whether you got the pram back to Mr. McClain before the medication arrived?
I did. We got the pram out. I was standing at the head of the pram. We
And
were
why
waiting
didn't
on the
they put him on
medication.
it?
It seemed like it was taking more time than it should.
So we've seen some body-worn camera footage of you at the head of the pram. Do you recall that?
I do.
And at certain points, you seem to be looking at a screen. There's a blue glow that you're punching things into. Can you describe for the
If
jury?
the medic is the one in charge,
Yes. So, and I believe that
Of
was
the
later
medicine,
on after the.
why is he
administration.
not
Is that what you're
being
talking about?
charged?
True, but
Yes. So
just
Wait,
describe
what'd
for
you
the jury
say?
What that?
So, according to Lieutenant Captain Peter Chichuniec, he said that the medic is the one in charge of the actual dispersing of the medicine.
Like the one on the medic on the ambulance?
Right. That's the way I
Well,
just
I-
interpreted this, right?
I think that he wasn't charged because he was the medic in charge of dispensing the medication from the ambulance, but I don't believe that there's any testimony that protocol or like in fact he ever got out and like that he ever had a duty to assess the patient or make the call. I think he just dispenses it to the lead medic or, I think he was lieutenant in charge or the officer on scene
Yeah.
at this time. So I think that's why he wasn't charged with anything. He didn't really have any like standard of care, any duty to Elijah,
Interesting.
is what I think.
That makes sense. But it seems like he would be the one that should have been charged out of the three of these guys. Right? Like if it's his decision to give the ketamine and the ketamine is what actually did it, because that's what the state's case is, right? You would
Right.
think that it would be the one that decided to give the ketamine.
Wait, so you're saying if it was whose decision to give the ketamine?
The medic. If the medic was the final authority in whether or not ketamine is dispersed, he's the one out of the three involved that didn't get charged.
Yeah, well, I think though that they're not saying that he was like in charge of making the decision of like he's just. I think it's just like so if the lead EMT or paramedic from the engine asks for it when they show up, then they dispense it. Like I don't think they have any says like they don't make any determinations about whether or not it's appropriate.
Sure.
right?
Okay.
Or did they say that he was
Well, the
making
way
those decisions?
the way the lieutenant or captain or whatever just said it, it sounded that way to me. It sounded like he had to basically ask for permission for the ketamine from this man, from the medic. And then the medic drew it up and gave it to Cooper, and Cooper injected it.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I think it's just too far removed from the actual. If he did have to ask for permission, then it seems like the medic would have needed to also go and assess, which none of them did. So.
Right. Okay.
Object is that you're doing.
And
So
I could have
in
been, I could have
2019,
misunderstood what
we
he's
had a
saying
software called
too.
the CF21, a smaller version that would hold our patient care reports on. So you could flip the screen over and use it as a tablet. It contained our patient care report, our dispatch report, what's called our MVrder report. There's 3 reports we have to fill out. MVrder is National Fire Incident Reporting System, if that helps you. It's just reports that we have to fill out that it's contained on that tough book or that tablet.
And is it the usual practice to fill that patient care report out contemporaneously with what's going on?
It is. We try to most accurately timestamp everything that we're doing on scene to the best of our ability, if we are able to.
And so at certain points, you're entering things into that PCR report, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you're back at the scene with Mr. McClain, and you have the pram there, but the medication has not arrived from the Falk ambulance yet, right?
Correct.
But what happens next while you're there?
So it was taking longer than it should have, and I think a couple of us have noticed that. So Fire Medic Cooper asked me if I could stick my head in the back of the ambulance and see if he needed any help.
And what happened after that?
And so right when I stepped to go to the ambulance, I saw a hand come up out to my right side of my eye, and that was acting engineer DeJesus pointing to the ambulance, and I saw that the medic was walking out of the ambulance, stepping.
We did talk about this the other day briefly. I think that they found ketamine in his system, and Matt Perry like passed out from ketamine and then drowned in the hot tub or pool or something. We did talk about that the other day briefly, Aries.
Seems like it.
Kind of. I mean, seems that way. The question is whether or not they're criminally responsible for the murking of the dude.
Out of it with a vial in one hand and a syringe in the other.
And did you see what that medic did with that vial and syringe?
I did. He carried that over to Fire Medic Cooper, gave him the syringe, showed him the vial, and looked like they said a few words. I'm not sure what was said, but then he handed it over to Fire Medic Cooper.
Okay. And then what happens?
And then Fire Medic Cooper administered 500 milligrams of ketamine to his right deltoid, which is the right shoulder muscle.
While you're there and this process is going on, are you making any observations of Mr. McClain yourself?
I am. As a team, we're always monitoring, we're always assessing, we're always watching to see if there's any changes, anything that needs to be done, if we see something that someone else might not see. So I was continuing to watch and assess from my perspective.
And what did you observe of Mr.
McClain? Sometimes struggling. The officers were sometimes struggling with him. It looked like they were using.
I don't know. I don't know the extent of Matthew Perry's
I'm
toxicology or anything. I'm not claiming that I do.
Police-wise, I don't know
neither.
exactly what they were,
I have
but it
no
looked like
idea.
they were doing different maneuvers.
And at any given time while you were observing Mr. McClain, do you recall how many police officers were training?
I believe there were still 3.
And did those 3 officers remain in place after the administration of the ketamine?
They did. They remained
Nico.
there. They actually moved one up prior to the administration, and I heard them say about a pressure point. So I'm assuming on the ear area. Another one, a sergeant, I heard him say, don't do that. And then I saw him stepping on his legs. And then there were 2 on the rest of him, one on his legs and one on the probably upper body area.
So after the administration of the ketamine is given, are you continuing to observe Mr. McClain?
Right. Continuing to observe, continuing to assess, seeing if the medication's taking effect.
And what happens after that?
Best way I could describe it is he's ramping down and APD is not struggling as hard at all.
Okay. And about how much time goes by between the administration of the ketamine and the decision to place Mr. McClain on the ground?
Without looking at my watch, I would have to say it was probably around a minute to a minute and a half.
Okay. And what at this point is your role in this group? What are your responsibilities and duties?
Well, I'm still in charge of the scene safety, safety of my crew, safety of the patient. And so once we can get him on the cram, then he will become our patient.
Okay. And do you hear anybody give any instruction as to how to put the patient on the pram or what's going to happen next?
I did. I heard Fire Medic Cooper tell APD, once this medication takes effect, we'll take the handcuffs off and move him over to the pram. And then I heard APD start delegating to some other officers, here's how we're going to do it.
And is the pram ready for Mr. McClain at that point?
It is. So the pram comes mostly ready with a sheet on. Seat belts are buckled. So the seat belts were unbuckled, soft restraints. The Velcro was undone. So they're ready to put on the extremities.
To
Arms,
Orc, what's
one
up,
on each
buddy?
wrist and
How we doing?
one on each ankle.
Okay. So after the minute or minute and a half went by, did it appear that the ketamine had
It did. So while Fire Medic Cooper was given a pass down is just kind of a brief summary of what was going on prior. He was given that to Medic 103, the Medic Off 103. It's kind of, hey, here's what we did, here's what we saw, here's our rationale. He said once that the medicine takes effect, we're going to move him over. And he says it looks like it's working now, which it was working. So
Hey, Rapper.
he formulated a plan to get him moved.
Welcome.
And did removal of the handcuffs play any part in that plan?
It did. Originally, he told APD, I'd like to take the handcuffs off, and then we're going to move him over. So when that time came, he said, okay, if it's okay with you, we're going to set him up, get the handcuffs off, and move him over to the pram. And he was overruled by APD. So they were still running the call, and they said, no, we'll get him to the pram, and then we'll take the handcuffs off.
And is that what happened?
It is. You're not going to pick a battle to fight. There's no problem with that. So we moved him over. APD picked him up and moved him over to the pram.
Okay. And what happens once Mr. McClain is on the pram?
Thanks.
Once he's on the
appreciate it.
pram, the handcuffs he's sat up forward so they can get to the handcuffs in the back, unbuckle the handcuffs, and everyone make sure they have a limb and they move arms and legs to their respective positions and restrain him with soft restraints.
Okay. And are you continuing to observe Mr. McClain while this is going on?
The best I can from the head, but that's when I started trying to enter information in, the medication we did, the restraints.
Okay. And what did you observe following his placement on the pram?
Well, I can see that he was still breathing. I can see that he was not struggling with anything. He was letting the restraints get placed on him, and then immediately after that, he was moved to the ambulance.
And did the police remove the handcuffs before the soft restraints were applied?
They did. They had one person unlocking the handcuffs. Another one would take his arm and then place it.
Which
in the
they should have
restraints,
done
soft
way
restraints.
sooner.
Did you observe Mr. McClain
Yeah.
vomit while he was on the pram?
Listen to
Not
this.
from my perspective from behind him. I did not see him vomit.
Okay. So what happens after that?
After that, he gets taken to the ambulance. Another term for the ambulance is bus that we can use too.
But
So I
clearly we all
apologize if I
saw
say
him
that.
vomiting.
So just to clarify, bus is ambulance. He's taken to the bus, and I kind of look around on the scene to see if there's any other clues or anything that we need to take. And Fire Medic Cooper calls out to me, Lieutenant, come on in here. And so I went into the ambulance.
Okay. And are you continuing to observe Mr. McClain as he's transported to the ambulance?
I did. You can see that he wasn't struggling against the soft restraints, but he was breathing up to the ambulance and into the ambulance.
And once you're in the ambulance, what is your assignment as part of the team in that ambulance?
So I was assigned airway, and once I got to the bus where I can see that there was a lot of emesis, vomit, or salivation. So there was a lot of liquid that was sitting on his face, next to his face. So I was assigned airway. Fire Medic Cooper already came up with a plan and made sure it was out, the suction was ready, and monitoring equipment was ready.
Describe for the jury what you mean by suction was ready.
So suction is literally a vacuum pump that's in the ambulance that's run off electricity that pulls a vacuum and gathers any substance that can go through a tube into we call it 1,000 cc container. So it'll hold 1,000 cc, so a liter of fluid or emesis or whatever you're suctioning.
And that suctioning, is that part of your responsibilities of
Okay,
being assigned
Eris.
to the airway?
It is. Suctioning is airway. You've heard the ABCs. We've all heard that from other testimony, that ABCs, airway. So I was assigned airway. That's the number one thing. Make sure his airway is clear. So suctioning is involved in clearing out an airway.
In addition to suctioning, what are your other responsibilities in being assigned to the airway?
Suctioning, oxygen, and those are essentially the two things I needed up there.
And so you described this vacuum tool, right? Suction.
Correct.
And is there another tool that you use in connection with your responsibilities as the airway?
Yes. So per our protocol, once we administer ketamine during transport, we need to monitor them. Part of the monitoring, we heard the term capnography, measures the amount of CO2 that's being exhaled out of your breath. So part of the airways, I need to get the capnography on so we can make sure and see what his numbers are.
Can you describe to the jury what the capnography is?
So capnography is a small inline, depending on, there's two different types. So one is a cannula. A cannula is two little tubes that go in your nose and you wrap around your ear. You've probably all seen that before. And it has, on the end of that, it has a sensor that can pick up the amount of CO2 that's being exhaled. The other one is if we have to, we call it bag a patient, when we put a mask over their nose and mouth and actually squeeze a bag. There's an inline one that measures the amount of carbon dioxide coming out of your breath that's being exhaled. And that goes through the monitor. In order to do that, we have to screw it into the monitor and then prime the capnography. It's not just hook it up and we're good to go. We have to prime it.
Every time
Takes
that
at
happens,
least
my
10 to
entire
15 seconds
monitor
to
goes
prime it
black.
before it gets a reading.
Mine did
So
too.
describe
Well,
to
not
the
the whole
jury this
thing,
bagging the motion you're making.
Oh, sorry.
but a good portion of it.
So bagging, an ambu bag, a bag valve mask, they're all the same thing. What it is it's you have a face mask. We've all seen, if anyone's taken CPR before, the mask that you can place on someone and breathe into it to give the breaths to it. It's similar to that as the mask that seals over your
Tia, Nina.
nose and mouth. And then on that, there's a large plastic bag
Hi,
that
Tia.
we can squeeze, which delivers and forces air into their lungs. And then there's like a reservoir bag, a smaller reservoir bag, and then oxygen tubing that comes out and goes into the oxygen system.
So that's not just a bag and a mask. It's actually attached to an oxygen feed.
Correct. Correct. It's forcing oxygen into their lungs.
Okay. And while you are attending to Elijah McClain's airway, what are you observing about Elijah McClain's physical status?
Shortly after we got into the bus, I noticed that I needed to do suction immediately. I suctioned and suctioned and suctioned. There were copious amounts
Yeah,
of fluid
why?
in his mouth.
There you go.
Was he continuing to vomit?
Vomit or salivation, I wasn't sure exactly what it was. It could have been a combination of both of them. So I just had the suction tube in there and I was
Hold on,
continually
pause it for
suctioning
one
while I was
sec.
asking for the capnography.
Okay. Who are you asking for the capnography?
I was asking.
Maybe. There we go.
So do you remember that there was an expert, I think a defense expert, that said like that he didn't have a ketamine overdose because there wasn't fluid coming out of his like mouth and his nose, and that's how he knew that there wasn't a ketamine overdose? But even this paramedic is saying that there was like copious amounts of fluid coming out of his mouth and his nose.
What was the terminology that guy used?
It wasn't vomit, it was,
Was it the
Some
word we
other
had to look
word.
up the other day that meant vomit?
yes, the word that meant vomit, that
Emesis? Was that it?
maybe. Oh, feral housewife, I think they said also, but there was fluid in his lungs though, right?
There was something in his lungs, right? Because he
Right.
aspirated. Like he
Uh-huh.
and it was emesis or emesis or whatever the hell it is. That was the word.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look to see exactly what he said, but he said
Yeah.
something along those lines.
Yeah.
He said there wasn't
Emesis.
emesis was the word. That was the word. I looked it up in my search history.
Yeah.
But I
So
don't remember
think that's
exactly
going
what
to
it
be
was.
important.
Yeah. 1000%.
Asking from Falk that we need
I was
to
trying to remember
capnography
exactly what
as
he
part of
said,
our
though.
monitoring.
And the
Yeah.
capnography is a piece of equipment that's maintained by Falk inside the ambulance.
Correct.
Okay. So you're suctioning Mr. McClain's mouth. Are you doing the bag and the suctioning at the same time? Is that possible?
I wasn't at that point because he was still breathing.
I think that was
Mr.
just
McClain was still
yesterday.
breathing. So I was trying to get oxygen
Day
out.
before, worst case scenario.
And then I was asking for the capnography.
Right.
My initial go-to was just going to be a non-rebreather, which is just a mask that goes over your mouth that gives more oxygen than a cannula, if that makes sense.
Okay, so at the time that you're engaged in asking where the capnography is, you're suctioning Mr. McClain
That is correct.
in anticipation of applying oxygen and a rebreather.
Correct.
Okay, and what happens next while you're suctioning Mr. McClain?
So I look down and I don't see his chest rising. So I immediately go down to feel a carotid pulse, which is on your neck
That's a
here.
problem.
And I asked someone else, I just called out, said, hey, can someone check for a pulse?
What happens then?
Someone
It's
else
been
checks.
ideal,
There's
that's for
various
sure.
places you can check for a pulse. So your radial, which is down here on your arm, your femoral, which is in your groin area. You can check your feet. There's multiple places to check. So I'm not sure where the other spot was, but confirmed I did not feel a pulse. And whoever else checked said, I do not feel a pulse. So CPR was started immediately.
And do you recall who started that CPR round?
Yes, I do. It was acting engineer DeJesus started CPR.
Okay. And describe for the jury
Yeah,
the
wouldn't let you
process of
cough,
providing
basically.
CPR to an emergency patient in the back of an ambulance.
So immediately he started CPR. We have on our monitor what's called, it's a CPR feedback. So what it is, it's a puck that's placed right on the sternum that we push against that measures and gives you feedback of your CPR. It measures the depth, the quality, the rate, and if you release it in between breaths or in between compression. So he didn't wait for that to get on. He immediately jumped on CPR. And when the puck was ready, stopped for less than a second, slapped the puck on, and he continued CPR.
And what's the process for continuing CPR?
So initially, without an advanced airway in place, and an advanced airway would be some sort of intubation, we do 30 to 2. For the American Heart Association, it's 30 compressions to 2 breaths. So at that point, we needed the bag valve mask to force the oxygen in and
I'm going to
breathe for
slow
him.
this down to
And
normal
then
speed.
they would
Who
call
is
it
3
30.
beers?
When you get
I
close to
don't
30
see
called
3
out,
beers.
and then you give 2 breaths.
The 3
Okay.
beers?
And does a single person do
Yeah,
all
I
of
don't see
the
that person.
CPR on a patient?
He's a buddy
So
of
the
mine.
first 2 minutes,
We've streamed
one
together.
Why don't
person
I
does
see them?
CPR, and
He's
then
up a
they
little
switch
bit
to
in,
another person. The theory behind that is when you get
He's up a
tired,
little
your
bit.
quality isn't as good.
Oh, okay.
And so a fresh person is ready to go. So after that 2-minute cycle, another person would take over CPR.
And being assigned to airway, were you ever in that rotation of CPR?
I was not. I was strictly on airway.
So do you know who the rotation of CPR went between inside the ambulance?
Yeah. So sitting in to my front right, I was sitting at the head. So he's Mr.
there we
McClain, our patient at that time, is pulled into the ambulance, loaded into the ambulance, and his head is up towards the front of the ambulance. So I'm at the head. Acting engineer DeJesus was to my left front doing CPR, and then there's a seat to my right front called a CPR seat. And
Aaron
EMT Gonzalez.
Hack.
Aaron Hack just gifted 10 memberships. Congratulations goes out to Matt's Lawn and Crim, Stacy Ann, Renee Mieta, I hope, Tyler Cruthards, Casper Anderson, Guy Vermectin, Watchdog. That doesn't have a name. How
That
does somebody
doesn't
not
have
have
a
a
name.
name? How do you not have a name? That's amazing. How is that possible? Sandra 44 and Sue Fabulous. Thank you so much, Aaron Hack, and welcome y'all to Goat Herders. You get new fun emojis to play with. And Aaron Hack, you are amazing, and I appreciate you. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. How do you not have a name?
I don't know. I'm so confused by that.
I've never seen that before.
Me either.
I almost want to add them as a moderator just because they don't have a name. That's awesome.
Yeah. I want to do something. I can't figure
This
it out.
from Medic 103 was there, and she's the second one who did CPR.
Okay, so members of the Falck ambulance team are also engaged in this.
That is correct. We had a term we use is all hands working. Everyone had a job and everyone was doing something.
Okay, and do you know how many rounds of, and when you say CPR, you're talking about the actual compressions, right?
Correct.
And do you know how many rounds of compressions were accomplished in the back of the ambulance?
Total?
Yes.
No.
Did CPR continue as Mr. McClain was transported to the hospital?
It did. It continued to the hospital and into the hospital.
And how far was it? How long did it take to get from the scene to the hospital?
I just went to that
Matter of
channel. They
minutes.
really have no name.
The hospital's just
That's
on the
amazing.
other side of 225. So we're literally a couple miles at the most.
Okay. And so CPR is being provided to Mr. McClain during the time that you're transporting to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
And your assignment is airway that entire time.
Yes, airway.
And you mentioned something about applying something to the airway earlier. I can't remember what you called it.
So once they stop breathing, one thing we can insert or we can put into their mouth is called an OPA, an oral pharyngeal airway device. It's an adjunct.
Unhung hero for $2 says names are overrated. Fair. That's fair. Good assessment. I'll give you that one.
That's kind of got a curve to it that you measure from the ear down to the jaw, and you place it in, and the purpose of it, the job of it, is to pull the tongue up and open up the airway to help get oxygen in.
And did you provide one of these to Mr. McClain?
I did.
And can you describe for the jury how
That's
that
what I'm
process
saying,
works?
Flux.
So the airway kit was out, so I was able to grab an OPA, measured it, inserted it, and then once I dropped, you just use
The
the term drop
glowy,
an
is that what
OPA.
they're talking
I
about, is
inserted
the
an
glowy?
OPA in there, which told me that he has no gag reflex.
Glowy is a term for a Fed,
Oh,
like a secret agent. They glow in the dark
okay.
with their haircuts and Ray-Bans.
Because anytime you put something in the back
They
of their
do
mouth,
though,
they have
right?
a gag reflex.
Yep.
Well, we're going to pull it out and then put something else in called an NPA, a nasal pharyngeal airway, which goes down their nose. So that won't affect their gag reflex, but he had no gag reflex, so I was able to drop an OPA in him.
Is Mr. McClain's heartbeat being monitored during transport?
It is. So like I said before, everyone had a job, everyone had a role. Part of one of the roles and jobs to do when someone's in CPR is to place combi pads on. So it's a pad that we put on the right mid-axillary, which would be, or mid-clavicular, which your clavicle is your collarbone that you hear about.
Probably
One up
Brandon's
here and then
real
one
account.
on your left side, mid-axillary. And the job of those is
Oh, God.
we can look at electricity in their heart, and we can also deliver electricity in your heart. You've heard the term shock. We're going to shock them. Well, that's essentially what we can do. We can defibrillate them in certain rhythms.
And are you aware whether or not Mr. McClain was ever shocked on route?
He was not. He did not have a rhythm that we were able to defibrillate or shock him.
And can you describe to the
Giggity.
jury what a shockable rhythm is?
So I believe you've heard in prior testimony when they talk about ventricular fibrillation, and it's where the ventricles, the bottom of your heart is fibrillating. It's just going like that. It's not compressing, not squeezing the blood to send it out through your body. That's one of the rhythms that we can defibrillate or shock.
And did Mr. McClain ever demonstrate a shockable rhythm during transport?
He was never in a shockable rhythm.
Okay, so you arrive at the hospital. What happens when you arrive at the hospital?
So when we get to the hospital, one thing that we like to do is on big calls. When I say big calls, it's a severe call, a serious call.
Hey, Atheist, how you doing?
The receiving staff, the receiving hospital is going to have a lot
Welcome.
of people there. So what we like to do is we like to send the lead medic in to give what's called a handoff report to the hospital, because if they go in without a patient, they can say, here's what we've got, here's what we've done, here's
We've done nothing.
any changes or
Except
what's
kill
going
him.
on. That way the receiving staff can pay 100% attention to them.
I know he's
and
not
be
breathing and he
distracted by
doesn't have a
patients that's
pulse,
in there.
but you know,
So
we didn't do
I asked
nothing.
Fire Medic Cooper if he wanted to go in and give the handoff report, and he agreed to do that. So at that point, I took over running the call from him, and we do what's called CPR choreography. We do 2-minute rounds of CPR, and we don't stop in between. We just do the full 2 minutes, and then at the end of the 2 minutes, we'll check the rhythm. If there's a rhythm, we'll check a pulse and see if there's mechanical capture, if they have a pulse, if the heart's beating. So I told him, I said,
Let me stop you right there. So you've pulled into the hospital. The ambulance is standing still now, right?
correct.
Is the back open?
The back opens up then once somebody opens the back doors. I'm not sure who it was, but the back doors open when we get to the hospital.
Okay, and you are in mid
Hi,
CPR
composer.
process.
Hey, composer. And yes, he
when the
does.
ambulance
He's
stops
very
and the doors open.
authoritative.
Correct. We're in the middle of our 2-minute round.
What you would expect out of a captain.
Does a
on fire
doctor
rescue.
come up? Does anybody, any staff come up to the
Yeah,
hospital,
but like-
the ambulance at that point?
So when the back door is open, I see that
He has no
one of the
compassion.
physicians is standing there looking in to see what's going on.
Okay. And are you still working airway for Mr. McClain?
Yes, until we just switched over where Fire Medic Cooper was going to.
Certainly. So this is the murder trial, the third murder trial of Elijah McClain, a young man who had a suspicious person phone call called in on him. Police showed up. They went hands-on very quickly. They choked him out. As he was choked out, he aspirated. The paramedics got on scene. They injected him with a larger dose of ketamine than they should have. They went to the max that they could give safely, quote unquote. He stopped breathing. His heart stopped beating. They got him in the ambulance, took him to the hospital. And he was basically DOA at the hospital. He was on machines for a couple days before they finally pulled the plug on him. 3 police officers were charged. 1 was convicted, 2 were acquitted. And now this is the third trial, and 2 paramedics are being charged with reckless manslaughter, negligent homicide, and a bunch of different assaults. The state's case is rested. The defense's case is in the middle of it, I guess. We're doing day 12. Currently, we're a couple days behind the actual trial. The real-time trial's on day like 14 or 15. So we'll finish it up either this week or early next week, something like that. And I think that's about it. Did I forget anything?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I think that's about it. The paramedics being charged is kind of crazy, and I thought it was interesting. So me and McKinley decided we were going to stream it. And then we found out like day 3 that it was a month-long case, and here we are.
And then we found out it was going to be like crazy technical, and the testimony might be a little bit dry.
A little bit. But luckily, we're on to the defendant who's on the stand now. One of the 2 defendants is currently on the stand. He's at the time, lieutenant of the fire rescue. Now he's a captain. So somehow he got promoted since he
In
ended
2020,
a guy.
he got a promotion after this tragedy.
So that's fun and interesting. Here's a promotion. Also, you're on trial for murder. Congratulations.
Right?
Seems like
Creepy.
the priorities are a little messed up over here.
Yeah.
Aurora, Colorado, y'all. Aurora, Colorado.
Right. I think this is going to get spicy. I mean, like, it's definitely going to get spicy during cross. There's no way it won't.
Oh, yeah. They're going to have to go after him hard.
Oh, yeah.
They essentially are saying that this man killed Elijah. They're going to have to go after him hard. It's going to be interesting.
Handoff report. So then I took over running the call.
Okay. And when you say took over running the call, that sounds different than
YouTube
a
user.
medical, paying
Are you the
attention to a
no-named
specific
account?
Medical issue with the patient. So can you describe the difference between working the
Yeah.
airway and then
You are the
Wait.
no-named
Call.
account. Holy crap. Okay. Pause it again.
Yes. So
YouTube
How is
user.
it saying YouTube user now?
It didn't say that a second ago. I
No.
am amazed at what's happening right now. It doesn't say it in real chat. You
It
are
doesn't say it I don't even see it. What?
you are an anomaly. Somehow you have a YouTube account with no name on it, and I'm not sure how you did it, but you almost got modded right on the spot. I thought it was amazing. I am so impressed that you have no name on YouTube. It's amazing. Welcome. Glad you're here.
Where did you find? Oh, I see. Okay, up there.
You're
That's
amazing.
crazy.
Welcome. Glad you're here. You have
running
fun
the
emojis
call
you
is
can play with.
essentially, I can describe it like a concert. The orchestrator up front is
Yeah.
running the band, the choir, or whoever they're doing. So he's in charge.
Do you
That
usually
person
have
is
a
in
name?
charge. They're delegating. They're saying you do this, you do that. So when we say running the call, that
Are you
person
somebody that we all know?
is usually hands off if possible. We try to get them hands off, and they They're running, they look over the whole call and watch what's going on. I need this done. I
Don't
need
name
that
his
done.
bomb.
I look at the rhythm at the 2-minute check. So they're in charge and they see what's going on.
And so when paramedic Cooper went to do, what did you call it? The handoff? The
Handoff to the receiving staff.
to the receiving staff, you assumed that role that he had previously been in.
I did.
Okay. So describe for the jury what happens.
That made
once
me
you
so
took
happy.
this
Not
role.
gonna lie.
So once
Wait.
I took that role,
Did you see this, the feral housewife?
I did not.
So is that the one?
Possibly. Fair. I'll check.
I said we're going to finish out our CPR choreography before we move them. I'm not sure how much time was left, but we were going to finish out our 2 minutes, see if he had a
I
shock
couldn't
of a
highlight
rhythm
it.
or if he had a pulse.
I was trying to
a
copy
rhythm
and paste
separate.
it. It didn't give me anything.
We got to that 2-minute interval. I looked at the monitor and I saw an organized rhythm on the monitor. So immediately felt for a pulse while we were looking at the monitor. And we only give gaps of up to
Yeah,
10
you do,
seconds before
Dave.
we immediately start CPR again. I couldn't feel a pulse. So that rhythm indicated to me that he had electrical activity in his heart, but there was no mechanical squeeze.
Farrell,
from it.
you're
So It's
awesome.
called a PEA, pulseless electrical activity. So he had the electrical activity. The heart was trying to tell it to do it, but it
I
just
love you.
wasn't
Thank you.
squeezing. So we got him out of the ambulance and continued CPR.
And did you continue CPR all the way into the hospital?
We did. We have a term called ride the pram. So what we do is we lower the pram enough to where one member can stand on the bottom rail and not have to walk next to it and do CPR, or you could straddle them and do
It's perfect.
CPR all the way into
It's
the hospital
perfect. Thank you
while
so
we
much.
continue to bag that patient in.
And did you do that in this case?
We did, yes.
Who was the AFR member that was doing the compressions on the pram, riding the pram, as you put it?
That would have been firefighter Bradley was doing compressions.
Okay. And that starts a new 2-minute interval, correct?
It does. So we always work in 2-minute intervals. So once we got out of the back of the ambulance, we started our 2-minute intervals. There's a timer also on the monitor that will tell you when your 2 minutes is coming up.
And then you take Mr. McClain with member Bradley doing compressions, riding the pram. Where are you in all of this?
So the call being so fuzzy that it was so long ago that my memory, I thought I was on the airway the entire time, but then after recently watching
Farrell,
body
you're
worn
amazing. Thank
camera,
you.
I realized I was carrying the monitor in and looking at the rhythm since I was running the call. I originally thought I was on airway the whole time in, but then saw that I was not.
And so when you say that you're carrying the monitor, what do you mean by that?
So I'm literally carrying our monitor in my hand that's still attached to the combi leads, and then limb leads. There are other electrodes that we put on to check electrical activity of the heart.
Is that a heart monitor that you're carrying?
Correct. Yes, a heart monitor is another term for it.
Okay. And you do that all the way into the hospital and all the way into a waiting emergency room, right?
Correct.
And once you get to the room, what happens?
We're met by staff and there are significant calls where they're going to need a lot of staff. There was a lot of staff in there and it was in a large room. It was in one of the trauma rooms, what we call them. So went in and saw the staff was waiting, ready to go. And I just told them that we have, I want to say at that time it's probably 20 or 30 seconds left in our 2-minute cycle. We're going to complete our CPR cycle, check for a rhythm and check for a pulse, and then we would move them over.
And when you say move them over, what do you mean?
Move them from the pram over to the hospital gurney or hospital bed.
And prior to that point, does the staff of the emergency department touch Mr. McClain at all?
They did not. They let us finish up our 2 minutes of CPR and they had their players in place ready to go from when we were done.
Okay. And what happens after that?
After that, we stop, check a rhythm, check for a pulse. He's still in that same organized rhythm, but no squeeze to his heart. So he's still in PEA, the pulseless electrical activity. So we cannot shock him. So you just disarm the monitor and then say we're going to move them over.
Okay, and did you move him over?
We moved them over, yes, and then hospital staff immediately started taking over CPR.
Okay, and where do you go after that?
Try to unplug the monitor from we leave the combi pads on because it can plug into their monitor there. So we leave them on. I just unplug them so we can get our monitor out and get everything out of the way so they can do their job, and we get the pram out and get out into the hallway.
Okay, and do you have any other responsibilities at that point in the call?
No, next responsibilities are make sure that we can get restocked, get everything back in order so we can go in service for the next call.
Okay, did you remain at the emergency department for any period of time after the call was ended?
We did. We stayed there for a while.
Response.
It's background, Your Honor, to the entire call, to the termination of the call. I think it's
I don't like how they don't allow the whole
The
story to
court will
come out.
overrule the objection.
Thank you.
So we stayed there for a little while to see what was going on. It
Thank
was kind of
God.
concerning that a relatively young, healthy person.
Rephrase.
Following the call, did you ultimately do the patient care report in this case?
No, I went out to the hallway. Fire medic Cooper was there. The EMT or the medic from
Response.
I can rephrase.
Okay, sustained in part.
We've spoken about the patient care report. Did you draft the patient care report in this case?
I did.
Okay. Why did you draft the patient care report rather than paramedic Cooper?
As I said before, we're the busiest engine in the city. So part of our jobs is just to help each other out. And since I was on that call the entire time, I was able to see everything that happened and all the way into the hospital. And I, as a fellow paramedic, I just told paramedic Cooper, I said, I'll take that PCR from you.
And how long after the call did you complete the PCR report?
As soon as I got back to the station.
And is that PCR report solely from your point of view, written solely from your point of view?
So there's a narrative section in there. And so anyone can enter anything on a PCR. A lot of times notes are entered in the narrative section. So I'll look over and see what's in there and either take the notes. It's all my writing, but I can take what notes are in there, if there's information in, and I can put it into my report.
So you take information for the PCR report from multiple sources?
Correct. Either by what was written down or talking to the crew on the way back to the station or at the hospital.
And after the call was over, did you go back to the station?
We did.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, well, that's fair. That's fair, Valhalla. That's fair.
See, I'm allowed to look old and decrepit for my age.
I mean, I definitely don't think you look old and
Thank you, Captain. I
decrepit.
don't have any questions at this time. I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Flux can vouch. She's an old lady too, and shouldn't.
All right, based upon the time, the court's
But
going to go
Flux
ahead and
looks
take the
super young.
mid-morning recess at this time. I'd like to have the jurors back and
She's way older than me
ready in 15 minutes.
at heart. At
Don't
heart.
form or express any
Oh.
opinions or discuss the case even amongst yourselves.
Flux goes to bed at like 7 o'clock because she's a
I
90-year-old
know,
woman.
she goes to bed
Coverage
so
about this
early.
case or this kind of case, we will see you in 15 minutes.
Although I will say I've been pretty proud of her lately. She
Questions,
stayed
counsel
she
from-
stayed awake late a couple times in the last month or two.
She's living.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, you weren't too far off. AP knows. He's right, though.
Good morning, Mr. McClain.
Morning, sir.
Oh, Flux, I love
I
you.
want to start off talking about the relationship between Aurora Fire
That's funny.
and the Aurora Police
It's
Department.
funny.
Now, in direct, you said that back in 2019, there was no formal policy in place in terms of how AFR and APD were supposed to interact. Is that correct?
Oh, that's funny.
Correct.
But you guys work together all the time.
I wouldn't say all the time.
When you would go to calls, APD would probably be there on at least one of your calls every day, right?
No.
Okay. How often would you work with them?
It depends where you are in the city and what's going on that day. You could run with them, you might not.
I'm just asking about frequency. How often would you respond to EMS calls where APD was also present?
I couldn't give you an answer, honestly.
Now, when you do respond to a call with APD, you guys have to interact in some ways, right?
Correct.
Whether it's somebody who is in custody or not, there's conversations that occur.
Sometimes.
So when APD calls for a medical assist, they're calling you to come treat patients, right?
Correct.
You hear how
That's what you're
different
supposed to do.
his tone of voice is with the
Yes.
state asking questions.
It happens with
Mhm.
enough frequency that it sounds
God,
like
it's
actually
this dude
monitor
that
their
stands the
dispatch
way I
to
can't
see
stand.
what's going on. So you might have a heads up that you might need to come respond.
Which dude are
I
we
don't
talking
understand your
about?
question.
The
What-
prosecutor. I cannot stand this prosecutor at all. And then look at the way he just like leans up on the podium.
Thank you, Farrell. Thank you.
What is that about?
That was the John Cena clip that I wanted that Farrell got to me today.
Because were they saying like some doctor or something was named
Dr.
John
Cena.
Cena?
Dr.
Okay.
Cena. That's where it popped up from. Yes, Lord Bynum with the Ultimate Warrior emoji. Outstanding. Outstanding. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, sorry.
Can you
I
rephrase
wanted to
it,
play
or-
it. It wasn't
or just say
appropriate
it again? I
earlier.
don't understand.
Sure. You monitor APD's dispatch
Yeah.
because you know that you might need to come respond to some of their calls.
True.
And you do that because that happens pretty frequently.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Sometimes,
bro.
again, sometimes
No.
it does
Wrong.
happen, yes.
And when you get there, you work with the police to figure out how to
You're
deal
not
with the person
wrong.
they've got in custody.
Correct.
So they're in control of the restraints, like the handcuffs, right?
Yeah, Eris.
Yes.
And then AFR has medical control over decisions
Sorry,
of
Tia. Didn't mean to
medical
scare
treatment.
you.
Once they become our patient, then we take
Making
medical
sure y'all are
control,
awake.
yes.
That's all.
Okay. And you're getting to the point that I wanted to talk about because I thought I heard you say that they're not even your patient until they come out of handcuffs. Is that right?
Correct.
That's the John
What?
Cena
Nick, that's not
thing.
true, is it?
It is in
Don't worry about
2019,
it.
yes.
Don't worry about it.
If it's not even your patient, then how can you inject Mr. McClain with ketamine while he's wearing handcuffs?
Because that's the medication he needs to become our patient.
While he's
What?
still in handcuffs.
What did he just say?
Okay,
Yes.
stop this for a
So
sec.
he is your patient.
So
He said that's the medication he needed
he
to
needs
become
to
their
become
patient.
our patient.
Get
So
the fuck
because
out
he
of here.
testified earlier that it's not his patient until they come out of handcuffs. And the prosecutor rightfully asked him, then how did you inject him? Administer medication when he was still in handcuffs. Well, that's the medication he needed to become our patient. Like, what the?
Oh, this
Freak.
prosecutor's going to tear this dude up.
Oh,
He's
totally.
gonna-
It's going to be so uncomfortable, but I'm here for it.
Let's get
I'm
it.
here
While
for
he's
it.
in
I
handcuffs.
love it.
Yes.
I'm going to start liking
Okay.
him.
So what you said on direct, he's not your patient until the handcuffs come off. That is
Witchcraft.
not correct.
Kind of.
Excuse me, sir.
Sometimes,
Say that again, Captain.
actually, let me move on to that. When you get to the scene and Aurora Police has somebody restrained, sometimes they are restraining them in a position that is unsafe to the patient, right?
Meaning unsafe to the patient, how?
For example,
Excuse me. Overruled.
For example, the police might be holding a patient in a prone position that is unsafe for them,
Oh
right?
shit.
That could happen, yes.
And if you see the police restraining a patient in an unsafe prone
Oh, just
position,
cause. That's funny.
you can ask them to move him.
Yes.
And you guys are trained specifically about the dangers of holding people in positions like the prone position,
Correct.
and specifically the medical risks that being restrained in the prone position can cause.
Correct.
Some of those are somebody who's prone, it can be difficult for them to expand their chest and breathe adequately.
Is that a question? Yes, it is. Yes.
There's also potential risks to airway obstruction for people being held, who are being held.
You're
prone.
not wrong, Mads. Like, they're cuffed
Not
to
sure
the
how that
hospital
would
bed
cause an airway restriction.
many times.
Well, so for
It was
example,
a-
if
it
somebody
was
is
a
vomiting and they're being held
Cop out
prone,
answer. And
it's easier for that
Mhm.
vomit to get
I
into
think
their airway.
it's pretty obvious that it was a cop out
Could be.
answer. Oh, we didn't
That
have
is a
control
risk
yet. He wasn't our
of somebody being
patient.
prone.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yes.
not exactly how that works, buddy.
Now, in this particular case, Mr. McClain actually was being held prone when you first got up to the scene, right?
When I got up to the scene or anyone got up to the scene?
During
Well,
some
you
of the
got up
first
to the
times that
scene
you
at
noticed
the
Mr.
beginning.
McClain before ketamine, he was being held prone.
I don't recall seeing him prone.
Really?
The fuck?
All right, sir. You remember the interview that we played with the jury the other day, right?
He's seen the video like 40 fucking times.
Major
Yes,
crimes?
he has.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Will you please show just to the witness his interview, page 3930, lines 3 through 7.
Oh, this guy's a dick.
No, but I love him.
The captain?
Oh no, the prosecutor.
No, I'm talking about the captain.
the
captain's
prosecutor
dick.
that I hated.
That you've hated the entire
yesterday.
trial.
The question is, so behind,
Now I'm
is
like,
he
yeah.
laying,
Yeah.
on his back?
Give me a couple
on his
minutes. I'll be
stomach,
right back.
on his side?
Okay.
And your response is, he was prone on his stomach. So Fire Medic Cooper asked a few times to put him on his side. I read that correctly, didn't I?
You did.
The second part of that sentence, though, or that second sentence there, where you said that Mr. Cooper asked a few times to put Mr. McClain on his side, that's not correct, is it?
If I said it during that interview, that was probably a better recollection of
Yeah,
that call
Lord
than
Bynum.
now.
And my question is not whether you remembered things better back then than now, because obviously you'd remember better closer to the incident, right?
Right.
But that's not actually correct. Mr. Cooper did not ask the Aurora Police Department to move Mr. McClain onto his side several times.
I believe I did hear him say that.
You remember him saying it the one time as they're moving him to the gurney, and he says, we'll move him onto his side and get him onto the gurney, right?
That was one, yes.
Yes. And that's the only time Mr. Cooper says anything about moving Mr. McClain to his side, right?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay. So you don't remember another time that he asked the police to move Mr. McClain onto his side?
At this point in time, I don't remember, but like I said, it was a long time ago, so I apologize.
I understand. I'm sure you've also spent a lot of hours looking at the footage of this with your team, right?
Yes.
And from all the hours you spent looking at the footage, you're not aware of another time that Mr. Cooper says to get Mr. McClain onto his side, right?
That can be picked up by body worn camera? No.
But the point you're making here, that it's possible to ask him to move, that's true, right? You can ask the police, hey, put this guy in a safer position.
Agreed.
Good point.
Now, I want to talk about this positioning a little bit more, because you mentioned some of the dangers of being in prone in general, but that's even more important after you give somebody ketamine, right? That they not be in the prone position.
Correct.
And that's because somebody who's been given a sedative like ketamine, it's harder for them to protect their own airway.
Could be. Yep.
It's easier for somebody who's under sedation to breathe in vomit or saliva that might be in their mouth.
True.
And it's easier for them to aspirate that down into their lungs.
Potential is there, yes.
If somebody is sedated, they might breathe in so much vomit or saliva that it completely blocks off their airway.
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Response.
It's within the scope of his training. He can speak about it.
Overruled.
If somebody's under a sedative, they can breathe in so much vomit or saliva that it completely blocks the airway.
I'm sure it could, yes.
If that happens, if somebody's airway is completely blocked, they can go into respiratory arrest pretty quickly,
Yes.
like a matter of seconds.
I don't know the time frame.
Now, I'd like to show you Exhibit 105, Mr. Green's body-worn camera, starting at 0139. If we could show to the jury too, please, sorry. Go ahead and play.
You got 500.
Here we go again.
Now, Mr. Chichuniec, this position that's been described as prone, that means somebody's on their stomach, right?
That's prone, yes.
Okay. And we can see here that Mr. McClain is on his stomach.
It doesn't look like his shoulder's down to me.
Now, you just said that the definition of prone is when somebody's on their stomach. He is on his stomach here.
I can only see about abdomen up. I can't see all the way down, so I couldn't answer
His
that.
abdomen is his
Okay.
stomach.
Now, you mentioned his shoulders. If somebody's
Right?
in the prone position, in
Or
Mr.
am I wrong?
McClain's case, you would expect his right shoulder to be on or near the ground, right?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I'll go right behind his ears if he fights, all right?
Yeah, prison. Get ready for the jumpsuit.
We'll give that a minute or two, see if that works, and once it is, we'll go ahead, if you guys are okay with it, we'll uncuff him, we'll go up with the right arm, down with the left, and we'll just constrain everything. We'll give that a minute or two.
All right.
Now, just to clarify, Mr. Chichuniec, is this you with the flashlight on the top right of the screen here?
I would have to say yes.
You testified on direct that during this period from the administration of ketamine until Mr. McClain was moved to the gurney, you were observing him and assessing him, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, what you're, Rosie, here in a minute, once this medicine kicks in, we're gonna uncuff him, put him on the bed, and then we're gonna restrain him, soft point him to the bed.
Yeah.
You guys have any extra gloves on you?
My back pouch right here, dude.
Okay.
They're extra large, just so.
During this period of time, you didn't witness the police having any trouble controlling Mr. McClain, right?
Not that I can see watching that video.
I mean, from your memory as well, sir, you don't remember them having any trouble controlling him.
Well, I honestly can't pick that memory out, that time
Dude.
frame out of my memory. I can only go off of what I see on body worn
Why
camera.
did he
to be honest with you.
testify?
Can't remember every small detail.
Well, they certainly are having no trouble reaching into each other's pockets and pulling out gloves to wear, right?
Oh, wow.
You would have to ask them if they're having any trouble doing that. I don't know.
Everybody can fit them, but
Just to feel you.
Yeah, he should not have testified.
No, dude,
No.
it's not going well.
All these guys to beat him down when he's in.
Same.
Yeah.
You back up just a couple of frames there. Now, Mr. Cichuniec, at this point in time, do you remember Mr. McClain's right shoulder being flat on the grass?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can you play it back? And
I don't
I'll
think
look
it's going well.
specifically for that.
Not
I
at
wasn't
all.
sure what you were directing me to.
Just for
Sorry.
one.
And the court's going to
I think he looks like a huge liar.
Yeah.
folks that the witness does not narrate what's on the video, but testify from memory.
So my question right now, Mr. Cichuniec, is whether you remember his shoulder being essentially flat on the grass.
No, sir.
Let's continue.
Still fighting. He's still fighting a week off here. Super tired from attack.
No, he wasn't, you liar.
That's why I was getting the 5 of Ketamine. We have no idea. It's probably that's all. So we're gonna give him maybe another minute. It looks like he's starting to kick in.
Yeah, he's snoring.
So that's ready. We'll go ahead and.
He's snoring.
Take him up to you. Is he in custody or?
yeah,
Sure you will be.
I'm sure he will be, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
I'm sure he will be. What an
He's not
answer.
already.
Right.
All right.
Fucking winners.
How's he?
Yep.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get him on his side and we'll just
Sir, that comment, let's go ahead and get him on his side. That's the only time that you remember.
They had him on his side because they were using some kind of a like pain submission hold on him. They were leaning on his tricep essentially, so he like wiggled onto his side. And this, I guess, would be a question for McKinley here.
Yeah, so it very rarely happens, and I would say that this dude is not anywhere close to there yet. It would have to be like something that's just so blatant. These lies are coming across more as like he's trying to protect himself, and what we know to exist on the body cam isn't actually what happened, but he can always say that's how he remembered it.
Right. And that, I
Yeah.
guess, would be a way to get out of a perjury
Yeah.
charge. That
Right.
makes sense. Yeah, his interview was bad. This is way worse.
Yeah, it's not great.
And there was testimony early on that most adults don't breathe through their stomach; they breathe through their chest. So I would agree with that, I guess. But the prone position, I don't know. It's a technical aspect of it, right? Your whole abdomen would be. You
Oh,
can't
this
have, like, your
guy's
chest.
doing way worse than Murdoch, I think. But I am like one of the weird people that thought Murdoch did a great job on the stand. So
I don't know. I don't recall him being on the stand, but I do think that Murdoch got railroaded, and I think
yeah,
most
no,
of
I
chat thinks
thought
so
he
too.
did. I thought he did a really great job for what he had to work with. I mean, he had to admit to lying.
Yeah,
straight out of the gate. He had to admit to the biggest lie in the case, and then he had to admit to all the lies and deceit for the next however many days he was on the stand. So
which he did.
at least he did, and he did.
Mr.
All right.
Cooper ever saying to move Mr. McClain onto his side, right?
From the body worn camera, correct.
From your own memory, sir, there's not any other instance that you remember of him saying to move Mr. McClain onto his side.
Like I said before, I believe that there was a time I heard him to ask to move him, get him on his
Hey,
side,
Fed.
but I can't be 100% sure, so I'll have to say no.
Now, in the restraint protocol that you all are following here, it talks about
Where
how
you
you should
going?
never leave somebody prone, right?
Yes.
Oh,
You shouldn't transport
nice.
somebody prone.
And specifically, that leaving somebody in a prone position is dangerous for the patient, right?
Correct?
Now we can take this down, thanks. I want to go back to
Yeah, you better be
one of the
KLI.
first things that you said on direct. You were talking about how you watched the Aurora Police Dispatches system, their CAD logs, and you testified that you saw a note about somebody running around with a mask on, not making sense. Is that accurate?
Yes, I believe that's what I said.
Could we please publish to the jury Exhibit 149, the CAD log? The top section, like the first paragraph. Now, Mr. Cichuniec, the actual CAD log just says that there was a male walking southbound on Billings, has mask on, and when RP passed him, he started waving his arms, right?
That's what the fire CAD log says, yes.
The CAD log doesn't say anything about somebody not making sense.
No, it's not on there.
Okay. So when you testified on direct that the CAD log says that somebody was running around with a mask on, not making sense, that was not correct.
Objection, misrepresents the evidence foundation.
Rephrase.
So your testimony on direct was not an accurate representation of what's actually in the CAD log.
No, that's incorrect.
How is that incorrect?
Because I was looking at the police CAD.
Let's take a look at the police CAD. I believe Exhibit 148. Event remark in the second paragraph there. Also says, male walking southbound on Billings, has mask on, and when RP passed him, he started waving his arms. That's the note that you saw, right?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And it doesn't say anything about somebody not making sense.
Not in that entry, no.
You're not aware of it being anywhere else in in those entries, are you?
I can't see all of them, so I don't know.
So you're not aware of any other entry that says that Mr. McClain was not making sense while he was waving his arms around.
No.
Now, I want to talk about when you arrived on the scene. You testified that one of the officers body slammed Mr. McClain to the ground, right?
Yes, sir.
And when Mr. Lowe asked you about that, what happened after that? You said that my sense of urgency got a little broader. We needed to get our tools there. Is that correct?
Correct.
So at that point in time, was that when you ordered Mr. DeJesus or Mr. Bradley to go get your tools from the fire engine?
No, sir.
That's because you never ordered Mr. DeJesus or Mr.
Hi,
Bradley to
Gutters
go get your
Pub.
tools from the fire engine.
Hi, Gutters Pub.
No, sir.
But in the fire engine, you have portable tools, right?
Some of them we needed, yes.
Yeah. So for example, you have that orange trauma case that we saw Mr. Bradley bring out to the scene.
Yep.
But there's also
Wait,
a black airway case, right?
Correct.
And that has stuff like a bag valve mask in it.
Among others, yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there, right?
Correct.
There's also a blue oxygen kit in there, right?
Correct.
I'm spitting
So
on
you can
myself.
administer supplemental oxygen to somebody.
Yes.
Take some ketamine.
And then there's also a portable cardiac monitor, right?
Yes.
And that has pulse oximetry and capnography on it.
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, all three of those things just sat unused on the fire engine the whole night, right?
I don't recall. To this day, I don't recall.
You don't have any memory
Hey, Sean
of anybody
Bird, how you
bringing
doing,
those to the
buddy?
scene.
Like I said, I do not recall.
And you don't have any memory of ever asking somebody to go get them.
No.
Man, you guys really needed them, didn't you?
We needed the ketamine.
But you also needed a bag valve mask.
Not at that time.
But you did that night need a bag valve mask.
You very clearly
In
did.
the ambulance, yes.
And you couldn't find it in the ambulance.
I never said that. No, sir.
Well, it took you guys a while to find it.
That's incorrect.
Foundation.
Response.
I mean, I think he's answering the questions.
All right, I'll allow the witness to answer if he
This
recalls.
prosecutor's such a dick. I love it.
You guys had trouble finding some of the monitoring equipment in the ambulance.
Correct.
What was that?
Capnography.
Sorry, I was asking about the bag valve mask. I was using the wrong term there.
Okay.
You guys really needed the capnography that night.
Not really needed it. We can oxygenate somebody without capnography. It's a tool.
Sure, it's a measuring tool, right?
Correct.
It tells you whether somebody is expelling too much CO2 in their breath.
Or not enough. Yes.
Yeah. So it can be a sign that somebody's having respiratory problems.
Correct.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about information that you got when you got onto the scene. Now, when you and Mr. Cooper first show up with the EMTs, the police told you guys that Mr. McClain had been put in the carotid.
When you say you guys, can you be more specific, please?
Sure. You were aware from the police that Mr. McClain had been put into the carotid.
Well, from my memory back then, no, I was not.
And you qualified that by saying, from my memory back then, I was not. Are you saying that from watching the body-worn camera, you're aware that you were there when they told you he'd been put in the carotid?
I was not there when that information was given over.
So is it your testimony that you were never aware that Mr. McClain had been put into the carotid?
That is correct.
They also made you aware that Mr. McClain had gone unconscious.
They never made me aware that Mr. McClain was unconscious.
Bullshit.
They said
And they
he's
also made you
snoring.
aware,
Oh, yeah. And that they
Mr.
had,
McClain, that they thought Mr.
Done the
McClain was
thing.
on something.
Bullshit. They
Yay,
said
Flash.
they've used carotid
Never
twice,
told me
once
that
successfully.
Mr. McClain was on anything.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Get it, Flux.
Please play for the jury, Exhibit 107,
Get it, girl.
Sergeant Leonard's camera, starting at 22:53.
Oh, this dude's so full of shit.
He speaks English.
Yeah, he's. You want to answer my question?
This is you right here, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
And when Sergeant Leonard started talking, you just looked.
Hi, little
straight at
peanut.
him, right?
I did.
Go ahead.
But we put him out. We put him out with the carotid twice. At least once successfully. So stop.
So when Sergeant Leonard relayed.
What the hell happened to the sound?
You looked right at him.
Objection, big.
Overrule.
At what point?
When he started telling you guys what had happened, you looked right at him.
When he started, yes.
And then you
Hi,
looked down
Stacey
at the
Ann.
patient.
How you doing?
Correct.
And so your testimony is that you have no recollection of him saying this other stuff, that you never heard that?
That is correct.
Okay. So you basically have like no idea what's happening at this scene then, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
What did you do to try and figure out what's happening at the scene then?
By visual assessment, try to see what's going on, see if I could decipher. And at one point, I don't know whose vehicle it was, but I went up to an APD officer and asked if they knew what was going on that was not involved in the immediate
Glad you're
area.
here.
Okay. And did that person tell you that Mr. McClain had been in the carotid?
They had no information. I was trying to find out if they knew family or knew him or anything that could pass on, and they had no information.
So you didn't turn
He
back to Sergeant Leonard.
he went to the
And
guy
ask
in
him
the
what had happened
police
before.
car. He walked away from the scene and goes to the dude in the police car who has no information, obviously, because he's not there, and ask him what's going on.
Get him, Kinley.
Dude, he's bad.
He's going to prison. This dude's so screwed.
He's getting convicted, I think.
Is it my turtle tank? It might be my turtle tank.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. It makes you kind of need to pee. That's it.
I pointed the jets down too. But yeah, I guess there's a little bit of noise.
It's a little sprinkling trinkle. Oh, sorry. I made you push a button.
It's
Look
okay.
at what I did.
It'll be all right. Hopefully. 1 gig fiber, y'all.
Oh, Sean Bird, you haven't been watching. Yeah, all y'all really need to know is that these paramedics are now testifying in their own defense, and they're going to
Before you
prison.
got there.
Yeah, they're not.
did not.
He's not doing a very good job.
You
That's
didn't
for
ask any
damn
of
sure.
these other guys who were on the scene what had happened before you got there.
No, I did not.
Now, shortly after this, you explained that you went up sort of to the North Billings area to help figure out how to get the ambulance in. Is that right?
Correct.
And then when you came back, you still hadn't figured out from anybody what had happened before you guys got there?
I believe that's true, yes.
Now, when you came back, Mr. McClain was still in handcuffs.
Yes.
During the whole time
That's
you were
funny.
there were either 2 or 3 police officers holding him down.
Sounds accurate, yes.
Sean, do you need to
And
catch up,
he
or do you
never
got
Yeah,
it?
he
got
needs
out of
to
those
catch up.
handcuffs.
And so does Fed,
No, he
I
did not.
think.
He was on the ground with those officers holding him there the whole time.
All right. So the premise of this case, obviously, is Elijah McClain got called. A suspicious person was called in. It happened to be Elijah McClain. Police officer showed up and went hands-on very quickly. They used a carotid choke, choked him unconscious. He aspirated. The paramedics showed up and essentially chemically sedated him with ketamine before they did anything. He then stopped breathing and his heart stopped by the time they got to the hospital, by the time they got basically in the ambulance. He didn't make it. 3 police officers were charged. This is the 3rd trial involved with the murder of Elijah McClain, and this is 2 paramedics that are defendants. Right now, the captain, at the time lieutenant, on scene for the fire rescue is on the stand, which is a horrible idea, and it's becoming more and more evident that it was a horrible idea by the second. And I'm curious to see if Jeremy Cooper takes the stand after this. But I don't like this guy's
I
chances.
think he's going to, for sure. He has to now.
You think?
Oh, there's no way he can't take. I mean, there's no way. At this point, his co-defendant has taken the stand. He's also going to have to take the stand.
Sitting there, though, hearing this, listening to all
Yeah,
this, I
I
don't
mean-
know if I would. Be like,
Which is going to make him even worse on the stand, probably, right?
possibly.
Yeah, it's going to be painful.
Yeah, Peter Chichuniec is on the stand right now, and he's very evasive and it seems to me to be playing stupid. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't see. Oh, I didn't know. And I don't think it's working out well.
And I think today, Sean Bird, is like day 15 or 14, and the state they're waiting on a verdict right now. Maybe they already had the verdict, actually.
They
I'm not
were
sure.
they were waiting. It was deliberations today in real life.
Yeah.
No, this is the defense case in chief. The prosecutor, the state, is on cross right now. But Yeah, today when we started, jury was in deliberations already. So this is day 12 for us. We've got 13, 4, we got like 3 more days after this before we're all caught up. I mean, it could be an
It
acquittal.
could be.
I don't see it happening though. Hopefully that got you caught up a little bit, Sean. Hopefully.
Yeah, and we've heard like tons of medical experts testifying about stuff. I tuned out, honestly, if I'm being completely honest. I scrolled on my phone for all of that because it was big words, and I don't do big words.
A lot of technical medical terms involved in this.
Holding? They were struggling with him, yes.
He didn't get up and run away.
No, he did not run away.
And of course, chat, we are dual
He
streaming.
didn't even get up.
So please hit the like for both of us. We
No,
appreciate
he
it.
did not get up.
And if you have only one device available, go ahead and watch on
You mentioned when
McKinley's.
you
Let's
came
get her
back
some
to the
watch
scene
hours. Shit.
That at one point in time, you
Thanks,
looked down
Val. I
and
appreciate
noticed
that.
a
Always,
puddle of
babe.
vomit in
Always.
front of Mr. McClain, and you moved it with your foot. Is that right?
I didn't know what it was, so I moved it with my foot, and then it looked like emesis or vomit.
Okay.
That's
Was it
so
that same red emesis and
terrible.
vomit that you noticed
On
later
his
on in
way
the
walking
call?
home from the 7-Eleven, technically.
I don't recall if it was the same or not.
That emesis, was it in the area sort of in front of where Mr. McClain's mouth was in the grass?
In that general area, yes.
And when we see on the body camera, you kind of moved something with your foot. Is that what you're referring to? You were checking that vomit?
Checking to see what was there, yes.
Aw.
I'd like to
That's
talk
so
a little bit about
nice.
your training.
Oh,
You went
How did I do
through
that?
the ketamine training,
Sorry.
right?
You're good.
Correct.
All those slides that we saw in that PowerPoint.
Yes.
And the protocols, like the excited,
Action, Your Honor, this is outside the scope, correct?
Response.
Your Honor, it goes to the underlying actions of the defendant and the reason for taking those actions. So it also goes
No,
to
he
his
didn't do
credibility, which is always relevant,
anything.
admissible, and subject to inquiry on
Yeah, he
cross.
really didn't do anything.
Still outside the scope. There was
He was
no
walking
mention of
home
his
with-
training, particularly with respect to ketamine.
a ski mask, I think, and
I'll
was
some
Earphones,
brief inquiry.
was
Yeah.
dancing or something.
And
dancing.
then it goes to potentially credibility.
You know, he played
for
the
impeachment.
violin, right?
I did not.
Yeah, he
You're
was
also familiar with
apparently
the
very good at it.
agitated patient protocol.
Yes.
Somebody who has excited delirium, you would describe that as somebody who has no control
It was
over their
like
body at all.
69 degrees, I believe. But
Yes.
there's reports that he was like
And
anemic
somebody
and
who
was
is
always
totally
cold.
out of control.
And vegan and
Yes.
I don't know. I can't remember that. We might have added that part.
Now, I'd like to talk about some of the things that are in that training that we've been talking about already. Could we please publish to the jury Exhibit 250, Part 2?
I don't know if it was normal
It
fed,
was
but it
definitely
wasn't.
August.
It wasn't illegal. It wasn't a justification for being
Now,
called
sir,
a
you
suspicious
emphasized
person.
a moment ago that a
Right.
patient should never be transported in the prone
Shouldn't
position.
have had the cops called on him
But
over
in
it.
paragraph 2, your training makes very clear that they should never be kept in the prone position too, right?
Yes.
So it's not just being transported prone that's bad, it's being kept prone that's bad.
Correct.
Particularly so after somebody gets ketamine. I mean, this is from the ketamine training, right?
Correct.
Go ahead and take that down. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the patient care report.
Right, Eris.
You mentioned on
Same.
direct that you were the one who wrote everything that's in there, right?
Everything? No.
Well, the final report, you are the author of that.
Of the narrative section, yes.
Okay. And in the narrative section, everything that's in there is your writing.
Yes.
And you're not aware of anybody else writing in anything in that section before you did it.
I don't recall.
Right. You don't have any memory of anybody having written anything in that section before you got there.
Right.
I just wanted to clarify because on direct, you said sometimes people will leave notes in there that you might incorporate, but you don't have any memory of somebody else leaving notes in there.
Right. I don't know if they did. I don't know if they didn't.
Right. And from your review of everything here, you're pretty, you don't know if anybody else ever tapping anything into the tablet either, are you?
Feds in Norway.
I couldn't keep an eye on it the whole time, so
Oh,
I don't
really?
know. I can't answer that.
And obviously you can't rule something out if it happened when you couldn't see it, but from everything you've seen, you're not aware
And Mads in
of
Denmark?
anybody else putting any information into
Yeah.
that tablet except you.
Isn't that where Baker's from?
Yep.
I don't know.
We got a bunch of the Scandinavian
Nice.
folk. Yeah.
So I'd
People
like to
go
talk a
visit.
little bit about that patient care report. Could we please publish to the jury exhibit 282? And let's start with the patient HX, about a third of the way down the first page. Now, sir, you estimated Mr. McClain's weight at 85 kilograms. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Approximately.
Way off.
Let's back out and go down to the narrative section.
$100 is not far
No.
though.
In the format of this, we see SO.
It's far for them. It's not far for us.
I guess so.
Notes sometimes.
Yeah.
on the
Yeah,
trial?
definitely not in
That's
Texas.
correct, yes.
Right.
Okay, and the S, the first section, that's subjective notes that you.
The nearest
gather
grocery
about
store to
patient.
me is like a half hour
Correct.
away.
The second, in the second
Yeah,
line
that's
there,
crazy though.
you write there was no subjective
like it.
attained from the patient as he was suffering from possible excited delirium, right?
Yes.
I mean, there was no subjective obtained from the patient because nobody asked him a single question, right?
Yes.
Now,
Wait,
the last sentence there, unknown on history, allergies, and meds. The medical history, potential allergies, or other medications are unknown because nobody ever tried to ask Mr. McClain about those things.
Are you leaving to
Correct.
work? Did I miss this?
yeah.
And these are pretty standard
think
things that you
so.
document in a SOAP note, right? Allergies, history, meds.
Yes.
Well, later,
and
don't work if
subjective
you're leaving.
impressions on
Appreciate
what
you,
the
brother.
patient was oriented.
Now, subjective is everything that we're told.
Okay. Well, let's move down then to the, that's the objective section, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Now,
go cook. Cook
In
lots.
the objective section, in that second line, it says the patient appears to be alert, conscious, breathing,
Hi, Ellie.
tachypnic with equal
Hey,
rise
Ellie. How you doing, babe?
MOEX4, and skin very cool, diaphoretic. Now, skin very cool. You're aware that nobody.
I'm not sure if he actually had the authority to do so. I don't know that it was ever in testimony. I guess it would kind of depend on how their protocols work out. But I was always under the impression that
What?
once the medics took care or took custody of somebody, then they were in charge of said person.
Yes, but right now the battle is coming down to when do they have custody of him?
Right. I would think that it was at least at the moment of injection at the latest, right?
You would think, but they actually remember the cops telling them like, no, we're not gonna
Yeah,
take the
yeah.
cuffs off of him until, and they listened. So
They actually touched Mr. McClain to find out if his skin was cool, right?
Later, brother, man. Appreciate you.
I disagree.
bye.
Certainly prior to the administration of ketamine, nobody from fire touched Mr. McClain to see what temperature his skin was.
I disagree.
Prior to the administration of ketamine, when did somebody from fire touch Mr. McClain?
Fire medic Cooper did
When?
prior to the administration of ketamine.
When?
Prior to
In
the
the act
administration
of,
ketamine.
it doesn't count.
Are you referring to when he puts his hand down at the same time he's injecting ketamine?
Prior to that, yes.
Before that?
Before he administered the ketamine, yes.
How far before that?
Moments before.
Oh, he's going to prison.
Like a few seconds before that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And did he tell you that when he reached down seconds before administering ketamine, that Mr. McClain's skin was cool?
Not at that time.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk about the P section.
Yeah.
Plan or treatment.
Now, the very first sentence there
Lying.
says, attempted to check the patient's pulse, and we weren't able to. Now, Mr. Cichuniec, nobody actually tried to take Mr. McClain's pulse.
Okay, see you, Lord Bynum.
Okay.
He's talking to the person about to spend 10, 15
This
years
is an
in prison.
incorrect statement. Right?
I don't think so because I know Mr. Cooper went down to engage, and that's when the body
That's
slam happened.
embarrassing.
It happens. It happens.
So is your testimony that what you are referring to here as attempted to check patient's pulse is the moments right before the body slam happened?
My face is so red.
Yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Cooper never said he was trying to take his pulse.
You don't have to say everything you're going to do on an assessment. You don't verbalize it when you go down to do it.
So you are inferring that that's what he was trying to do there?
Common practice, yes.
Okay. It'd be common practice as soon as you get near a patient to try and take their pulse.
Yes, if we can, yes.
Yeah. And that's pretty important because that's how you can find out if somebody's tachycardic or something.
Correct.
If they have like an irregular pulse or an arrhythmic pulse, that's how you would detect that.
Correct.
Now, are you saying that you saw Mr. Cooper go in to try and take that pulse before the body slam happened?
Yes.
All right, let's please play
Oh,
to the
buddy.
jury Exhibit 105.
They've
Not
seen this
getting down.
video. They've seen this video like
Starting at
40
22,
times. They know he's full of
55.
shit.
56.
Of course. And the jury knows it.
That's what I'm saying. The jury
Yeah.
knows that he's full of shit.
Yeah. They've got it memorized. That's why it's so smart of the prosecutors
He
to play
speaks
it every.
English.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
He speaks English. Come on.
But he's definitely not something.
At least once successfully. Stop messing around, man.
Still out.
We'll just leave him.
You've already been told several times to stop.
I can't fix myself.
Ah. You can tell he can't breathe when he's saying, I can't fix myself.
We're trying to take his pulse.
Well, he's not going to engage then. No.
Sir, you just testified under oath to this jury that Mr. Cooper leaned down to try and take his pulse.
So
Careful, prosecutor.
yes, he
in
talked
Canton,
to
Massachusetts,
to
that's
see if
witness
he spoke
intimidation.
English, and then he was going to start to assess the patient, and that's when the body slam occurred.
And the sign of him trying to take the pulse is him having his thumbs in his belt?
Correct. Argumentative.
Factual.
Sustained.
Did you see anything on that video that would indicate Mr. Cooper was leaning down to try and take a pulse?
I think that's quite likely, Lord Bynum.
Characterizes the testimony.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Ask again, please.
You didn't see anything on that video that would indicate
Oh, really?
Mr. Cooper was even trying to lean down, did you?
He was starting.
If they
his
would have gotten
assessment.
off his
Yes, that's
pressure
what I saw.
points, he would have stopped moving.
I'm not asking
Probably.
about starting his
I
assessment.
would
Oh, I
assume
thought
so.
pressure
I know
point.
that
I thought being
you
on
think
your
that
pressure points makes
Just
you
looking at
stop
somebody,
moving.
But I'm talking
Well,
about
you're
taking
gonna
a pulse.
squirm.
You
Like
didn't
it's
see
it's
Oh.
pain
down to take a
compliance.
pulse.
It's
No.
very painful.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very painful, pressure points. That's why they use them.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about the conversation you testified to between you and paramedic Cooper. When you guys were talking Am I understanding your testimony correctly that you asked whether he wanted narcs or ketamine?
Which conversation?
So shortly before, when you came back from the North Billings area and reapproached Mr. McClain, you had a conversation with Mr. Cooper where you said you guys decided to do the ketamine. Do you remember that conversation?
I believe so. If you can go further, I'll remember it, I'm sure.
Sure. Am I understanding your testimony correctly that you asked Mr. Cooper whether he wanted narcs or whether he wanted ketamine?
Yes.
Okay. When you say narcs, what drug are you referring to there?
When we say narcs, we refer to what's called a narcs box, and it carries different narcotics in there. Carries fentanyl, ketamine, and Versed.
Okay. Is that Versed also known as midazolam?
That is correct.
Okay. And am I understanding your testimony correctly that you and Mr. Cooper sort of agreed jointly that ketamine was the way to go here?
Yes.
Now, if we could please publish to the jury Exhibit 219,
To-
Protocol 610, the agitated patient excited delirium protocol.
Midazolam, Versed.
Now, is
It's a benzo
when you talk about narcs,
used for
are you
anesthesia
talking
and
about
procedural sedation.
benzodiazepines?
That's a slang term that we use, narcs. They're controlled substances that are locked up in a box, a lockbox.
Okay. Sorry, I meant in that conversation with Mr. Cooper, when you say narcs or ketamine, you're talking about benzodiazepines or ketamine?
Or fentanyl. Those are all narcs that are locked up in the box.
Okay. And you're trying to determine on all the protocols you have, which one would be appropriate.
Yes,
Now, fentanyl is not indicated for agitated patients, right?
that's correct.
But benzodiazepines can be for categories of agitated patients.
Correct, yes.
And in fact, that's exactly what we're talking about on the bottom left of this agitated patient protocol, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So when you and Mr. Cooper are having this conversation, narcs or ketamine, you're basically saying, are we going to go down the left side of this protocol or the right?
Correct.
And that's important because this protocol covers both excited delirium patients, but also just people who are agitated.
Agreed.
If somebody's agitated, that might be because they have a reversible medical condition that's causing them to be agitated.
Correct.
Like if somebody's
Oh,
having
Houston. I'm from Houston.
diabetic crisis, they might come
Okay,
across
sorry.
as agitated, but really they just need insulin.
Correct.
Somebody who is having trouble breathing might be really struggling around trying to get better breath, but what they need is more oxygen to be able to breathe.
Objection, speculation.
It's within his training.
Not that I'm aware of.
I'll
Yeah.
allow the question overall.
So somebody who's struggling to breathe might be moving around a lot, right?
Could be, yes.
And that person might need oxygen or help breathing.
Potentially.
You might also have somebody who's agitated because they were in a scuffle with the police and they're struggling.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Response.
Judge, I'm inquiring about his training and his understanding of this protocol and what the differences between the left path and the right path are.
He's essentially asking hypotheticals, Your Honor. He's not an expert.
Sustained on that ground.
Valid objection.
So, Mr. Cooper, your understanding of this protocol is that
Oh, not
somebody who just is in a scuffle with police but doesn't have excited delirium, they would go down the left side of the protocol.
Me or Mr. Cooper? Sorry.
Sorry, you, sir.
Okay.
Your understanding is that if somebody doesn't
I don't
have
believe
excited
so.
delirium,
I don't think so.
that they would go down the left side of the protocol if they're agitated.
Correct. Based off the signs and symptoms, yes.
And what you described earlier as those key signs of excited delirium, somebody who's has no control over their body at all, totally out of control, that's captured on the protocol where it says they are truly out of control, right?
That's some of the symptoms, yes.
No?
Well, not just some of the symptoms, that's the predicate description for everything, right? These patients are truly out of control and they will have some of the following symptoms, right?
Correct.
This dude's going to prison.
Now, I want to talk about the top left two boxes here. first box indicates that this is only appropriate if somebody is a danger to themselves or others, right?
Correct.
And the second part is attempting to reasonably address their concerns, right?
Yes.
And right below it, assuming they have a medical cause of agitation to treat those reversible causes, right?
The next box, yes.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, somebody who's maybe having a diabetic attack or some other medical condition.
Correct.
And if that's what their problem is, you should treat that.
Yes.
You can take this down. Now, you indicated that you were the one who went over and ordered up the ketamine from the Falk ambulance. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you ordered that ketamine in a dosage of 500 milligrams.
Correct, 500.
Prior to doing that, you and Mr. Cooper didn't have a conversation about how much Mr. McClain weighed.
We had a conversation on the dose.
Right. And you both just agreed 500.
Yes.
But under your estimate of Mr. McClain's weight, the appropriate dose would have only been 425.
Correct.
The reason you moved it up to 500 is because you thought he was extra agitated.
I moved it up to 500 because of the training we were given on ketamine when we were taught to give either 300 for small, 400 for medium, and 500 for large. So I went off the training that we were given.
Now, Mr. Cichuniec, one of the reasons you went up from 425 to 500 is because you thought he had a particularly agitated state and was showing signs and symptoms of excited delirium.
That is correct. And I'm not going to under-medicate someone by giving them 400. I'm going to go up to the next one per our training.
So that's not what your training said to do.
Now, in your training, there's nothing in there that says give more if you think they have strong symptoms.
Also, they've said
Right, there's
over and
nothing
over again
printed
that
in
there's
the
not like a
PowerPoint,
deeper
but those
level of
were-
sedation.
As we all heard,
So the
Mr.
more
Chambers talk about that.
the
he
larger
builds
dose
off of
wouldn't
that in their
work
side
like he
conversations that
thinks
go
it
off of
would.
that, and that's where we were taught, we were trained to go 300, 400, 500.
I'm not asking about those starting points of 3, 4, 5. I'm asking about whether or not there is anything in the training that says increase the dose if you think somebody's extra agitated. That's not in there, is it?
Not written in there, no.
And that's not part of one of the side conversations either.
That training was back in 2018, so I couldn't recall every side conversation.
Right. So you have no memory of a side conversation that would say increase the dose if you think they're extra agitated.
No, I do not.
So if you increased the dose because he was extra agitated, that would not be consistent with your training.
Repeat, I'm sorry. Let me clarify so I can make sure I answer it.
If you increase the dose because of his agitation level, that would be inconsistent with your training.
I disagree.
You're not wrong, atheist.
Didn't you just testify that the training doesn't say that you increase the dose if somebody is extra agitated?
Right?
And you have no memory of any other training side conversation that would say that's okay.
Not for the extra agitation, as you call it.
Right.
He's going to prison.
And certainly the protocol itself is black
I
and
love
white,
this.
5 milligrams per kilogram.
Correct. Yes, it is.
And it doesn't say increase the dose if somebody's extra agitated.
That wording is not in there. No.
That idea is not in there.
Why are you feeling sorry for Kay? Why?
I disagree.
Where in the protocol does it communicate the idea that you should give a higher dose just because somebody has higher agitation?
It doesn't say that, but the way you worded it means that we can give more because we can call in for an extra ketamine.
If the first dose doesn't work, then you can call in for extra ketamine, right? You didn't call in this case.
No, we did not.
mentioned a moment ago this idea of rounding up from 425 to 500. I mean, on those syringes, they're marked every, what, 100?
The 5cc syringe is marked every one cc, cubic centimeter, and then it has divisions in between.
I'm not much of a baker, Mr. Cichuniec, but if I've got a 1 cup measuring, I can get pretty close to like a half cup just by looking at it, right?
Objection, foundation, speculation.
Sustain.
With a syringe, if you wanted to give 450, you could just fill halfway between 400 and 500.
Same objection.
Response.
It's certainly within the scope of his experience. He's just testified about how they're marked and draw up.
Further foundation.
Have you filled those syringes yourself?
Yes,
You're familiar with how they fill
correct.
and how they're marked.
Yes,
So you can just look at the syringe if you wanted to give 450 and go halfway between the 4 and the 5 mark.
Foundation.
Overruled.
would be a guess.
Now, you might not know whether you're getting 449 or 451, but you can get pretty close to halfway between those two markers.
Close, yes.
Now all of a sudden he's worried about
His
the
idea is
exact
getting-
measurements.
The right
Yeah.
dose, giving it to the right person in the right amount and all that. You've described that previously as the 5 rights, is that correct?
Correct. We have 6 rights in our protocol.
What are the 6 rights?
He's got a link fed
Right drug,
Always, right?
right patient, right time,
every day
right
on this.
dose, right expiration, and right documentation.
He stayed up really late last night though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that stream for him was like 3 or 4 in the morning or
Oh,
something.
yeah. I forgot he was on that stream. Yeah. Yeah, that was late.
When you say right dose,
He's an old man. Takes a while to recover from that
according
kind
to
of
your weight
stuff.
measurement, the right dose was 425, right?
Correct.
So under your own estimation, this was the wrong dose.
Correct.
Not per my training, no.
And that's that 300, 400, 500 thing that happened off the PowerPoint that you're talking about.
That's
I
correct.
think that makes sense.
Within the terms of the protocol, it was the wrong dose.
Correct.
Now,
Oh yeah, he might be. He might be in bed.
that dose of 500 milligrams per kilogram, or excuse me, 500 milligrams, you're aware that that was an overdose for a patient of Mr. McClain's actual size.
No.
You're aware that he only weighed 143 pounds.
After the fact, yes.
Yes. And so you're aware that the actual appropriate dose for his weight would have been 325.
Correct.
So you're aware that the 500 you actually gave was an overdose for somebody of Mr. McClain's size.
I couldn't define overdose because everything we've been told, it was a therapeutic level.
You're aware that it was significantly more ketamine than somebody of Mr. McClain's size should have been given.
Yes.
Okay,
In fact,
bye,
more than
Flash
50%
fan.
more than somebody of his size should have been given.
Objection, this represents the.
Bye, Flash. Appreciate you.
All right, I'll allow the question if the witness can answer it.
It was more than 50% more than what he should have been given.
I'd have to do the math. I don't know.
Sure. So math. He's supposed to get 5 milligrams per kilogram, right?
Yes.
What he
Oh,
actually
let's
got
go. I
was
figured you'd be all about it.
7.7 milligrams per kilogram.
Okay. I remember hearing that.
That's more than half above
Yes.
5 milligrams per kilogram. So it was more than 50% more than what he should have been given.
Yes.
Excuse me
Was
for
that
1
you?
second.
Okay.
That's all I have for you right now, Mr. Chichuniec. Thank you.
That was like during the
Redirect.
Dan Markle or the Charlie Adelson trial when June's phone went off. Y'all remember that if y'all watched that?
On cross-examination, you recall being asked about the graduations on the particular syringes that are used.
Oh, John, I am
Correct.
so sick of 6
Have you ever, in your career, actually administered ketamine yourself in the field?
I have not. That was the first time.
See,
And
I don't like
In your
that.
career, have you ever delivered a dose of medicine to a patient by eyeballing the dose?
No, I have not.
Why wouldn't you do that?
Well, because then we're just guessing at what amounts in
Oh.
there.
Thank you, Ellie.
And does that potentially affect the patient?
Think
Very
so?
well could. If we don't give enough, it's not going to help them. If we give too much, it could go the other way.
And can you explain to the jury why, based on your training, when you assessed Mr. McClain's weight at approximately 85 kilograms, you went up to 500 rather than down to 400 for this
Ellie, they have
suggested
good
dose of ketamine?
boots.
So ketamine was the right drug, but the right dose is weight-based, but based off the training that we received of 300, 400, 500, small, medium, large, I'm not going to under-medicate somebody.
Why not? You've said that twice now. Can you explain to the jury why you don't want to under-medicate someone?
Couldn't you just give them more if you
Well, in this case,
under-medicated
with
them?
excited delirium, suspected excited delirium,
Yeah, right?
it could kill you. And if we don't work fast, he could die. And
Bitch, he did
I
die.
don't want to under-medicate someone to go down
Yeah.
to 400 and then have to pick up the phone to call a doctor to ask for more medication after I waited the 1 to 5 minutes to see if it took
Oh,
effect.
I want
And if
these-
it didn't,
These boots.
I mean, time is of the essence. So I went off the training and went up to 500.
Were you ever informed at any point in your training that underestimating somebody's weight would have lethal implications potentially?
Sustain.
Were you ever informed of the potential fatality associated with delivery of ketamine?
500 was the most he could give without getting higher
During our
authorization.
training, we were told numerous times
Also,
that this is a
what he
safe,
actually gave him.
effective drug.
Isn't it also like the most amount that was in the
Yes, ma'am.
vial?
He's just answering the question that was led to by opposing counsel on cross-examination. regarding his
I'm not
training.
100%. I know there was talk of a 500
Overall,
milligram or milliliter bottle at one
ahead.
point,
So-
but I don't
Yeah,
know if
it
it was
came
on.
in
We were
his.
taught that
500.
as a safe drug.
But that was,
And
it might have been
will
a
not know
different
that. That
ambulance
is-
because their box was small or something. I
Ketamine
don't
is
remember
what
the
is needed for
details.
excited delirium.
Yeah,
That is the
they didn't
only
have any on their,
drug that we
engine,
can carry that can
but it was on the
stop what
ambulance.
is going on and to calm him down so we can control his airway, we can control him and get the safety of him, get him to the hospital as quick as we can.
And speaking of the protocol, can we bring up People's Exhibit 219, please? Oh, there we go. You were asked by Mr. Slidhauer on cross-examination about the preliminary paragraph under excited delirium syndrome on the left. Do you see that?
Danger to self and others.
No, no, no.
Oh.
Right here, the excited delirium syndrome
yeah,
on the
who
left.
was he a
correct.
danger
And that
to?
first
Seriously.
initial little couple of sentences there that starts these patients. Do you see that?
Yes, where they have a life-threatening medical emergency.
Right. And the question was put to you, these patients are truly out of control and they will have some or all of the following symptoms. Do you recall that question?
Correct, I do.
That paragraph, does it say they are truly out of control and they will have some or all of the following symptoms?
Does not.
It says, in fact, that they are truly out of control and have a life-threatening medical emergency, correct?
Correct.
They
Yeah.
will have some or all of the following
I
symptoms.
think I
right?
was 85
correct.
kilos
So,
when I graduated basic
Somebody
training.
showing signs of excited delirium doesn't have to have all of these symptoms, correct?
sustain.
Of these symptoms, how many of these symptoms does a patient have to have?
At least one.
At least one. That can't be for real.
Could you bring up
I
exhibit?
guess it
282?
was.
Well, it was at least the answer he wanted.
I
And
mean,
could you
it didn't
highlight?
get objected to.
Sorry, just 1 minute here. The narrative portion of exhibit 282, please.
Are we sped up?
Captain
Yeah, we're at
Chichuniec, you recall being
1.25.
asked Questions
Okay, cool.
about the skin being cool in the O paragraph, the skin being cool and very diaphoretic.
Yes, I do.
Now, you never touched Mr. McClain while you were on scene, did you?
No, I did not.
Do you have any memory or recollection of where you got that information to put in your report?
Like I said before, after the call, when we go out to the nurse's station, we talk about the call. When I said I'll take the report. And we also
Discussed
talk
how we
about
were
the
gonna
call
cover
when
our
we got back to
ass.
the station. So
Yeah.
throughout
Yeah.
some period, somewhere we talked about that he was cool and diaphoretic. It's the cool touch. So somewhere we talked about it.
Okay, you can take that down. Cool, thanks. If you could bring up Exhibit 250, and I believe it was ketamine training slide 2. Is that the slide that you brought up? Is it slide 2? 30? Part 2, slide 15, thank you. You recall being asked a question about this second bullet point here?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you transport Mr. McClain in the prone position?
No, sir, we did not. We transported him on his back.
Did you transport him in a hobbled position?
No, we did not.
When you were on scene, did you keep him
Yep.
in a prone position?
No, we did not.
And during the times that you recall observing Mr. McClain while you were on scene, was he in the prone position the entire time, every time you saw him?
No, he was not in the prone position the entire time.
Can you describe for the jury what Mr. McClain was doing, what the police officers were doing in terms of his position?
Well, the police officers were struggling with him. It seemed like a lot of the times when they'd get him up, he would try to move to get out, like scoot out from the holds that they were doing on him. So they would have to keep trying to reposition him.
Can you bring up Exhibit 107 at time counter 22:53:13, please? (22:53:13). And can you play it for just a few seconds? And Mr. Cichuniec, if you could watch.
He speaks English. Yeah, he's. You want to answer my questions? But we put him out. We put him out with a.
Now, Mr. Cichuniec, it was pointed out to you on cross-examination that as soon as Sergeant Leonard starts talking, you look at him immediately, correct?
Correct.
Then what do you do?
Well, you can hear the loud car in the background, and then I look down at Mr. McClain.
And what are you doing when you look down at Mr. McClain?
An assessment, looking at him, see if there's anything changing, anything needs to be done.
And is your focus on what Sergeant Leonard is saying?
No, it is not.
Where is your focus?
Down at Mr. McClain.
And who is this individual standing between you and Sergeant Leonard at this time?
That was firefighter Bradley.
You can take that down, Cole, thanks. There was some discussion about there being no transfer protocol between Aurora Police and Aurora Fire in 2019. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you answered a question from Mr. Slothower that the patient is your patient while you're in handcuffs. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What's the difference between a patient in handcuffs and a patient out of handcuffs?
Well, patient in handcuffs, APD is helping us so we can get the necessary medication on board so we can get him fully over to the pram and take over completely. So once he's out of handcuffs, he is our patient and we are going to work. We go from there.
Are you in control of a patient that's in handcuffs?
We are not.
If you could bring up Exhibit 105 at 23:01:39, please.
There's entirely too much Kardashian talk in chat right now. I'm about to disown all of you.
Ellie just changed it. Oh, okay. Let's talk about, what is it, Travis Kelce?
And Taylor Swift.
And can you play
And
it for
Taylor
just
Swift?
7 seconds? I mean,
You guys
play
are
it,
horrible.
Until 23:02.
That's all I know.
Please.
They got 500 ketamine? Yep. Awesome, thank you. Okay.
Sorry.
Right behind his ear if he fights, all right?
We'll give that a minute or two, see if that works, and once it is,
You were asked a question about whether or not Elijah McClain was prone at this point. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you also recall how many officers were holding him down during this time?
Oh, I thought you meant the color.
There are at
But
least
yeah,
3, and I
okay.
believe another one's standing with his foot on him. on his legs.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Oh, I've never seen her concert.
You were asking
Hi,
questions
Stacey
about
Ann.
I
needing
think my
capnography
sister-in-law just
studies.
saw her like last month
Recall
or
that?
something.
Correct. Yes, I recall.
Oh,
At
really?
what point in the evening
So
My
it's a
mom
good
loves
show.
her.
capnography?
She took
to
her
treat Mr. McClain?
oldest daughter.
So once we got in the back of the ambulance,
Oh, really?
part of the monitoring is to check capnography. And though we couldn't find it, I continued to bag the patient like I was talking about earlier and then intubated him. And when you intubate somebody, you have to have capnography on also to verify proper tube placement. So a tube, when you intubate, you stick a tube down into their lungs and then it blows a balloon up and it secures their airway. So one way to tell is to actually see that you have capnography. So gas, CO2 coming out.
And that was in the back of the ambulance that you needed that.
That was, yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
May the witness step down?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, it's just us, guys. What should we do? It looks like Val's actually like doing something with the little scrubber there, if y'all can see. See, he's moving it. He's moving the tick marker. Oh, he stopped. Yeah, I don't know, Mads. I felt the same way about this case until they started talking, and then I was like, yeah.
Okay, folks, we're going to take an early lunch break.
Do
It's
less
11:30,
talking.
just about by the clock that's on the wall. I'd like to have the jurors
Okay, bye,
back
KLI.
at
Okay,
15
yeah,
minutes
keep
until 1
listening.
o'clock. That'll give you roughly 75 minutes. Don't form or express any
Should I put
opinions
on
or
a show
discuss
about the
case, do your own
Kardashians?
independent
I feel like
research.
that would
Avoid
be
any press
boring.
coverage about this case or this kind of case. We'll see you back in roughly an hour and 15 minutes.
What about books? Did she get any banned books after? Oh, that's cool. Oh, here, hold on. Look, I can pull this up. I did not know that.
All right, the juror stepped out. You may be seated. Anything before we take our lunch break?
None for Mr. Cichuniec.
And then Lord Bynum's answer.
Okay, the court will be in recess until 1:45.
Thank you, Stray. Thank you. No. Oh no. Wait, what is happening here? Who's doing that? Do we know? Okay, it's you. Okay. I was like, what's happening? I've never seen that screen. Oh yeah. I was watching like a Britney Spears documentary the other day because I'm like all things basic, in case y'all haven't noticed. And it was from
Right, then,
like, you know, the
Returned and are
early
being seated on
2000s.
we call 21 CR 2800 and
She was
28
flying down from
reason
the
close in the present.
rafters. And I was
For
like,
the
oh,
witness for the defense.
she's so brave.
Give me a couple minutes.
All right, if you'll step up,
Okay.
I will swear you
We're
in.
getting baby goat stuff situated. I'll be
Okay.
back.
I mean, I would watch that too. Okay, bye, Stray. Yeah, I think she was a gymnast growing up.
Please be seated.
Stacey. Oh wait, am
Please
I a
state your
screaming
name
goat?
and spell
Oh,
your
those
last.
screaming goats.
My name is Jeremy Cooper, spelled as Cooper.
So this is the other defendant, y'all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you nervous?
A little bit.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions to get you comfortable. If at any time you don't understand or you need something clarified, just ask, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please tell the jury why did you become a firefighter?
Oh, I was raised in Southern Colorado, smaller community. My dad was kind of the town physician's assistant, so was kind of always surrounded by medicine. He was also a volunteer firefighter for the small town we were at. My mom was a dental assistant as well for a good while. And so I've kind of always been around those that have served. And so I just kind of felt that it was my calling since I was a kid. And what kid doesn't like fire trucks, I guess.
And so did you earn at some point, tell the jury how you became a firefighter?
In that same small town in Southern Colorado.
I live across
went
from the
through
fire
my
station.
EMT
My daughter calls it
license,
her
and then I
fire
got
truck.
on a ambulance service
Hers.
that was based out of a hospital, and then also joined the volunteer fire department there in that same town.
And at some point, did you earn your paramedic certification?
I did. I became a paramedic in 99 or 2000.
And at some point, did you move up to Aurora?
I did. So I tested with Aurora kind of starting in late 2001. It's about a year and a half process through their hiring process, and was lucky enough that my number was called, so they had me into their academy.
Okay. Once you came up to Aurora, what was your role with Aurora Fire?
I was a firefighter paramedic.
In that role, how many years have you served in that role?
With Aurora?
Yes.
This will be 21 years.
Okay. And in that capacity, can you tell the jury a little bit about what you've done?
During that time, I was assigned to both engine and truck companies as a firefighter paramedic. Also, for about 15 of those years, I was a field instructor with the fire department. That's new paramedics that come out of school. They have to do rides with our department. We discuss trainings, we observe them, and then we're also part of the QA/QI process with the EMS department. I was also on the hazardous materials team for my time at Station 2, about 15 years.
As an Aurora fire medic, did you usually work out of one station?
You are usually assigned to one station. If you're a little bit junior and they already had a paramedic on that engine, you being the junior person, you may rove, as they called it, wherever in the city they needed help. But generally, when I was assigned to an engine, that's where I stayed.
And which fire station were you primarily assigned to?
For the longest duration, that was Station 2. Again, about 15 of those 21 years, give or take.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about a little bit about the area of where you ended up on August 24th, 2019. That general area, the Colfax and Billings area, are you familiar with it?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you familiar with it?
It's in our first due area. We try to pay attention to things in our first due area. And as the captain said before, it's a pretty busy engine. And so we tend to go to a lot of the same areas generally. And that was definitely one of the main areas we went to for a lot of our calls.
And are you familiar with it? When we talk about the area right where, the building right where you found yourself on August 24th, 2019, are you familiar with that building in that area?
Yes, ma'am. So that call came into Colfax and Billings. We were actually about 2 blocks north of that. And in front of that building, they tend to house a lot of folks from all across the world. I think it's kind of a government-ran building. So you can have people from Nepal, just all over the world, are kind of in those few apartment complexes in that area.
Okay. So I want to take you to the week of August 24th, 2019. Can you tell the jury
No, don't
kind of
let
what
your
shift
eyes
you were
glaze
working and what does
over.
that mean?
I believe at the time I was on C shift. So there's 3 different shifts or platoons. That way somebody's always on for 24 hours, off for 24 hours, and then ready to come back on. So they run in those 3 different platoons. So somebody's always on. And I was on C shift platoon.
And what does that mean in terms of days and hours?
So we do 24-hour shifts. And then at that time we had 24 hours off in between. And every 3rd shift was followed by a 4-day. So you would have 4 days off. They're on a slightly different schedule now, but that's what we were on at the time.
And what time would the shift start?
Shifts officially started at 8 a.m. and ran through 8 a.m. the next day. At 2s, we tend to show up a little bit early, about an hour earlier. Couple reasons: check out the rig, make sure my gear's in good shape, make sure the things are good to go, as well as the shift before had probably ran quite a few calls that night. So it gives them a little bit of time to get their stuff off the rig, probably type up some reports and have a little downtime. So we tend to get there a little bit early.
So do you remember August 24th, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to take you to that day. On August 24th, 2019, what time, to the best of your recollection, did you get to work?
Probably about 7 a.m. thereabouts.
Okay. And at some point during that shift, did you end up being dispatched to the call that we're here to talk about?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember, can you tell the jury about that? Where were you and how did you become alerted?
I don't remember exactly where I was in the station, but it was about 10:30. So I might've been upstairs in my bunk. And the tones come out, the overhead speakers, different, as Captain Cichuniec said we have an engine company, truck company, a battalion chief, and a hazmat rig. Each apparatus has their own tones, has to then signify to you whose call it is. So at that time, I heard the engine tone, and so I started making my way downstairs from our bunk rooms to the apparatus bay.
Based on the tones you heard at that point, did you know what kind of call it was?
I believe all we were told was we're called for a medical assist.
And with that information, what did you do next?
Got to the rig, got my bunker pants on, make sure everybody's in, you buckle your seatbelt, and you head out to the location that's on the CAD up in the front seat.
Okay. As you were headed to the location, did you kind of get redirected a little bit to a little bit more precise location?
A little bit, but it came pretty late in the travel there. Once we had the information, the south Billings might be a little clogged up with police cars to come in from the north. We had already kind of committed to go northbound on Billings, so couldn't quite get that rig turned around. So we just went ahead and continued up a little bit till we got.
What do you, and I'm going to ask you to clarify as I ask the next questions. Is it fair to say there are some things you have independent memory of August 24th that you can remember just sitting here?
Some, yes.
Is it fair to say there are some things you now have memory of because you have seen them on video?
The sound sucks.
And is it fair to say there are some things that even if you've seen it on videos, you still don't have a memory about?
Yeah.
Some, yes.
So as we go through these, make sure that you're telling the jury from your
I'll be right
memories and they
back.
know if it's
Okay.
something you remember. Is this something you remember from the video? Or is this something you've seen but you don't have a memory of?
How
Does that
dare
make
you,
sense?
Flux? You do your jury duty.
So to the best you can recall, as you are getting close to the scene, tell the jury what you know at this time.
Pretty much what we knew was what I was told over the radio, that we were called for a police assist. I believe there was notes of somebody wearing a mask and perhaps waving his arm, I believe might have been aired.
And as you're getting close to the scene, what do you recall about the scene as you're getting closer?
I don't
Awesome.
really see much
Good.
of the scene.
Love
We're
you, man.
arriving, the both backseat
Drive safe.
firefighters ride backwards, so we face backwards, so we get to stare at where we've been instead of where we're going.
Okay, so you don't really know what you're coming into until you get out of the backseat, fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
What is, as the rig parks, when you get out, what do you recall taking in?
I recall getting out of the rig and seeing a lot of police cars. Was a little bit different. I thought a little bit odd. Generally, if and when we run with the police department, there might be one, maybe two cars, depending on the type of call. But there was quite a few on this call, kind of blocking up that south side of Billings.
Okay, so you're seeing a bunch of police cars, and what do you do next?
We make our way up to the scene, kind of through the police cars,
Um,
until we get a little bit
not
closer. to
food.
where
We
our
needed
folks
another
are,
hay rack.
And then we were approached by a couple of officers.
My buck
And do you
destroyed
recall as you're
one
walking
of the
up,
hay
there
racks in
were
the stalls, so
any
we
clue
needed
how
to
many
adjust
officers
slightly.
that you passed or walked by?
I don't know. There were some in their vehicles.
He's a destructive
some just
little
kind of farther out of
jerk
the
is
perimeter.
what he is.
And then as you move closer to the actual, where the majority of the people are, there was more officers, but it'd be a ventured guess. I
Okay.
don't know how many.
As you got closer, did you know the patient that would ultimately be identified as Elijah McClain?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. So as you're getting closer, when do you first kind of see where this person is?
As we kind of get closer, you can look towards the front of that apartment complex I was referring to. There seemed to be more officers there, and I could see that they had somebody later identified as Elijah on the ground in front of that apartment complex on this grassy embankment.
And Fire Medic Cooper, none of us have done your job. So walk us through as you're walking up to the scene, what's going on? What's going through your mind? What, as the fire medic, are you doing?
Well, as a fire medic, I mean, obviously, scene safety is always paramount. You want to make sure the myriad of things that could be a danger, just trying to eliminate those as much as you can. I'm also taking in the big police presence, as this seems to be a little bit odd, maybe a little more serious than we were led to believe. And then obviously, as I'm getting closer to the actual Elijah, the other officers, I'm trying to watch what they're doing. I'm trying to watch what he is doing, as well as listening to see what I can hear.
And as you're
private
doing
bars
that,
out.
you said we came up, there were four of you,
Destroyed the
correct?
whole
Four
thing.
fire?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you right at, were you recall whether you were right with
Talking about my
all
bill.
four fire at all times?
I don't recall if I was with all four fire at all times.
So as you got closer, at some point, are you learning a little bit more information?
Yes, initially when we got close, we were approached by an officer or two.
Hey,
That
John
told us a
Gary.
little bit about
How you
what was
doing,
going
bud?
on. Said they had somebody detained on the ground. That he was
Sean
resisting
Bird.
officers and wasn't making a whole lot of sense to them. And then as that officer was continuing to talk to one of my partners, some of the other officers caught my attention here, so I started walking towards Elijah.
So there was an officer that kind of talked to some of fire. Do you now know from watching body worn cameras, was there additional information related to a fellow fighter that you didn't hear?
Oh, Valkyrie.
First got on scene, our first
Yes.
contact.
Correct.
Per the body worn cameras, I now see that was DeJesus.
Every
That was our
damn
engineer,
day.
acting engineer at the time. He
Every
was in
day.
front of me. We both
The
kind of heard
goat?
the
Jasper, yeah.
exchange. And then as I split off to go listen to some
It
of the
happens.
officers, Mr. DeJesus stayed and was told some other information as I had split off.
Okay. At any point prior to you approaching Elijah, were you aware a carotid had been used?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were you aware that he had lost consciousness?
No, ma'am.
Is it fair to say you're coming up and people are coming up kind of
We don't have
sporadically and talking?
Yes, there's quite a few officers on scene. It's, fairly hectic. You've got lights,
You want me
you've
to pause
got,
it?
street noise. And so I'm getting
No,
bits
I'm
and
gonna
pieces
send you
from
a
all kinds of
text.
different officers
Okay.
and collectively trying to make sense of it all because they all want to talk and give you their 2 cents. So I'm just trying to pay attention to as many of them as I can. So there's obviously some things I missed.
As you make your way, you find yourself at Elijah's feet, I think you're saying. Is that right as you hear there's somebody saying something about he's just not acting right. Is that right as you get to his feet?
That was one of the bits
This
of
is
information
Cooper.
that we got. And as I did approach, I
Yeah.
found myself to be at the
This
feet
is
of
Jeremy
Elijah.
Cooper.
Again, they told me
Yeah.
a few other things while I was
He's
there.
got his
And
swagger
as soon as I
back.
saw
Nope,
that I was at
just
the
a
feet,
different
I
dude.
made my way around to the head
Why did you do that?
because that's where I needed to be, was at the head of the patient. I need to get a good observation, and so more of that could be done at the head of the patient.
Okay. Tell the jury what, as you're walking through, and again, remember, we don't do this. Now what's going through your head? As you're making your way, what are you doing?
As I'm making my way
Oh.
through, I'm watching
Yeah, we do.
behaviors. I'm trying to
I
assess
just
and
now
observe the
saw it.
situation as
You
well as
weirdo.
get these bits and pieces from the officers. And as we are in the pre-hospital, we follow protocols, and you have a myriad of different protocols. And so as you gather more information, I'm trying to go through as many of those as I can to try to get to more or less where I need to be as time goes on.
So as you move to the head of Elijah, you're flipping through those protocols and trying to fit things.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you gathering, what was your next plan? What were you going to do as you got to Elijah's head?
As I got to Elijah's head, again, they were giving me just a few other little bits of information. I was watching Elijah, I was watching his behavior. I was mostly listening to the interaction between the officers, the police officers and Elijah. There was constant verbal commands of, please, stop moving, stop resisting. And so I'm kind of taking all those in, as well as I first looked at Elijah there at the head. I noticed he was very diaphoretic or sweating, which leads one to believe he's got an elevated body temperature. I could also see that he was tachypnic, meaning he was breathing fast. I could see his chest rise and fall was fairly rapid. And I'm assuming since the scuffle was ongoing that he was presumably also tachycardic at that time.
Okay. So you're here at the head and you're seeing this, and the jurors have seen the
Hi,
body worn camera.
Scott.
Do you remember leaning in to
Be
ask
careful,
the
don't get
officer a question
arrested.
about whether he spoke English?
I do remember
Always
taking
good
a half
advice.
a step forward to talk to the officer that was there at Elijah's head and shoulders.
Later,
to ask
buddy.
if he
Appreciate you.
did speak English. I wasn't hearing anything that I could understand. It seemed to
Yeah,
be
they
broken
can
and
definitely
fragmented
do that,
sentences.
Eris.
A lot of noises.
Yeah.
And again, in front of this apartment building that we were at, I thought, well, maybe it was just a language I'm not familiar with, as again, they house people from all over the world. So I asked him if he spoke English.
And as you are asking that, what was your intention? What were you going to do next?
Nice.
Damn,
Wolfram. That's really cool, though, that
Why
you've
didn't you do that?
been
Well,
on
at
the
time
not
that I
guilty
went to
jury.
go do that
That's
shortly after asking if he spoke
not
English.
common.
Elijah had just a little bit more of a struggle or movement. One of the officers picked him up and slammed him down to the ground. So I stopped.
And we've heard you on the body worn cameras articulating, let's just leave him there. We'll put him down to the gurney. Can you give us foundational, Judge?
Sustained.
Do you recall what you said in response?
So when I saw that, it was pretty shocking. So I told the officers, okay, let's just leave him here, leave him there.
He sounds
That was
more
my attempt to kind of
personable.
de-escalate things.
Yeah, but he's
Obviously, now
lying
they're
because we
using
don't
kind
hear any of
violent
it on the
control
body
methods.
cam.
I didn't want that to happen anymore because that's now harming Elijah, which make my job as him as my patient more difficult. So I didn't want any more injuries or any more of that type of behavior to happen. So my route of doing that was to try to de-escalate by telling him, okay, let's just leave him here, try to calm everything down.
And in the course of even trying to say that, was your verbalizing this even interrupted?
I believe so. I believe it's more verbal commands by the officers. I can't be certain what was said.
Okay. And how is this interaction as you're trying to articulate what you want to do, further informing you?
Can you say that question again?
Yes, as you're articulating, let's just put him down to the gurney, right? And you're hearing things. How is the response of both law enforcement and Elijah further informing what your next step will be?
So that being the case, it shows that the officers are still struggling to restrain Mr. McClain. And also it's this ongoing
I'm not
struggle
advocating
that
for
I'm
any kind of
observing,
violence
that
towards
leads me to
anybody
believe
on the
that this has been
stand,
going
Billy.
on for a while. And again, I don't hear.
You almost
any
got me, though.
But
that
if it
makes any sense.
happens,
You almost
I
got
just
me.
thought if it was somebody that was just agitated, usually there's a lot of anger involved. Get off me, a lot of curse words and things like that. And I just wasn't hearing it in this situation. So it appeared to be a little more confusion, an ongoing fight, or struggling. And so that was all starting to shape my direction.
Okay. And during this time, how many officers are continuing to be with Elijah to your recollection? To be on Elijah? Mhm.
Usually there was at least 3. At times there were 4, but they were all kind of switching in and out as time went on. So different numbers at different times.
And do you recall, we've seen some body worn cameras with sergeants on the opposite side towards the building. And there's that interaction and conversation about, does he speak English? Those kinds of things. Do you remember that conversation?
I do. You're talking about Sergeant Linder that was the other side of the patient? Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Can you tell
But
the jury,
have
what
we-
of that conversation did you hear?
All that I can remember hearing was, in fact, yes, he did speak English. He wasn't making any sense. And that's about all I heard, because then the officer at the head started telling me some more
wait, did
information.
he just say he wasn't speaking English? That's not what they
Back to that
said.
officer and Elijah.
Okay.
Speak English. He wasn't making any sense. All that I can remember hearing was, in fact, yes, he did speak English. He wasn't making
yes,
any
he did.
sense. And that's about all I heard.
They
because then
didn't
the
say he
officer
wasn't
at the head
making any
started telling me
sense.
some more information. And so I kind of redirected my attention back to that officer and Elijah.
Okay.
See,
Thanks,
he's
Wolf.
lying.
As you're gathering these pieces, whoops, sorry. Do you, what,
Oh, I didn't know
walk
that.
us through. So you're narrowing that Rolodex. Where are you? What's inside your brain? Where are you finding yourself?
Kind of going down that agitated protocol. And again, with what I was observing and kind of the behavior of both Elijah and the officers, I was thinking this was more excited delirium than just an aggressive patient. So I was also seeing the diaphoresis. He was very sweaty. He was tachypnic. He was breathing fast. I'm assuming the tachycardia. And I'm also seeing this ongoing struggle. So I'm assuming him to be fairly tachycardic or a fast heartbeat as well. And as I got to watching him a little bit more, he was laying on his left side facing the apartment building. His eyes were open and he was breathing. And I was just getting bits and pieces of sentences, nothing that made sense, a lot of noises, but he was looking that direction. So I kind of looked to see if I could see what he was seeing. I obviously didn't see anything, so I didn't know if there was a possibility of him suffering some sort of a hallucination or some sort of paranoia of something that might he see over there that I could not.
Oh,
So you're
really?
seeing signs and symptoms that are leading you further down to what? What is your concern?
I'm seeing signs and symptoms as well as kind of these patterns that points me in the direction of excited delirium.
Hi,
Is,
Mimsy.
kind of fitting the majority of those
Hey,
signs and
man.
symptoms.
Oh,
Is
yeah,
that
they're not going to
concerning?
show that,
It's very
Mimsy, because it
concerning.
doesn't help them
we
right
are
now.
told that,
The
this
state
excited
will.
delirium is a very serious medical
Yeah, the state will
condition.
for sure.
As you've already heard about metabolic acidosis, things like that. They just continue to fight until ultimately they could, in theory, suffer from cardiac arrest. So a pretty serious medical condition.
So with that information, what is
It
your
is
concern?
BS.
What do you
I agree.
decide to do?
So my concern from there was I'm thinking excited delirium. I know the tools now that I need as far as a pram, I need soft restraints, and I need ketamine, which is the one drug that we can give for this to kind of break that cycle, to then stop the excited delirium, to ease all the other symptoms. And unfortunately, we didn't carry ketamine at the time, nor do I have a gurney or soft restraints. So I spoke to my Lieutenant Chichuniec at the time, told him, the ambulance gets here, I need the gurney or pram, soft restraints, as well as their ketamine.
And I think initially you said narcs and restraints.
I did say narcs, knowing that they keep all these things in their narc box. It kind of comes as a one complete kind of tackle box. It's got all these things. And then Lieutenant Chichuniec kind of reconfirmed ketamine, or do you want narcs? And I thought, well, just give me ketamine as opposed to the whole narc box makes more sense.
Okay. So you believe you're in the excited delirium protocol and you need soft restraints and ketamine and the pram.
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Well, per our protocol, that's what we need to do. We need to go ahead and, like I said, the ketamine is a disassociative. So the behavior that we're seeing that's consistent with that excited delirium, we need to go ahead and stop or break that behavior. So we need to then safely transport him to the hospital because it is such a major and serious medical condition. And so ketamine is that medicine that we can get him that gets them to kind of disassociate of why they're acting a certain way or behaving a certain way, safely enough to get him on the pram. We then have to put soft restraints on because it could start fighting again.
We'll see what happens
to
when
then
the
secure
state
him
starts
for a
cross.
safe transport to the hospital.
And when you made that decision and you
Oh.
talked to your lieutenant, did you turn back around and receive additional information that further confirmed what you were concerned about?
I did. The 2 or 3 officers that were still all on Elijah then stated things like superhuman strength. They believe him to be on something. I think there was also conversation of he tried to do a push-up with a couple
Oh,
of us
really?
on top of him, which again just re-solidifies the protocol that I believe I'm following correctly, and that course of action is appropriate.
So why did you go up then and try and explain to Elijah what was going on?
I did not. I chose not to make that additional contact after seeing how the first one went of, fairly violent control tactics. I didn't want that to happen again to worsen the situation or start causing injuries to Elijah. So I decided again to de-escalate, wait for our tools that we needed to arrive, and then move forward from there to not make things worse.
But did you continue to do something else?
Yes, ma'am. I stayed at Elijah's head. I continued to monitor his breathing. I monitored his airway. I was monitoring his behavior, their interactions with himself and law enforcement, just to go ahead and make sure that I can be in continual observation of Elijah until those things arrive.
On the videos, we see at times your hands at various places on your uniform. Can you explain to the jury why that is? Why do you, sometimes your hands are here, like kind of on your belt, and
So
sometimes
I believe what you're referring to is we carry radios. I have mine on a radio strap so we could be worn underneath our bunkers on the structure fire and keep things like the wires from melting. My lapel mic is up at my chest, as well as my radio is down on my hip in that strap. And so I am now trying to figure out where my ambulance is and why they're not there yet. And so I'm trying to listen to what's going on scene, as well as listening to my radio to try to figure out if I can hear them of where they're at. But I'm also getting a lot of radio traffic from throughout the city. So I'm trying to toggle the volume down when I don't
reasonable
need it, or
degree
muffle
of
it
medical
here,
certainty.
as well as maybe kind of turn it up
I
or
hate that
unmuffle it
term.
when I'm hearing contact with Med 103, which is our ambulance.
Okay, so you're turning up, turning down the volume, listening, and paying attention to the scene and your patient. Is that, Judge, I'm just clarifying. Did I understand correctly that you are trying to manage your radio at the same time as you're trying to manage the scene and your patient?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this capacity, while you're taking in these observations, what is the next step for the medical team to do, understanding you're in this protocol?
The next step is to kind of assemble our personnel. And in this case, the personnel I need are those
No,
coming
on
in
the
ambulance.
way,
They've
I
got the
think.
other things I need of the
Technically on the way,
Technically.
as well as
and
the
then they
ketamine,
hooked him up
the
to
medicine that we
machines for
give,
a couple days and kept
symptoms.
him
Yeah,
alive.
and it was like 3
and so
days
I'm
later. Or
letting
something.
everybody know when the ambulance gets here, this is what we're going to do. Make sure we're all on the same page, including
But
the
he did
officers,
not
because I don't
have
want,
a
there
pulse
to be a
or,
miscommunication
and he
between
wasn't
myself and them
breathing.
to make sure that we're all on the same
the
page.
time they
Almost
got
as soon
him.
as they got him in the ambulance.
Is it fair to say it took the ambulance a little bit?
It sure seemed to take a while. I mean, I know that in these instances, seconds can seem like minutes, but it did seem like they did have a delay ETA, which again, while I was trying to listen to my radio to see if I can hear whatever traffic they may had, so I can kind of judge just how close or far they were.
How is that impacting you?
It's making me a little anxious. Again, I'm
Right,
trying my
Sue?
best to de-escalate things, but again, the thing that I need isn't there yet. So the sooner that it can get there, the better off it is for everybody.
Based on your training surrounding
Yeah, just go
excited
ahead and kill
delirium
him.
syndrome, what happens the longer restraint goes on?
Well, from what I do understand about excited delirium, it sounds things like the metabolic acidosis can get worse. There's more energy expelled, which meaning more lactic acid. Obviously, I'm worried about physical injuries, the way that he's having to be restrained down. I don't want any injuries happening, and all those things can get worse the longer the struggle goes on.
At that time in 2019, did you have authority to do anything to make law enforcement get off of him?
No specific authority.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
No specific authority as far as a protocol of what to do. Again, I was just trying to use my best judgment of what I was observing there, of trying to calm and de-escalate the situation down with the means that I was able to do.
Okay. And meanwhile, while you're waiting for your tools, did you ever leave
might-
Elijah's side?
No, ma'am, I stayed at Elijah's head. I mean, I
You
did
might.
turn away a few times to talk to my lieutenant or to talk to the Falk medic.
He's
but I was
talking to the
always there at
jury.
head,
That's why it's so
observing,
quiet.
watching, trying to do those assessments.
Did you
Like
ever
what?
try to get closer to Elijah?
He's
for a
like
second?
turned talking to the jury.
Oh, okay.
The officers
Oh
I
yeah,
pulled
he's
down
totally
there,
turned in the.
Yeah.
They were
Yeah.
cramping up. They needed to be switched out. I made a motion to kind of go down that way, and was pretty much told that no, they were going to use one of the officers there on scene to switch out, and so I stayed at Elijah's head.
And told, were those words said, or was that through actions?
Ooh,
Through actions of
creepy.
kind of how a parent tells a kid, like, nah, I kind of got one of those, as well as then them observing the officer being told, no, you come in here and do that. And so I again backed off, but I did try.
Okay. In that setting, while you're waiting
Yeah,
for
I'm
your
picking up on it
tools,
too, Lord Bynum.
is there anything else at that moment you believed you needed to be doing?
Continual assessment, just continual observation, as well as, again, just trying to make sure that he stays in a good position and to try to de-escalate things until they can get there.
When the ambulance finally gets there, did you see it coming up?
A little bit. I was catching, it came from behind me, so I did start to see a different strobe in some of the windows on the building. So I did turn and saw them coming southbound on Billings to our location.
And what was the plan?
The plan at that point was I asked for the gurney with the soft restraints to be staged close enough that it's accessible, but also not a tripping hazard, as well as I need the ketamine from the Falk medic.
And just to be clear for the jurors, did any of Aurora Fire have cameras or body mics?
Does any Aurora Fire have? No, we do not have body cameras.
Okay. Or microphones that are recording?
Not recording. We have a mic that's attached to a radio, but nothing that can record.
Okay. So the one you were talking about, the tug that goes out to the
That's
dispatch.
horrible. Ellie.
Yes, that's just auditory.
That's so
We can't
creepy.
record anything on it.
Okay. So you communicated with your team about what you needed and what happened next?
So what happened next was I requested 500 of ketamine from the ambulance medic, and then I had my officer go help the EMT get the gurney out of the ambulance to bring up. close
This
to
is
Elijah.
so rehearsed,
Why did you
though.
request
Like
500?
they did a good
So I
job of
requested
that.
500. Ketamine is a weight-based drug. You know, there's no real good training of how to estimate weight. So what I've always done in my career is I know how big I am at any given time, and I use my mass compared to what I'm seeing to try to judge. It's an estimate of what I believe the weight to be.
And how did that play out for this situation?
So at that time, I was a little better than 250, almost 260 pounds. And so I thought Elijah to be around 50 pounds lighter than I was, as well as maybe my height, maybe just a little bit taller. So I put him at about that 100 kilos as a rough estimate.
You're out of your mind.
And did that correspond with your training
Sweet.
in this area in terms of what to
Sweet.
administer for ketamine?
Was
I'll post
Way
mine.
bigger than
weight-based,
Elijah.
yes, ma'am, that's what I did. And again, how I estimated weight was
Did
just
you-
how I've been able to.
Did you re-edit
do
it,
over my career.
MLS,
That's the
or
way it works for
does
me.
the version
Okay.
that I have
I
go up?
also, speaking of the training, they did have the training on the ketamine that they talked about 300, 400, 500, 300, as we can give this to adults, that's pretty much anybody over 12 or 13 years old. So if you have kind of a adolescent, it's about 300. Small adults is 400, and then like your average.
What if you're the
male is about
size of an
500.
adolescent?
They said these were safe dosages. And so again, that taught me, okay, then I'm on the right track with 500,
Asking for a
as well
friend.
as the amount of strength that they were
friend.
describing to me. I thought was indicative of somebody that was an average adult male that might have that kind of strength, which again led me to believe that he was probably around that 100 kilo size. So that's why I ordered up the 500 milligram of ketamine.
How fast are you making these decisions in your brain?
Well, from the time we're coming on scene,
Okay.
we're gathering
I'll post
information,
it.
we're trying to figure out a game plan. But
Thanks,
I guess
Dave.
the whole picture does happen pretty fast within minutes, just depending on whatever decision we're making. It's dependent.
Oh,
Based
yeah.
on your training, is time of the essence if you're dealing with excited delirium syndrome?
With excited delirium, yes, it is for all those reasons I kind of listed, of the metabolic acidosis, the behavior they're observing. You don't want further injuries, so you want to get that med on board to break that cycle, to kind of disassociate them from what's currently happening, to then safely have them on the gurney and transport to the hospital to get them to a doctor.
And once the ambulance is there, you've ordered up the medication, what happens next?
After that, they bring the gurney up close to us. Then the ambulance medic brings me the ketamine, and we kind of go over our rights of right dose, right med, and he also showed me
Right
the vial that had
dose.
the expiration
Then y'all
date on it,
shoulda
to make sure it's all within,
noticed.
not expired. And then once he did that, I went ahead and approached Mr. McClain.
And walk the jury through that. How do you approach and what happens?
So again, I'm at the head. Now that I've got my tools in place, I feel more comfortable kind of diving in to make that contact. So as I went down, I had the syringe in my right hand. With my left hand, his neck and shoulders exposed because I was going to give it in the right delt. In that neck, I kind of placed my left hand. I can still feel that he is indeed warm to the touch, still very diaphoretic. And in those few seconds, I can also tell that he was tachycardic, and then went ahead and that kind of confirmed what I was thinking and gave that injection in the right deltoid.
Okay. And at that time, you give the injection, and then what do you do next?
What I do next is I go ahead and cap my syringe needle, get that off safely, and I let everybody know on scene, please involved as well. Okay, we're going to give this a minute. We're going to see if it kind of breaks these signs and symptoms, these patterns we're seeing, and then I want to get him on the gurney, get him restrained, get him to the hospital. The Falk medic had also reapproached at that time, and I gave him a handoff of kind of what we had, the protocol we were under, how we came to our conclusions. He kind of nodded in agreement, and about that time is when I started noticing the activity starting to lessen a little bit.
So still at this time, you're by Elijah's head, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as you're doing that handoff, you're watching Elijah?
Yes, I don't really move my feet. It's just a little bit of he had kind of come up to me. So I was then talking to him, still in that same position.
Okay. And you said you started to notice the medicine was taking effect. What did you kind of notice?
I started to notice less resistance.
Yeah, that's accurate.
One of the officers had a rough
Yeah.
voice kind of behind his ears.
He was little.
Another one had a knee kind of in his arms, another one on his hip. At one point, there was an officer on his feet, but there was still movement. And so I started noticing less movement about the time I was done with my report. And then I asked about that.
And when you asked about that, is that when you said something like, does it look like it's taking effect? Does it look like something like that?
About 90 seconds after administration, I asked, does it look like it's working?
And what happened in response to that?
I mean, almost immediately
One
though,
of the
they said
officers,
he's
when I asked that, the one
snoring.
that was at the shoulders or the chest around that area, actually slapped Elijah in the face a few times.
How'd that make you feel?
It pissed me off. It's sorry for.
No, you're okay.
It's not very professional. It's certainly not how I meant to have them check on his behavior if that has changed. But again, it's just not professional. So when I saw that, yeah, it upset me.
And you articulated a plan
Dude.
of what you wanted to have happen. What was that?
So that plan was we needed to go ahead and get those cuffs off of him. So I asked if they can kind of position him to get those cuffs off, so then we can put him on the pram or gurney to then use the soft restraints. And I was told no, that's not what they were going to do.
And you mean by that they wouldn't take the cuffs off?
They would take the cuffs off. How they responded was, we're going to get him on the gurney first, and then we'll take the cuffs off, which again just leads me to believe that they're still not willing to kind of fully hand over Elijah to us.
And how does that impact
Yeah,
what you can do?
I'm on this
Well,
dude's
the latest
side
what I
at the
need
moment.
to get done.
Why?
Well, because again, my goal is to now safely on the gurney, soft
There's a
restraints,
big
as I
difference
mentioned down
between
that protocol,
143
get
pounds
him into the ambulance
and
and get him to the
200
hospital,
pounds,
to
though.
the ER, to the doctors, because that's where he ultimately needs to be.
Do you have handcuff keys?
No, ma'am.
Yeah,
do not.
I agree with
Can
you,
get the
atheist.
handcuffs off of him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So did you still stay close?
I still stay close. I did back off the gurney just a little bit. There was quite a few officers trying to position him in a point to get the handcuffs off. They had ones on either side. So I just kind of let them finish doing what they're doing to not get in their way, so it could be done as quickly as possible. And then once that was done, they moved off and then I moved back in.
And when you're finally able, well, while you're waiting, while they're trying to get, you're waiting for the cuffs to come off, are you continuing?
Yeah,
to
I wish
articulate-
the paramedics could sue the cops.
Advising those on scene, specifically, Falk and my crew, I want suction, I want oxygen, let's get him on the monitor. As Captain,
they got like a
Cichuniec kind of said,
$15
as
million
the lead, they're
settlement
kind of
or something.
orchestrating this whole thing.
No, but
So
I wish the
stand back
paramedics could
and
sue the
I'm
cops
oh,
in this
I
situation.
want to make sure that we're all on the same page, and more importantly, all those things that I'm articulating get done.
So you're saying you want suction, end tidal, oxygen, those
Oxygen,
things.
monitor, I'm letting them know everything I want done in that ambulance.
And who are you telling it to? Do you remember?
I don't think it was one specific person. It was just my crew as well as the Falk crew.
And then when you can get up closer to Elijah, once those last cuffs
Yeah.
are off, what do you do?
So get up to Elijah. We kind of finish restraining those soft restraints. I do see some
This.
fluid kind of come out of nose and mouth. I turn his head to that side, and I kind of use my hand to kind of wipe some of that away. And then we kind of move him up to the ambulance.
Now you see on the body camera, somebody's kind of down beneath the bed right there. What are they doing? Like on the gurney, when you're doing that, somebody's kind of beneath the head of the bed. What are they doing?
They're possibly putting on the soft restraints. One of the soft restraints, specifically on the right side, is actually above the head. And we do that because, well, for a couple different reasons. It gives whoever's up at the head access to that arm, as well as body mechanics. If they start struggling again, or if there's more movement in the ambulance, it keeps that shoulder up so they're not able to come up off the bed all the way. And so I believe that might have been what you're referring to was them, because it's all underneath
Hi,
that yellow
John
of
Gary.
the gurney. So they're probably digging it out and putting it on.
And once those are on and you're up there, at some point does somebody elevate part of the bed?
Oh, really?
Lift it back up to a different angle?
Possibly.
Okay, why would they do that?
Kind of set him up maybe a little bit, maybe better body positioning.
Okay. And so in that angled, it's now up a little bit, you're moving. Where are you going?
Yeah,
We're going to the ambulance. I mean, it was fairly close. It was just there on.
I do
billing
this
on
stuff
that
all the
mirror.
time.
And so we were just moving him to the ambulance.
I try to
That's where we
comment
go.
when Val's on
In the-
other people's
in the video,
stream.
you hear
I try
yourself,
to
but you have an independent
comment
memory
into the
of
phone.
being
like y'all
concerned
are
at
gonna
this
hear
point in
it.
terms of calling out for anything. Which I don't think it asked for an answer. It just was directing him to a time frame.
I'll overrule that objection.
Go ahead.
Can you please ask the question again?
Sure. As after Elijah is sat up a little bit, the restraints are on, and you're getting ready to move, is there something that is causing you concern that you're calling out even for something quicker?
Well, like I said, I did see that fluid kind of coming out of Elijah's mouth. I kind of wiped away and I positioned that airway, but I was calling for my lieutenant, my fellow paramedic. I want him on airway in the ambulance. I didn't know the Falk medic all that well, but I've worked a good while with Captain Chichuniec, and he's a good medic. So I wanted him on airway to then start suctioning and just turn over that portion of Elijah to the cap.
And we don't know you before this jury, just seeing you today. This is the only time they're going to hear from you. So when you say things like, let's get suction going right quick, what does that mean in comparison to how you might normally talk?
Which just means as soon as we get him in the ambulance, we need to suction, because again, I saw that fluid kind of coming out of the nose and the mouth. I need to suction that out and just address that issue. So I'm making sure that that specific point is given to somebody, which was Cichuniec. I want him on it.
As you're walking, can you estimate how many steps it was for you, or in this courtroom, how close the ambulance was?
It'd be a guess or an estimate.
Okay.
I'd say from foot of the gurney to the back of the ambulance was maybe the beginning of that table there.
Okay.
Just where the orange binder is there.
Okay.
But again, that's a rough guess estimate.
So you could see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Were the doors open?
I believe so.
And did you stop any place along the way?
No, ma'am.
And you went directly from there to the ambulance. Tell the jury, as you get to the ambulance, are you watching Elijah?
I am. I'm at his side, kind of helping get the gurney kind of over some rocks over the little curve that's there to kind of add some stability, continuing to watch him breathing, just to assess, observe.
As you were walking, did you see anything that raised further concerns for you? Do you remember?
Not after I initially wiped the fluid off of his mouth. I didn't notice any more until we got him in the back of the ambulance.
So when you get into the ambulance, now walk the jury through anything you saw that was concerning.
Once we get him in the ambulance, again, my job is to kind of orchestrate, and so I start handing out tasks. I put Captain Cichuniec on the airway. I'm starting to see some more fluid coming out of the nose and the mouth possibly. And so I see him starting to suction. I see people starting to get the leads out on the monitor to place him on. So things are starting to happen a lot quicker in the back of the bus now.
Okay. And do you at some point check breathing?
Yes, continuing to monitor the breathing. Still had chest movement on the way there and initially in the back of the ambulance.
When does that change, to the best you can recall?
The best that I can recall, we were in the back of the ambulance. I'm not sure for how long, when I do hear from somebody that we might have some depressed respirations. And so I then saw Captain Cichuniec starting to ventilate with the bamboo bag that we saw to try to give him artificial ventilations to kind of perk him up a little bit. And then shortly after that, they said that they did not have pulses. So we started working the arrest at that point.
And explain that. What does that mean? Working the arrest. What are the steps that are next taken?
CPR.
First and foremost is circulation. We get on chest compressions. We do those. At that time, we had just an oral
I'm
adjunct in,
bronzed
which is that opiate
Aussie.
that the captain referred to
How you
earlier.
doing?
Laura.
That keeps the tongue off the back of the oral
Hello,
pharynx. So
welcome.
then when you ventilate with the BVM that's hooked to oxygen, it creates a seal over the nose and the mouth that allows air to get through the mouth and into the lungs. Chest compressions are going on at that point 30 to 2. So 30 compressions to 2 ventilations. And the 2 people doing that are kind of counting things off to keep both of them on the same page. Every 2 minutes, we switch out compressors or those doing the compressions. They have found that after 2 minutes, people start to fatigue. And it doesn't take very long for you to start to lose that pressure inside the body of circulating blood. It does take a little bit to build it back up. So you want to keep that as brief as you can. Shortly thereafter, Captain Cichuniec was on airway, and he then intubated the patient, put a tube down into his lungs to help him breathe. And at that point, it just came to continual compressions, switching out every 2 minutes with Captain Cichuniec ventilating as we went.
So you had the ambu bag, the endotrach, the CPR. Did somebody start an IOS?
We did. So an intraosseous or an
What the hell is happening to the
how we
volume
do
right now?
vascular access the majority of times in these situations.
To the
And
what?
that's
Volume.
drilled into the tibial tuberosity.
I think
which
it's
is the lower
because
leg,
he's
your front
turned
shin
his
bone
whole
towards
body
the
this
top.
way.
And what that does is then fluids, drugs, anything that you need to administer, then goes into the bone marrow.
Hi,
that can then be
Elizabeth.
circulated through the body.
Hey, Elizabeth.
We also hooked up the end-tidal CO2 or the capnography that goes in between.
Yeah, we've had the 2
tube
defendants
and
on
the
stand
bag,
all
which is
day.
then hooked up to the monitor.
So there was some testimony about the end title not being readily available. Did that stop all the other efforts that were going on?
No, ma'am. This was all continual. We don't stop really for anything. We try not to stop for anything like I talked about with the compressions. It takes a while to build up that pressure, but it doesn't take very long to start to lose that. So we try to keep hands off the chest as minimal as we can. So there was a little bit of a discussion I briefly overheard of the ambulance EMT or medic went to go grab the end-tidal CO2. It wasn't in their normal place where they kept it. So they just had to get it out of a different kit to then place it on. But things continually moved while that was happening. There was no pause. There was no break.
Was some additional medication given in the ambulance?
Yes, ma'am. So I believe we gave 2 rounds of epinephrine. I think one was on scene, the other one might have been en route, but I'm not 100% on when those dosages were given.
Okay.
Well,
So this is all rapid.
What the
on back of
hell?
the ambulance. At some point, do you make the decision you need to leave?
It's Deadpool.
Yes, so what they generally tell you to do during the cardiac arrest is to get good quality CPR going, get things hooked up, and if you can, supply a secured airway before you start moving. Reason is if you guys have ever been in the back of or front of a moving car and even just trying to take a sip of something, it's a little bumpy, things like that. So you can imagine, say, intubation. I'm trying to look at this tiny TV screen to pass this tube to something that's only about the diameter of the tube. In the back of the moving, bouncing ambulance, they are suggesting secure and do as much as you can on scene, for then those things are taken care of, where you're now just continuing care en route, so you don't delay those things getting done.
Where did you go when you left the
Pretty
scene?
hated
Where
Amber
did
Heard before she got on the stand, though.
She was just the worst in general.
She's a horrible person.
Any idea how long it took?
Couldn't tell you exactly, but probably only a few minutes. We're 17th and Billings, and it's roughly Colfax and Quinton, so just right underneath 225 on the other side, before Peoria, so not very far away at all.
Do you do something en route, and in addition to all the life-saving measures your team is undertaking, do you have to do something additional?
Yes, ma'am. On top of kind of orchestrating and kind of just overall making sure everything's happening, I usually give the hospital a call on our biophone. It's pretty much just a secured cell phone that rings directly to a number in the ER to the charge nurse, and I just kind of give them
Ooh,
a brief
that's
rundown
neat.
of
That
what
is
we have
cool.
in our ETA.
Like a
and not
bat
trying to tie
phone.
anybody
Right.
any longer than I have to, but it gives them a heads up of what to expect.
And when you get to the hospital, you pull in, is that why somebody's waiting for you?
I believe so. They probably went off our ETA that we gave them on the biophone. So I believe it was the attending physician that was at the back of the ambulance when we arrived and opened up the doors.
Okay. So you pull in, there's an attending physician there, and what do you do?
So Captain Cichuniec and I had a
100%.
conversation. They were in the middle of a 2-minute cycle. Again, it's important not to disrupt those cycles, as get good compressions going on. That we had the discussion of while that was still going on, and we also found it beneficial just through our job, that if I can go inside and give that handoff report to a group of people, a large group of people, that I have their undivided attention, they tend to recollect or understand the more things I say. So I told them, it's kind of a joint discussion, stay here, finish the 2 minutes. I'm going to take this attending physician, go in to the ER room, lots of people. I give them a full handoff, and about the time I'm done, they had finished that, did their pulse check, and were coming to the ER room.
Okay. So you go in ahead, you do the handoff, then the team comes in with Elijah and finishes up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you immediately leave?
No, we hang around the room there. We try to get out of the way. Obviously, we've got our monitor still hooked up, and it's quite the thing to kind of get those things unattached once they move them over, because things are tangled and all that jazz. But once we get done with that, we kind of get out of the way. But we kind of hover around the hall on the outside of Elijah's room there.
Okay. Do you in fact have some
He seems
dialogue?
to be
with the
building
people
up
there?
some confidence as he's
I
going.
think so. I couldn't tell exactly who I spoke to, but yes.
And do you remember the attending even coming out and talking to you?
After a few minutes, once he kind of stabilized the situation and came out, he did come out and speak to us briefly.
Did you hear, were you present still at the hospital when there was a return of spontaneous circulation?
I believe so, yes. We were outside his room when they said that they had regained pulses, so very happy about that. He was in good hands there as well.
Okay. Pick it up just a moment.
I really want to know what happened to her legs.
I mean, right?
Skiing
Did you
accident.
lose another case? Did a defendant get mad at you?
Was there a mobster involved?
I just want to ask you a couple final questions. On scene that night, did you ever have any intention to harm Elijah McClain?
No, ma'am.
What were you doing?
We're there to help.
Well,
We're
obviously.
there to follow our protocols, get him to the hospital. That's what we do. That's why we're in this career. We're servants.
At any point, did you ever use ketamine for any reason other than medicine?
No, ma'am. Again, back to the signs and symptoms and the patterns we're seeing collectively, we decided it was the excited delirium protocol, and ketamine is the one drug of choice that we could use to help that.
Had you, based on your training, what was your understanding of whether ketamine was safe to give to people?
We were advised that it was safe. I mean, again, if you're seeing these signs and symptoms, these patterns, which were in that protocol, that yes, it's safe. That's obviously kind of why they instituted it within the protocols, because we were seeing more patients with these signs and symptoms. So yeah, that's why they chose ketamine. Was safe. It doesn't really affect respiratory depression all that much. It's more of a dissociative, where you're not really sedating in the traditional sense of patient. It's more just kind of disassociating their outward actions, for whatever reason they may be doing those actions. You're just kind of stopping the behavior. So in that case, yes, it's very safe.
At any point on August 24th, 2019, did you think to yourself, oh, I know there's these side effects, I'm going to ignore all of them and just stand here and ignore Elijah?
Sustain.
Let me reframe it. At any point on August 24th, 2019, did you ever, when you were tending to Elijah, were you ever ignoring things you saw?
No, ma'am.
Were you ever ignoring things that you were concerned about?
No, ma'am.
If you were concerned, for example, of hypersalivation, what is the treatment?
Well, the treatment is pretty much what I did, positioning the airway, wiping it away, and then ultimately getting inside the ambulance for suction.
And is there a medication you can give if that didn't work?
You can give Zofran if it's kind of ongoing.
Would that be for nausea or would that be for the hypersalivation?
It's kind of more used for nausea. It kind of blocks that signal in the stomach that they're not as nauseated. But it's, again, just maybe treating a side effect, but no, not really indicated in this case.
And how is that administered?
We can give it IV, but usually it's giving it a dissolvable tab that goes underneath the tongue.
That's not true. I get it in IV form
on its own.
all
That's usually how we give it to those folks.
time
What
when I
about
have a kidney
amitriptyline?
stone.
Is there something like that you can give for hypersalivation?
Amitriptyline?
Mhm.
No, ma'am.
That's not one of them.
No.
Okay. What about for respiratory depression? What do you do? What's the treatment?
Once you notice respiratory depression, you can administer oxygen. You can help assist with ventilations to kind of pick them up to whatever number you think they need to be at.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At any point in time, did you ignore Elijah's breathing?
No, ma'am.
Until you got into the ambulance. Well, let me ask it a different way. At any point in time prior to being in the back of the ambulance, did you observe Elijah stop
No,
breathing?
don't name those babies.
Say that one more time, the first part.
Yeah, at any time prior to being in the back of the ambulance, did you notice Elijah stop breathing?
No, ma'am, not prior to being in the back of the ambulance.
At any time prior to when you turned his head to the side on the gurney, had you noticed
They usually
that
get
he
named.
vomited in front of you?
The goats usually get names.
At any point prior to being in the back of the
Don't tell
ambulance,
me.
to your knowledge, had he lost his pulse?
Prior to the back of the ambulance? No, ma'am.
In fact, when you were initially in the back of the ambulance, did he still have a pulse?
Still had a pulse, was still breathing, yes.
I don't have any further questions for you at this
But
time.
was he though?
Any questions on behalf of Mr.
Well,
Chichuniec?
that is a sheep.
It is a sheep. It's a stock image that Baker
Oh, we're going to start the
provided me.
cross-examination, maybe a half an hour if you could find a.
So I have no idea what its name is. We can name it, I
But this
guess.
one up here in the right-hand corner, yeah, we should name it because everybody asks.
We should.
Baby goat, apricot.
Well, it's got to be something about cuck based, right? Because law and cuck,
Cuck?
it's the cuck cage.
Oh, yeah,
That's what we
yeah.
call
Oh,
that.
okay, yeah.
So it's got to be something along those
We can
lines.
call it
Closer.
cupcake.
Now, one of the last things
Like
you said
cupcake.
to defense counsel is
Cupcake.
that you were trained and advised that ketamine is safe. Is that correct?
Something
Yes,
about
ma'am.
Jack Murphy.
Now, you
What's
didn't
that
mention in response to
mean?
that question.
Don't
You
worry
were
about
also
it.
trained about the risks of ketamine, right?
Are you referring to side effects?
Side effects or risks that are anticipated.
Yeah,
things that
what
happen
it's
from
like
I
something
believe the two are the same.
starts with a J, I think.
You were trained on those as well.
Jackson, not Jackson.
Yes, sir.
What's your
You were
Jasper.
conscious
The
of
other
the
go-
risk
Jasper is
of respiratory depression from
Bingo.
the administration of ketamine.
My
Yes.
avatar.
You were conscious that that risk goes up as the dosage goes up.
Jasper.
Wasn't aware of that specifically, but no.
Let's please publish to the jury Exhibit 250, Part 2, Slide 12. Now, sir, this is one of the training slides that you received on ketamine, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the second sentence, it says,
Hi, Princess.
large doses increase likelihood of harmful side effects,
Here,
emergence reactions, laryngospasm, and potentially respiratory depression.
say hi.
That was what's in the training slide, right?
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to side effects in the
Bye.
protocol. So I was trying to get side
Bye.
effects there. Yes, you are correct.
So you were conscious of the risk that overdoses increase the risk of respiratory depression.
Let's say large doses increase that likelihood. Yes, sir.
Yes. And right above it, in that caps lock, it says the patient's respiratory drive should be maintained with appropriate dosing, right?
Not
Yes, sir.
really.
So you were conscious of the risk that
Jeremy
inappropriate
Cooper's on
dosing
the stand. He just
could
got
mean
on
the patient's
cross.
respiratory drive would
He
not.
seems to be more
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. If you give
Sympathetic
inappropriate
than
doses, then the patient's
your
respiratory drive
Chichuniec.
may not be maintained.
It may not be maintained. It says that You talk about the likelihood of the harmful side effects. Is that what you're referring to? I don't see that verbiage
Yes.
up there, so I'm just confirming.
Yeah, so my question is, if you give inappropriate doses, you're aware that that can have negative effects on somebody's respiratory drive.
Yes, sir.
Now, in fact, when you did your interview with the Aurora Police Department shortly after this event, that was actually the only side effect that you could remember was respiratory depression, right?
I don't remember. That was 2019. I don't remember what I said.
Okay. Let's please show just to the witness his prior statement. Page 3883 through 3884, and those are lines 15 through line 4.
Well, bam, Murphy.
Now, sir, Mr. Ingui says, okay, specific to,
Murphy.
do you know the signs of ketamine overdose? And your response, of a ketamine overdose? Mr. Ingui, yes. And your response, I don't know of an overdose, but I know in our protocols as a side effect of ketamine,
If we just
would you
call
like
him
respiratory
Jack
depression.
Murphy.
And then the detective asked you,
That's pretty good.
any
actually.
other signs that are consistent
I
or
like
any
that.
other signs that you know of when it comes specifically to ketamine? And you responded, other than respiratory depression, that's the only one I can recall right now off the, Mr. Ingui, top of your head. And you said protocol, right?
Yes, sir.
So that was the only side effect that you could remember during the course of that interview.
Yes, sir.
Let's take that down. So when you testified on direct
Jacqueline Murphy.
that you're trained that ketamine is safe, I mean, what you really mean is you're trained ketamine is safe if you follow the protocol.
Yes, I guess that's implied.
Yeah. If you assess your patient properly prior to giving them ketamine,
Is that a question? Or?
it's safe if you assess your patient properly before you give them the ketamine.
Yes, as long as you are assessing the patient.
And if you give the patient the protocol dose, then that should be safe.
Yes, sir.
And if you properly monitor them afterwards, then it should be safe.
It's a sheep.
In transport,
bro.
yes, sir.
It's a
Are you
sheep.
saying you don't need to monitor a patient after you give them ketamine until you put them in the ambulance 6 minutes later?
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the
That
monitor.
one is a sheep.
Rephrase.
You're supposed to monitor a patient immediately after giving them ketamine, right?
Yes, you mean assessing. I thought you were referring to a monitor.
The cardiac monitor is what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Now,
Hey, it's starting to get a
speaking of
little
those
more
monitors,
nervous
cardiac
now.
monitor, there's one that's on the fire engine,
Yes, sir.
and it's portable,
Yes, sir.
and it has pulse oximetry on it,
Yes,
and it has capnography.
it does.
But you guys left it on the fire engine that night.
It might have got left on the fire engine. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, do you remember ordering somebody to take it with you?
I did not order anybody to take it with me.
It's not a
Do you
sheep
remember
I actually
anybody
have.
taking it with you?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
It's not one I
And
can
in your review
actually
of the camera footage, you don't remember seeing anybody carrying it anywhere.
I did not see myself carrying one. No, sir.
Okay. So if it wasn't left on the engine, it was certainly left somewhere that wasn't close to Mr. McClain.
Could be.
Well, do you have any reason to believe that it was close to Mr. McClain?
I remember seeing the orange kit, as you're referring to as close. If the orange kit was, yes.
The orange kit was, exactly. Mr. Bradley sets it down close to Mr. McClain.
Mhm.
But you have no reason to believe that the cardiac monitor was anywhere close to Mr. McClain.
I'm not sure where it was. I'm sorry.
Now, in addition to the cardiac monitor on the engine, you also have a black hard Pelican case. That's the respiratory case, right?
Yes, sir.
What all is in there?
Several things, anything to do with airway, breathing. There's those adjuncts I listed before, our intubation stuff, as well as an ambu bag, our breathing bag for the patient's ambu
Oh, that's a
bag.
little creepy.
Okay. So it's the materials you would need, like a bag valve mask?
Yes, so that's attached to the it's BVM bag valve mask. Yes.
Okay. And then as well, there's the materials you would need to intubate somebody if you needed to.
Yes.
Now, the blue oxygen bag, that's also on the fire engine, right?
Yes, sir.
And inside of there, there's a canister with supplemental oxygen for somebody who might need it.
Yes, sir.
And then a way to actually administer that, put it over somebody's mouth, right?
That's one of the ways. Yes, sir.
Now, that training slide that I was showing you before from Mr. Chambers, that's the training that you took, right?
I believe so. Yes.
And when you get to the scene, my understanding from your testimony was that you have medical control, but Mr. Chichuniec is sort of the scene supervisor. Is that accurate?
It could be. It's a team effort, but yes, sir.
And when you say it's a team effort, that's sort of an important part of working in the fire department, right? That you're all relying on each other and working together.
Yes, sir.
So, for example, EMT Bradley, he would have been taking
We're
directions
different
from you if you
animals.
told him to do something.
If I told him to do something, yeah, he
Goats
might
are way
follow those
better.
directions. I'm not the officer, but yes, he could.
Okay. You didn't tell him to. do
No, he
anything
gets
on
beat
the
up a
evening we're
lot.
talking about here.
Not beat up.
I don't recall what I told
He's little.
firefighter Bradley. I'm sorry.
My buck is
So
huge.
you don't have any memory of giving firefighter Bradley any instructions on what to do with regards to Mr. McClain.
I don't. I'm sorry.
EMT Basic De Jesus was also part of the team, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't recall giving him any instructions either as to what to do that evening.
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is that why we just sort of see them standing there, not really doing anything?
They are standing there, sir. I think they're also assessing, monitoring.
But you don't ask them what they're seeing.
No, sir, I did not, that I can recall.
That's a fair assessment.
You mentioned on direct that at one point in time, one of the police officers wanted to switch out on Mr. McClain's legs, and you made a motion to go help.
That's
Am I
funny.
understanding that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Funny.
So were you planning to go switch out and take over the leg position?
I
That's
was
funny.
maybe going to try.
Okay. So you were at least planning on or thinking about going to take his place.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say that you, as an Aurora Fire Rescue paramedic, have permission to participate in the restraint of the patient.
No, sir, I was told or insinuated no.
Well, I don't mean with their direct acts, insinuation as you described it there, but generally there is nothing prohibiting you from getting involved with the patient.
The officers did insinuate no. They called for another officer to do it.
I know, but as a matter of policy, you just said you were going to go take the position on his legs, and that would have been okay if they let you do it.
I was going to try.
And it would have been okay if they let you do it.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Didn't get the chance.
So are you saying that you were going to go do something that you weren't even sure if you were allowed to do it or not?
Possibly.
Now, when you were going to go take that position on Mr. McClain's legs, you thought it was safe for you to do that.
Jack.
It's possible.
I like that
Well,
one, I think.
Mr. Cooper, I'm not in your head, and certainly this jury's not.
Mhm.
When you were going to go take the position on Mr. McClain's legs, you did that because you thought it would be safe if you did that.
I was hoping it would be. Yes.
If you'd taken that position on Mr. McClain's legs, you would have been in physical contact with him.
If I was allowed to, possibly.
Well, if you were on his legs, you would have had to have been in physical contact with him, right?
If I was on his legs, yes, sir.
I'm going to veto this one, Fed. I had an ex named Jacqueline.
Now, I want to talk a
I'm
little
going to
bit
veto that
about
one.
the other aspects of the assessment that you talked about when you showed up. Now, you said something along the lines of, we assess so that we can move through the protocols and decide what we're supposed to do. Is that sort of the purpose of assessment, is figuring out which
For
protocol
50
you should be
bucks?
under?
Absolutely.
It could be. Yes, sir.
Does assessment help to determine what medical problems that a patient might have?
It could be.
Is it one way to determine if the patient has a medical cause for their agitation?
Correct.
It could be. Yes, sir.
Is it one way, is assessment a way to determine whether you might be able to treat a reversible cause for their agitation?
It could be.
Now, I want to talk about the chronology of events with you a little bit, Mr. Cooper, from that sort of 90 seconds from when you first show up till you decide to do the ketamine. Now, you saw the you saw the Aurora police officers using some arrest control techniques on Mr. McClain, right?
And I'm sorry, can you qualify or redo your question? Are you referring to when I said 90 seconds?
I'm just talking about when you first walked up to Mr. McClain. You saw that he was in handcuffs,
Yes, sir.
and you were aware that they'd used the carotid hold before you got there.
No, sir.
Okay. So what did you know about what happened before you got there?
That they had made contact with somebody wearing a ski mask. Per their words, was not acting appropriately. The officers then had to subdue him, and he was currently resisting the officers.
Okay. So the only information you have is that there's a guy in handcuffs who was not acting appropriately before?
Eris Fed summed it up pretty well for
So
you.
your question was when I first got there, when I first talked to the officer, that is what they told me.
It's like a
So you didn't
video
ask-
game guy creator.
Why there's all these cop cars around?
Why there's all the cop cars around? I didn't ask about the cop cars, no, sir.
You didn't ask, does the patient have any medical complaints?
I did not
Like
ask that, no, sir.
turquoise
You
hair.
didn't ask
or
if he had any
something weird.
breathing complaints?
No, sir, I did not ask that.
You never asked if he was rendered unconscious previously?
I did not ask that, no, sir.
Now, when you walked up, you did ask the police officers, though, whether Mr. McClain spoke English, right?
Yes, sir.
On direct, you said, I was trying to watch what the officers and Elijah McClain were doing, as well as listening to see what I could hear. Is that a fair description of what you were doing as you walked up?
Can you specify when I walked up? At what point are you talking about?
Well, as you were near Mr. McClain's head,
Yes.
you were trying to watch what the cops were doing. Sorry, you have to answer audibly, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
You were trying to pay as much attention to the patient as you could,
Observing the patient at his head. Yes, sir.
and trying to listen to see if you could hear anything.
Yes, sir.
All right, could we please publish now to the jury exhibit 104, Officer Green's camera, starting at 53:51. Oh, 105, sorry, thank you.
Who the hell is Mr. Hands?
53:51. Oh, I'm sorry, I actually did have it right. It was 104, Mr. Rosenblatt's camera, 53:51, sorry.
I'm not sure I remember that one. And I don't believe that at all. You might have been more innocent. You weren't innocent.
He speaks English. He's definitely something.
Was that your voice you heard asking if he speaks English?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
And they confirmed to you that he did speak English.
Yes, they did.
You mentioned you wanted to figure out if he spoke English because this is a multicultural community.
Yes, sir.
And so if he didn't speak English, that would be useful information so you could know whether you could ask him questions.
It would definitely change the way that I might be able to ask questions. Yes.
Okay. When you found out he did speak English, that meant that you could ask him questions.
It confirmed that he spoke English. Yes, sir.
They did not, but
And that meant that
we
you
played
could
them
ask
on
him
day
questions.
one, I
I could,
think.
yes.
They
But
haven't
you
shown us
chose
any in the
not to ask
courtroom.
Mr. McClain any questions.
Are you talking about this specific point?
Well, as long as we're talking about it, the entire time we were there, you chose not to ask Mr. McClain a single question.
I did decide to kind of back off a little bit and not try to escalate things a little bit worse because my first
Sorry, Mr. Cooper.
attempt. Oh, I'm sorry.
My question was just, you decided not to ask him any questions the whole time you were there.
Those reasons listed, yes.
Okay. And those reasons listed are you didn't want to escalate the situation?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony to the jury that asking Mr. McClain a question like,
I honestly don't remember that one, Iris.
what's wrong? How can I help you? Would have escalated the situation?
My initial attempt to walk to do so was met with violent restraint. Yes, sir.
I like that Iris has got
Now-
my back.
This violent restraint that you're talking about, that's the body slam?
Yes, sir.
That was not in response to you attempting to ask Mr. McClain a question, was it?
It was about the time I was walking up to do so, so that's how I took it.
It was about the time in your head you were thinking about asking a question, but it was not in response to you asking a question.
I could be, yes, sir, as I was approaching.
You didn't try to ask Mr. McClain a question before he got body slammed.
Before he got body slammed? No,
Oh,
sir.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
Speaking of that body slam,
Don't
am I
forget,
understanding
I
your
was the
testimony
one in
directed
chat
correctly
telling
that
streamers to
once you saw
Google
that,
weird
that's when
random
you
shit.
decided
No,
that
how
you
the
would just
game
tell them
works.
to leave him there until the ambulance gets here?
I was thinking that was probably the best course of action after that. Yes, sir.
Okay. So
Yeah.
the idea of let's just leave him here until the ambulance gets here was a response to the body slam.
It might have been one of the times I said it. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Cooper, you actually started to say, let's leave him here before the body slam.
Is that a question? I'm sorry.
You started to say, let's leave him here before the body slam.
I don't recall the exact timing. I'm sorry.
Mr. Zoom?
Okay.
Stop, dude. Well, chill out. I've already been told.
Just hear yourself say, well, we'll just leave him there.
Sorry. Can you play it again?
Yeah, could you rewind like 3 seconds?
Okay.
Stop, dude. Well, chill out. I've already.
Well, we'll just leave him. That was you, right?
That could have been. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. McClain has not yet been slammed.
I believe
No,
there
that's
was a lot more
scary.
resistance right here in those verbal orders. So again, I was just trying to calm the situation. Yes, sir.
I mean, let's be clear. Let's leave him there was not a response to the slam. That was your plan from the moment you got there.
No, sir.
Certainly you started to say it before the slam.
While he was resisting there and their verbal commands, I was trying to calm that down. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you say you're trying to calm that down,
TBI is real, y'all. Leave me
you didn't
alone.
say to the police officers, don't slam my patient like that.
I did not use that verbiage. No, sir.
In fact, you didn't tell the police officers to stop any of their behavior.
I guess with me saying let's leave him there was my way of trying to de-escalate that behavior. Yes, sir.
Let's talk about what Mr. McClain is saying here. The first thing that he says once you're by his head is, ow, okay, right?
Is that the video you just played?
I'm just asking you, When you first arrived near Mr. McClain's head, the first words he says are, ow, okay, okay.
I don't recall exactly what he said. Again, I was kind of getting bits and pieces.
Now, ow, okay, okay is a pretty clear sign that somebody is responsive to pain.
It could be, yes, sir.
The next thing Mr. McClain says while you're by his head is, I can't fix myself, right?
Are you asking about my recollection or are you asking about the video?
Start with your recollection. Do you remember him saying, I can't fix myself?
No, sir. Again, I don't remember complete sentences. I remember fragmented sentences.
The statement, I can't fix myself,
I think Mrs. Walhall is home.
you would consider that statement to be a complaint about somebody's medical condition.
It could be, yes. Could be speech as well.
It could be a sign that there's something wrong with the person.
It could be if we're speculating.
You didn't ask Mr. McClain why he felt like he couldn't fix himself.
I love Danny.
I did not ask him that, no, sir.
Let's go ahead and resume here.
Been told several times to stop.
I can't fix myself. Help.
Now, you say we're going to leave him there until the ambulance gets here, and then we're going to pin him down to the gurney. Was that you announcing your plan for what the medical care for Mr. McClain would be going forward?
Part of it, yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't articulate any other aspects of medical care at this point in time that you intended to provide to Mr. McClain?
At that point in time, no, that was not in that sentence.
Oops.
And when you're giving these answers that was part of it, I assume you mean that you also intended to continue to look at Mr. McClain
Yes, sir.
and listen to him.
I'd listen to everybody, yes, sir.
Well, I'm not talking about anybody. You have medical control, and this is your patient, right?
At this point, I do not have control of Mr. McClain, no, sir.
Well, you have medical decision-making authority, right?
Once the patient is with us, yes, sir.
Didn't you just say to this jury that your plan for treatment was to leave him there? You are making medical decisions.
Actually, what I meant by saying that was, again, to try to de-escalate and calm the officers of not continuing that behavior.
Are you telling this jury that you did not have the ability to make any medical decisions for Mr. McClain at that point in time?
I'm not sure if I had legal authority to stop their actions, so I was trying my best to de-escalate.
I'm not asking about legal authority. The judge will instruct everybody on the law. Are you telling me that you don't think you could make medical judgments for Mr. McClain right there?
I was making medical assessments and trying to get a game plan, yes, sir.
So you did have the ability to make medical decisions regarding Mr. McClain.
What I said was I was making medical assessments by observing behavior, taking in info. So in that capacity, yes, I was.
Now, Mr. McClain, at this point in time,
Mhm.
you're the person from the medical side who is supposed to be paying attention to him, right?
Yes, sir.
Because Mr. Cichuniec's out kind of directing traffic for a little bit.
At this point, I'm not sure exactly where he's at.
Agreed.
All right, go ahead and play the next section.
Yeah, I know you're busy, but I just to let you know that, yeah, it's suspicious call over here on Bill.
So that was Mr. Bradley that moved those headphones, right?
I'm not sure whose hand that was, I'm sorry.
Okay. At this point in time, you're by Mr. McClain's head, right?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
And I'm asking you about your memory.
Mhm.
Do you remember moving those headphones?
Do I remember myself moving them? No, sir.
Do you remember Mr. Bradley moving them?
I don't remember who moved them, I'm sorry.
You certainly didn't tell Mr. Bradley, hey, it's too dangerous to get near this kid's face. Don't move those.
I didn't tell him not to move those, no, sir.
Dude, chill out. Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of weird. Nothing really criminal. My officers go to make contact with him.
I mean, you're standing right there watching these officers put their whole weight on Mr. McClain's back, aren't you?
I believe that's me on the right. I can't quite tell.
And sir, I'm asking you about you paying attention to your patient. You remember them pushing onto Mr. McClain, putting their whole weight on his back.
I'm gonna leave it alone, Eris.
I don't remember that specifically, but
We'll leave
yes,
it
that is
alone.
what's happening in the video.
Well, during your interview, you talk about how they had him prone when you first got there, right?
I believe he was kind of in and out a few times in the prone position as they tried to gain control, and then they would roll him back up.
This is one of the times that they have him prone, right?
I'm sorry, I can't quite see his body position there.
You remember, though, that the police not only had him prone, but were putting their body weight on Mr. McClain's back.
I don't remember the specific body weight, but there was a few brief moments where, yes, they did have him prone while they were gaining control.
He starts acting crazy. They attack them. I'm so glad we need to try to get a carotid on the guy. And actually.
Well, stop.
Now, Mr. Cooper, did you hear Mr. McClain say, "Stop, please," that night?
I don't recall hearing that, no, sir. I heard it on the video, yes.
That statement makes sense.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Somebody saying, "Stop, please," is a rational reaction to what we see happening to Mr. McClain right there with those pain techniques.
You know, I did hear him say it, but I can't say what his intention was of saying it, no.
Well, Mr. Cooper, you testified over and over again on direct that Mr. McClain was not making sense, that he was incoherent, that he was out of control and had excited delirium. That statement,
Sustained.
that statement, "Stop, please," makes perfect sense in response to what those officers are doing to Mr. McClain.
Well, again, I'm hearing this on the video, but if you're asking me, if that's what I remember that evening, I was getting bits and pieces of that verbiage.
I'm asking you about the meaning of the statement.
Judge, objection, I call for speculation.
And Your Honor, he has testified repeatedly about his interpretation of what the statements meant or not meant and made his own
And
conclusion.
he also testified he didn't hear this one. Move on.
Ooh.
After Mr. McClain said, "Stop, please," and the officers have their body weight on him, you didn't tell them, "Hey, I told you guys to leave him there. Get off of him."
I did not tell them, no, sir.
You didn't offer them any instruction or correction on what they're doing there.
Other than those few times of, okay, let's leave him here, leave him alone, that type of thing. Again, trying to de-escalate what they were doing, yes.
Mr. Cooper, we watched you say, "Let's leave him there" a minute ago. I'm talking about now. When this happens, when Mr. McClain is screaming, "Stop, please," and these officers are on top of him, you don't do anything.
Well, I'm standing there assessing, but I don't recall if I addressed this officer at that time.
Okay, you have no memory of doing anything in response to this except continuing to look at Mr. McClain.
Continuing to assess and observe, but no,
That's
I
also
did not
true.
address that officer at that time that I can remember.
I'm sure they get a lot
Stop
of
fighting us.
Mr. Cooper, you testified multiple times on direct about how officers kept saying, "Stop fighting us, stop resisting." But you didn't mention Mr. McClain's statement, "I'm trying." Why didn't you mention that?
Well, I don't remember him saying that phrase that night. Again, I'm getting bits and pieces from everybody.
Somebody saying, "I'm trying," when somebody yells, "Stop resisting." That is not consistent with somebody who is detached from reality.
So again, I didn't hear him say those things. I was getting bits and pieces, so it'd be speculation of what those things may have meant if I heard them.
Hey, Yamaha, how you doing, buddy?
If you heard that, that is something that reflects that that person is responding appropriately to what's happening.
I'm unsure.
That's where we're at.
When Mr. McClain utters his last words, "Please help me," you didn't do anything in response to that here.
Yamaha,
Again,
if
I
you really
didn't
want your
hear
heart
any
rate to
full
get
phrasing.
skyrocketed, you should
Bits
go
and
back and
pieces.
listen to the last
Bits and pieces.
defendant
"Please help me."
while he was on
I
the
didn't hear that full statement, I'm sorry, that I can remember.
So all of the clear statements that Mr. McClain makes, "Ow, stop, please. I can't fix myself. I'm trying. Please help me." You don't remember hearing any of those.
I remember hearing bits and pieces, but no full sentences, no full statements. Again, everybody on scene was talking, a lot of road noise, so I probably missed some of it, yes, sir.
But you do remember well enough to be sure that he wasn't making sense and that he had excited delirium.
At that point, I believed he was not making sense.
Now, in your interview, you described these statements as a lot of gibberish, right?
I'm unsure of my statement, if you can, I don't recall.
Can we please show to the witness Bates page 3845, lines 6 to 17 of his statement?
Judge, I have no objection to showing the statement. I do have an objection to just reading the statement.
All right.
If I could draw your attention to lines 9 through 11. Does that refresh your memory that you previously described the words of Mr. McClain as a lot of gibberish?
Yes, sir, it did look, like I said, it didn't seem like he was ever forming any sentences, a lot of gibberish, which again could be interpreted by getting bits and pieces. I mean, it sounded that way, yes, sir.
When you said a lot of gibberish, you didn't say, "I couldn't hear" or "I don't remember." You're saying that what he was saying was gibberish.
At that point in that part of the interview, I did say,
Hey, Aaron,
didn't remember
how you doing?
forming any sentences, sounded like gibberish. Yes, sir, that is what I said.
You went on to tell the detective that you never got any kind of sensible language.
Yeah, I
back
don't like
from
this
Mr.
guy
McClain.
very much.
I'm sorry, take this down.
I have a feeling me and him would
You
not
went on to
be
tell the detective that you never
fishing
got any
buddies.
sensible language back from Mr. McClain.
I was starting to read that. Yes, sir. Looks like that was what I was saying.
You also told that detective something. You also told that detective that you tried to ask Mr. McClain questions like his name.
Okay.
You told the detective you tried to ask Mr. McClain questions
If
like
it
his
makes you
name.
feel any
I
better,
don't remember that interview. I'm assuming that's the same ones from
Peter
2019. I
Chichuniec
remember
is
exactly
likely
what I
going to
said.
prison.
Pop that back up. The last 3 lines there, sir. Does that refresh your memory that you told the detective that you tried to ask Elijah McClain his name?
Yes, that I was going to try to ask him questions as far as name or any medical problems. As I previously stated, when I went to try to do that, that's when these occurrences happened. So yes, that is what I said.
Is your sworn testimony that you told him that you were going to try to ask him questions or that you did try?
I don't remember seeing going in that sentence, but I could be mistaken.
Right, because you told him you did try to ask his name.
Definite fluffer
Right.
vibes.
If that's what it said there, yes, that's what I said.
And that's not right. You never did that.
Well, of that September 11th, 2019 interview, that might have been my best recollection at that time. So if that's what I said, that's what I thought I was recalling.
Sure, because asking a patient's name is so foundational that of course you would assume you'd done that.
It could be, yes, sir.
But you didn't in this case.
Ask.
His name.
I did not ask him his name, no, sir.
That wasn't the only time you told the detective that you tried to ask questions of Mr. McClain and get a response.
That was Clarence Binger, Thomas
Show me the
Clarence
interview, right?
Binger's
Oh, yeah.
email.
Go ahead and show the witness's interview, lines 3840 or page
Prosecutor
3845,
that
lines
charged
18 to 23.
Rittenhouse. They pulled up an old email of his that was Fluffer Boy 2004 or something. Yeah, he does sound scared.
Mr. Cooper, does that refresh your memory that you told the detective again that you made multiple attempts to
Agreed.
try and get information from Mr. McClain?
I didn't use the word multiple here.
Now, in this interview, Mr. Ingui asks you, and did you try that multiple times to get any information from him? And you responded, we did initially. And then again, once he became a little more sedated, we attempted. Still didn't ever get any sensical speech from the patient. That was what you told the detective, right?
Yes, sir. And I think what I was referring to there was that second attempt to kind of get in there that I was told no by the officers.
Now,
And I think I mentioned about a half an hour.
it's good. I was just about to start a brand new section that would take a few more minutes. So this is a good time to break.
Okay, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess at this time. So roughly 2:30 by the clock on the wall. If we could be back and assembled in roughly 15 minutes. No form or express any opinions or discuss the case even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research, avoid any press coverage. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
He's definitely Weasley. What's going on?
All right, Mr. Cooper may step down. You need to be back in 15 minutes.
Yes, Ron.
I always wait, make sure that I'm not missing anything. But this judge doesn't give us anything, so I'm not sure why I do it.
The court will recall the docket for the 18th of December, 2023, Division L of the District Court. Got the cases of people, Cichuniec and Cooper, parties and counsel are present. Anything before the jurors return?
That's awesome.
That was kind of my plan.
Daddy. All right.
Nothing consistent with that court direction.
All right. Anything, Mr.
Tell him to make sure he's subscribed. That's all. Hit the like while he's in
That's
here.
what we'll do then, some point this evening.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, shit. Of course. Never fails, y'all. Never fails. Still a lot of people moving around the gallery and shit. Oh, come on. We're in like the last hour. Don't do this to me now. Just cooperate. Is it because I was making fun of the prosecutor? Is that why you're doing this to me? Stop it, internet. Stop it. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Is that a new avatar? I dig it. I dig it. I might have broke it. I dig it. I dig it. No, I don't really use a VPN. That's like computer level stuff that I have no idea about. Reload the page. It should work, right? I'm just hoping that it catches up. 629.23. That's gonna give me a stupid ad. All right. 629.23, yo. Oh. Worked perfect. Oh, well, we still got the little spinny thing of death. But we at least have an image now. Yeah, we're good. It's like a minute and a half. We're pushing buttons again. That's what I was hoping for. I was hoping that little spinning wheel of death would come back. All right, we're just gonna let it ride. I'm gonna stop touching shit. You got it, brother. Max, you got it. Buy better. It's 1 gig fiber. It doesn't, like, I guess it could get better. I can get up to like 5 gigs, but that's insane. You don't need that much internet. That much internet would literally like melt the cords. I do probably need to hardwire my computer in though. I'm just running off Wi-Fi. Yeah, it worked, Matt. It worked. That's all.
The jury has returned. Please be seated. And the court will recall 21 CR 2800 and 2806. The parties and counsel are present. Mr. Cooper's on the witness stand, still under oath. You may continue. with
Video
your
quality is only at
examination.
480. It's been working all day. We just had a little hiccup. Yeah,
You testified up
we just installed it like
you
this
chose
year.
a dose of 500 milligrams of ketamine for Mr. McClain, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you know that you need to try and get
It's awesome.
that dose as close to somebody's weight as you can.
Before this, I was getting like 10
No answer
megabytes.
estimates, but yes.
That was it. 10 megabytes up.
Now, prior to
horrible.
choosing that
I
dose, of
stopped
500
gaming because my internet
milligrams,
was so bad.
you didn't have a conversation with Mr. Cichuniec about how much each of you thought Mr. McClain weighed?
I had a conversation with Mr. Cichuniec, but I don't remember the specifics.
That conversation was just about narcs versus ketamine.
That conversation? Yes, sir.
And then later, you asked for 500 of ketamine and he agreed.
Later in the call, yes.
But the two of you never had a conversation about how much Mr. McClain weighed.
We did have a conversation as he came back to me. I don't remember the specifics of that conversation.
You have no memory of having a conversation about how much Mr. McClain weighed.
That is correct.
You also didn't ask Mr. Bradley or Mr. DeJesus how much they thought Mr. McClain weighed.
I did not know.
You didn't ask any of the police officers who were hands-on touching Mr. McClain what they thought he weighed.
I did not ask the officers, no, sir.
And you certainly didn't ask Elijah McClain how much he weighed.
No, sir.
I was looking into Starlink.
When the officers were
This
searching
is way
him
cheaper
and they pulled out his wallet,
and
you
better.
didn't say, hey, can you check and see if his weight's on his ID?
An ID was not produced, no, sir.
And you never asked for anybody to check and see whether there was a weight on his ID.
I did not know, sir.
They knocked on my door and they were like, "Hey, we've got fiber out here. Do you want it installed
Now,
for literally the same price
you're
that you pay
administering
now?"
ketamine-
And I was like, "Yeah, I do."
I want to talk about the importance of somebody's positioning. Now, generally, you're aware that if somebody is on their position on their side instead of prone, that's better for you to be able to look at their airway.
Their face needs to be on the side to assess airway. Yes.
Yes. It's better for you to be able to look at somebody's face if they're on their side rather than face down.
Dependent, as long as the face is turned to the side, yes, you can assess airway.
And having somebody on their side is also better to monitor their breathing.
Yes, sir.
Now, the only time that you asked the Aurora police officers to put Mr. McClain on his side was as you were talking about how you would move Mr. McClain to the gurney.
That was the only one that was captured on body camera, but I believe there were others.
So your testimony is that you believe there were other times not captured on body camera that you told the Aurora police officers to put Mr. McClain on his side.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a couple different times that collectively we tried to keep him on his side.
I want to be really precise about this. I want to talk just about your statements to put Mr. McClain on his side. The only time you made statements about putting Mr. McClain on his side was right before you moved him to the gurney.
The only time that he was captured on the camera that we saw, yes, was that time.
You didn't do it before that.
I believe I had the recollection of doing that, yes.
Okay. So you are testifying that you did tell them to move him onto his side other times. It's just not on the camera.
I believe that's the case, yes, sir.
And when you told them supposedly to turn him on his side, he would then try to crawl out of their possession and walk up the embankment.
Okay.
Is that your testimony? That when you told them to put him on his side, that he would then continue to try to crawl out of their possession and walk up the embankment?
There was a few times on his side that, yes, he struggled a little bit more and was moving his feet, yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Cooper, there is a very, very big difference between struggled a little bit more and tried to crawl out of their possession and walk up an embankment, right? Those are very different things.
I believe I was referring to him moving his feet, yes, sir, because we were on that slide embankment.
Sir, my question is, there is a very big difference between he struggled a little bit more versus he's trying to crawl out of their possession and walk up the embankment. Those are very different things.
Could be.
And you believe that Mr. McClain was trying to crawl out of their possession and walk up the embankment when you allegedly told them to put him on his side.
There was a few times on his side that, yes, he struggled and wiggled a little bit more. It appeared that he was trying to get out of their possession, and he was moving his feet on that embankment, yes, sir.
That's not the same as walking up the embankment.
So it is your testimony that he was trying to
Or
crawl
crawling.
out of their possession and try to walk up the embankment.
It appeared to me that with his increased movement a few times on his left side, that, yes, he might have been trying to wiggle out of their possession.
And walk up the embankment?
Again, he was moving his feet on that slight embankment.
All right, could we please show to the witness page 3859 of the statement, lines 14 to 24.
Yeah, those statements were bad, yo.
Now, in your statement to Detective Ingui, you said, so I don't know how many times, but there was a couple of times.
All right, the witness needs to be allowed to try to refresh his recollection.
Judge, I asked him multiple times to confirm this exact statement, and every time he gave prevaricating responses. So I think I can now impeach him with what he actually said.
I'll give him just a couple seconds to read it over.
Go ahead and take a look at the second paragraph there. Now, sir, you believe that every time that you told the officers to move Mr. McClain back onto his side, within a couple of seconds of that, he would continue to try to crawl out of their possession and try to walk up this embankment, right?
It did appear with that increased movement that he was trying to wiggle out of their possession. And with his feet on that slide incline, when he was moving his feet, it appeared to be an attempt to try to crawl up that way, yes.
So when his feet were moving, and for the record, you sort of pitter-patted your hands back and forth a little bit. This is him trying to walk up the embankment?
He was moving his feet and legs a little bit on that side, on that upward slope of the embankment. I believe that's one of the officers saw that as well and kind of stepped on his ankles.
Stepped on his ankles.
You testified on direct that you were up by Mr. McClain's head throughout the course of the encounter with him. Is that right?
Yes, it was mostly by the head, yes.
And specifically when you were talking about once you received that ketamine syringe from paramedic Walker, I believe you said, now that I have my tools in place, I feel more comfortable diving in to make contact. Is that what your testimony was on direct?
Yes, sir, I believe that's what I said.
So once you had the ketamine syringe in your hand, you finally felt more comfortable to touch Mr. McClain?
I felt that it was more appropriate to move in a little bit closer to give him that injection now that I had these things in place as opposed to earlier when I did not.
Y'all, let me.
So having a syringe full of
I'm gonna leave you
ketamine
guys
feels
alone
safer
for a
to be able
minute.
to
I'm
finally
gonna go
touch
say
Mr.
hi to
McClain?
the missus.
In that point of the protocol, yes, we needed to
They
get
grab the
ketamine.
beverage as well.
And I, again, didn't have that before, which is why I
There it is
chose
on that
not
level.
to get too much
I'll be
closer.
right
to
back,
have
y'all.
another violent eruption there.
And you
I'll
said
be
that
in
you didn't
chat
have the
on the
ketamine
phone.
before. So when you say you now had your tools, the only thing you have that's different than before is a needle full of ketamine.
No, sir.
What other items did you obtain in between initially arriving there and receiving the ketamine syringe from Mr. Walker?
An ambulance. I also had the gurney, and I had the soft restraints.
Now, the ambulance didn't help you to touch Mr. McClain.
I don't understand the question.
The gurney didn't help you to touch Mr. McClain.
Again, I don't understand the question.
Your testimony is that you felt safest reaching down to touch Mr. McClain when holding a needle full of ketamine rather than when both of your hands were free?
Objection, not complete in this character.
Response.
Judge, you can agree or disagree with my characterization of what his testimony is, but now that I have my tools in place, I feel more comfortable diving in to make contact, and the only thing he's got in his hand is a needle full of ketamine. I think that's a fair inference.
All right, I'll overrule that objection.
Mr. Cooper, it's certainly not safer to touch somebody with a needle full of ketamine in one hand than it would be if you had two free hands.
I believe what I'm referring to when you asked me about that statement was my tools and personnel are now in place of the ambulance, the gurney, the soft restraints, and the ketamine to move forward.
I'm talking specifically about your ability to touch Mr. McClain. It's safer to touch the patient with two free hands than with a syringe full of ketamine and only one free hand.
I believe what I meant by safer was before I didn't want to do it to have the same reaction I got earlier. So now those things are in place. I feel it's safer for Mr. McClain for these things to happen now that these are all in place.
Sir, my question is not whether about the whole situation. I'm just talking about the mechanics of touching somebody. I mean, everybody's mom tells them don't run with scissors. It's not safer to touch somebody with one hand and a handful of ketamine than with two free hands.
Well, and that's why I don't understand your question. I think we're talking about two different things.
Now, I want to make sure I got your testimony about what happened then as you're injecting the ketamine really correct. Did I hear you say, in the next, I placed my hand on his neck? Is that right?
Neck, shoulder area. Yes, sir.
Well, those are two different parts of the anatomy. Did you place your hand on his neck or on his shoulder?
Response.
He didn't answer the question. He answered ambiguously, and I'm clarifying.
All right, well, I'll allow this one, but he has answered.
Please demonstrate on yourself exactly where you placed your hand on Mr. McClain.
I believe if memory serves, it was the lower neck, upper shoulder area.
Okay, and now for the record, your fingers were extended to the top area of your shoulder,
Oh,
right?
that's the hand and shoulder I'm using. Yeah, it's
Okay.
just a demonstration.
The position that you just demonstrated to the jury, that is a different position than somebody who would be taking a carotid pulse, right?
If you choose to take the carotid pulse there, yes, that's a different position.
You do not take a carotid pulse on somebody's shoulder.
Where your hand is? No, sir.
Is it your testimony that you took Mr. McClain's pulse when you put your hand down on him?
Yes, sir.
Is it your testimony that you took his carotid pulse?
I'm unsure if it was his carotid I felt, but you do have several arteries that run in that area. I'm unsure of exactly which one I palpated.
Which arteries run in the shoulder region that you were demonstrating?
The carotid runs down this way, and then it does split off in two different ways, one of which was the subclavian that does run below the clavicle, but then attaches up here. There's just a few branches of arteries that kind of run in this general area.
And for the record, you were demonstrating a movement down from your chin and sort of onto, I guess, your upper clavicle area or upper.
It's kind of down this whole, sorry, it's down this whole area here on the side of the neck, down in through the clavicle area, kind of that general vicinity.
So when Mr. Ludwig, your expert the other day, testified that you took a pulse at that point in time, that's what he was referring to. The same thing you're talking about?
Sustained.
Now, you've never said in any of your interviews in this case that you took a pulse of Mr. McClain as you were administering or right before you administered ketamine.
I'm not sure if I said it or not. I don't know.
You're not aware of any time in the interview with the APD where you say you took a pulse then.
Again, I don't remember.
You're not aware of anywhere in all of the discovery, in all of this case, where you said that you took a pulse as you were administering the ketamine to Mr. McClain.
Again, I don't know.
You know that Mr. Ludwig got that information from you and from your counsel.
Sustained.
If he knows, Judge, I think he can.
Sustained.
Did you tell Mr. Ludwig that you had taken a pulse then?
I've never spoken to Mr. Ludwig before he testified, no.
When he was testifying, you were loudly whispering, "I took a pulse there," weren't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In your statement, you say the opposite, that you weren't ever able to take vitals and get a pulse, right?
I'm unsure what statement you're referring to.
The statement that you gave to the APD, you tell them that you weren't ever able to take Mr. McClain's vitals.
Again, I don't recall specifics as.
Re-show to the witness, please, his statement, dates page 3848, lines 7 to 12. The first 3 lines is what I'm referring to there, sir.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your memory that you told Detective Ingui that you weren't ever able to obtain vitals?
A full set of vitals? Yes, sir.
And to be clear, what you told him is you weren't able to obtain vitals, period, not I wasn't able to obtain a full set of vitals.
I did use the terminology vitals. Yes, sir.
Now, go ahead and take that down. While you were administering ketamine to Mr. McClain, he didn't even react with a movement to that.
I don't quite remember. I know he's being held down by several officers.
Well, certainly, as you're administering the ketamine to Mr. McClain, he's not still actively fighting.
I'm unsure. Again, he's being held by several different officers.
So is your testimony that you are unsure whether he was actively fighting or not as you administered the ketamine?
I just don't remember the exact movement as I gave him ketamine.
All right.
All right, can we show the witness's prior statement?
Yeah, he's full of shit.
57, lines 7 to 16 to him. Now, please read the question from Mr. Ingui, and then your immediate response. Does that refresh your memory that you thought that as you're administering the ketamine, Mr. McClain is still actively fighting?
I did say that I think that's when you're referring to him moving his feet up that grassy embankment. Try to fight with officers. Yeah, they were still holding him. Kind of holding the patient there is what I said, yes. And then I backed off again, I say.
Right, take that down.
She's on
So
mom
your
duty.
testimony is that when you were administering the ketamine to Mr. McClain, he was still actively fighting.
Well, my assumption would be,
And that's entirely consistent with what was just refreshed.
Objection to counsel testifying as to facts,
Ooh.
and it's an inconsistent statement. I'm trying to impeach, but if I can't impeach, then I'll just refresh.
All right, you can try to refresh.
Can you show the witness that same statement again? Mr. Cooper, I'm asking you about your response to Mr. Nguyen's question about
Mhm.
while you were administering the ketamine,
With the quickness.
what you remember the patient doing. Does this refresh your memory that you told him that he was still actively fighting?
It does refresh what I told him.
And what you told him was that Mr. McClain was still actively fighting as you administered the ketamine.
I think what I was referring to them still subduing and restraining him. So I'm assuming that he is still resisting against them. Yes, sir.
Now, you understood during that interview that
It
you're
is.
talking to a detective.
At least when I started streaming, I haven't looked at it since, but they were deliberating when we started.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Because somebody died.
Is that another question?
Yes.
That somebody died?
You're talking
Yes,
to
sir.
them because somebody died. In the custody of you and the Aurora Police Department.
Yes.
So when he asks you if the patient is still actively resisting as you're administering ketamine, you wanted to be as accurate as possible when you answered him.
From my recollection of that day, yes.
Yes. And your recollection on that day to that police detective was that, yes, he was still actively fighting.
Yes.
In fact, your recollection was that Mr. McClain never stopped resisting.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If
I
there's a
didn't
verdict
say
on
that, no, sir.
I'm going to do the whole trial without knowing.
Would you
hopefully.
please show the witness his statement, page 3858, lines 13 and 14.
That's the goal anyway.
Oh, sorry, 12, 13, 14. When you were asked by the detective, at any time, does he stop resisting? Your answer to Detective Ingui was no, sir. I read that correctly, didn't I?
You did read that correctly, yes.
So your recollection at the time was that Mr. McClain never stopped resisting.
From what I recollect, there was majority of time movement and constant verbal commands by the officers and restraint by the officers that I took as resisting. Yes.
Now, you believed that he was still resisting even once they put him onto the gurney.
I guess I don't remember that.
What did he just say?
Well, right before that,
I guess I could remember that.
you said
Is that
on
what he
direct
said?
that when one of the officers slaps Mr. McClain to check and see if he's awake, that
No
I believe
spoilers,
you said,
though,
quote,
please.
pissed you off. Is that right?
No spoilers.
Yes, sir.
Did it also piss you off when they body slammed him?
Yes, sir.
When they were cranking away with that pain compliance behind his back, did that also upset you?
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
When they were cranking away with pain compliance behind his back, did that also upset you?
I think I remember seeing that. Yes, sir.
Did it upset you?
If I saw it at the time, it might have. Yes.
Is that the kind of thing that would
Appreciate it,
upset you?
Composer C.
Well, the more extreme examples that you just gave definitely upset me. Yes.
Now, when Mr. McClain was loaded onto the gurney, you'd agree with me that he doesn't even have any muscle tone, right?
Per the video that I watched, it does appear that way. Yes.
Would you describe him as sort of a rag doll?
I guess that's one way to put it.
Certainly somebody who's under very deep sedation.
I'm not sure. We're like 3
I'm
days.
not sure if that was under sedation, but he was definitely not moving all that much.
So I'm
He
not really sure
definitely
what they're
could not be
saying today.
characterized as still somewhat combative.
Per the video of being placed on the gurney, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, so from what you've seen of the videos, you certainly couldn't characterize him as still somewhat combative.
6:50.
Again, just clarifying when he's placed on the gurney.
On the gurney, yes.
Yes, sir.
But
Half
when you did your
hour at the
interview with
most.
Detective Ingui, he asked you about Mr. McClain being on the gurney, and you told Detective Ingui that he was still somewhat combative.
In seeing the body cam video now and remembering that question, yes, I did misspeak there.
And specifically, you were wrong in saying that he was still somewhat combative because he wasn't combative at all.
About a half hour, Eris.
Yes, sir. At that time of being placed on the gurney, I remember saying that. And from my observation of where I was, I misspoke that was what he was doing.
And to be clear, you didn't tell Detective Ingui, oh, I couldn't see, right?
At that time, I wasn't able to watch any of the body cam footage.
I'm not asking about body cam footage. When Detective Ingui interviewed you, you didn't say, I couldn't see him on the gurney.
I couldn't see him on the gurney. I don't remember if I said those exact words. I don't know.
Instead, you affirmatively told him that he was still being somewhat combative on the gurney.
I did misspeak there. Yes, sir.
Oh, he misspoke there.
The reason that you continue to describe him as resisting, even when he's getting ketamine or on the gurney, is because you were trying to convince Detective Ingui that this really was excited delirium.
Gotten better. than it started. I'll give it that.
No, sir.
You wanted to convince Detective Ingui that this guy was really fighting hard.
I was just giving him the facts that I can remember that day of the interview.
Giving him facts like Mr. McClain was still fighting on the gurney.
Like I said, I did misspeak there. Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Cooper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you,
Redirect.
Hack. I appreciate it.
I just want to start where we just stopped and we'll kind of go backwards. So you said, in response to counsel's questions about things you answered to the detective, what day was that interview?
I believe that was September 11th, 2019, if I remember correctly.
Had you ever, in your 25 plus years as a firefighter, done an interview with a detective? Judge, directors?
I'm sorry, what? Overall,
In your 25 years plus as a firefighter, fire medic, had you ever sat in an interview and answered detectives' questions?
Not in that kind of setting, no.
And when you went in there, you were trying to explain to the jury what you had and hadn't been able to review. What could you review?
well, the last part of the question's okay.
What did you have?
What did I have prior to the September 11th interview?
Yeah.
I believe I had
I
the
think they're
PCR
both going to
and maybe the
prison.
CAD notes, and I think that was about it.
So the patient care report and the CAD notes.
If I'm being honest, I think they're both going to get.
Absolutely no access to
Prison
body worn
time.
cameras,
No, ma'am.
and no access to any other statements.
I don't believe so, no.
And were you trying to be honest with the detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And in between
hard to
August
root for
24th,
somebody
2019 and September
I
11th,
feel
2019,
that
how many
they're-
shifts had you worked?
lying. Like I genuinely think that they're
Shy of 3 weeks,
Uh,
maybe
this
about 3
one.
shifts a week, so
they're lying
8
to
or
fit the
so,
narrative.
7 or 8.
7 or 8 24-hour shifts?
Yes, ma'am.
About how many calls each shift?
We average 15 to 20 on average.
So in the interviewing time, and I'm not going to attempt the math, there were probably just shy of 100 calls you've been on. Is that fair to say? Elijah was continuing to be resisting on the gurney. Can you explain to the jury, as we sit here today and you've seen everything, is that your testimony? Was he continuing to be resisting after the ketamine?
No, ma'am, not on the gurney.
And what do you think was informing your opinion?
Well, so at the time that I was in that interview,
MLS making law simple just dropped a 1999 super sticker of a heart. I think it's a heart, right? Is that what you guys see too? I see a heart. Thank you so much, MLS. You're amazing, brother. I almost forgive you for recommending this trial. Almost.
I didn't get a chance, like I said, to watch the
Merry
on-again
Christmas,
video.
brother.
Once,
Oh, it's not a sticker. It's a super chat. It says Merry Christmas. I'm just an
Judge, this
idiot.
goes to this witness's ability to explain what he was thinking and what he was saying, and counsel's implying he was making it up, so he's responding what he was trying to say.
All right, well, you need to rephrase the question.
So, Mr. Cooper, what were you trying to explain to the detective when you described what you thought at that time was still movement,
I
resistance?
was trying to describe the movement that I was observing from my vantage point.
And the vantage point you had was at Elijah's head, correct?
At that point, no, I was actually off to the side behind the officers so they could get in there and unhandcuff and get him on the gurney. So I was back just a little bit.
And so this is when everybody's moving Elijah's arms and legs all around.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they're moving him from the front to the back and laying him down.
Moving him from front.
From when he was leaning forward and then when he's leaned back.
Yes, as they were trying to get the handcuffs off. Yes.
And that's what you mistook and thought was Elijah moving.
I did mistake that from my vantage point. I thought that was his movement on the gurney, kind of looking through people. But in fact, it was actually people moving him was what I was seeing from back there. So I did misspeak there.
I'll remind counsel that redirect does not allow leading questions.
Certainly. And when you were talking with the detective, what was your goal in trying to explain to the detective and answer his questions?
Well, just answer his questions and explain to him the call that we had to the best of my memory that day.
And were you trying to withhold information?
No, ma'am.
Were you trying to mislead?
No, ma'am.
Were you trying to convince him of anything?
No, ma'am.
Were you trying to stay out of prison?
All right, next question.
When counsel was talking to you about whether or not you ever took vitals and you were shown that little snippet of your prior statement, well, let me back up. How many statements have you given in this case? In terms of this investigation, was that one to the detective the only one? Judge, if I can have leading just through this part, I can clarify.
Well, I think you need to clarify it with me first.
Certainly.
Oh, it's super short. I'm not going to touch the button, y'all. We're just going to let it ride. It's like 30 seconds. Yeah, Dave, I'm having a hard time with this one. You know, always go with the side of the defense. However, people go to prison.
So prior to this September 11th,
Deserve to go to
2019
prison.
interview, how many interviews had you done with the police?
With the police,
Yeah.
I really don't remember. There was a few interviews with other people before then maybe, but I don't remember the timeline or who they were with.
Okay. So with the police, this is the only interview you ever completed. Is that fair to say?
With police department?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
And when you were talking to on scene in the videos, you referenced tachycardia in your handoff to Ryan Walker, correct?
Sustained.
When on the videos you were talking to paramedic Walker doing a handoff, do you remember what you said?
Yes, ma'am. Are you talking about the exchange we had when he gave me the medication or the exchange we had post-administration?
Post-administration.
Yes, ma'am. I remember that.
And do you remember what you were explaining to him? Judge, it's not. Counsel said he has never referenced vitals or taking a pulse to anybody. And that's what this is in response to.
All right. I'll just note that's for the court to determine, but the objection's overruled.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, when you were on scene with
I do like this
paramedic
defense
Walker,
attorney, though.
and I
She's
think it's referred to as
zealously
a
defending
handoff,
her
you're
client.
explaining. Do you remember what it is you were explaining to him?
I pretty much went down where we thought we were and what we were seeing, the different signs, symptoms, patterns, protocol that we thought we were under. And so just kind of going down that full gamut of information.
And in that gamut of information, did you say tachycardia?
Yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
Do you remember what you said?
I remember the signs and symptoms I was seeing, one of them being tachycardia, yes.
What is tachycardia?
Tachycardia is a fast heart rate, generally anywhere from like 80 to 100 beats a minute. Above that is considered fast and can be tachycardia, being fast heartbeat.
And where did you get that information?
When I collected the pulse,
When was that?
prior to the administration,
So on scene that night, that's what you were referencing.
yes, ma'am.
So when you said we didn't get vitals, we just stood back, what were you referring to?
I guess I'm referring to more of the full set of vitals, blood pressure, things like that, which I deemed was an appropriate time to be taking the blood pressure at that moment. So that's why I'm referring to a full set of vitals or all those things.
Counsel asked you a series of questions suggesting that you asked for a loaded syringe of ketamine to make you safe.
Rabbit,
That's why
you're
you asked for
amazing.
ketamine.
No,
I heart
asked
you,
for
doll.
ketamine because we believe we were in the excited delirium protocol, and that was the next step to take. And the
If I
ambulance
don't
had it,
see
so
you
that's why I
before,
requested it
Merry
from them.
Christmas, babe.
Did having that loaded syringe of ketamine make you feel safe?
Well, no, ma'am. It's just the next step in the protocol that we go down.
Was the ketamine for any reason other than to treat Elijah McClain?
No, ma'am.
When counsel was asking you about what else you had besides the loaded syringe of ketamine, please explain to this jury what it is you were waiting for and you had.
What I was waiting for was obviously the ambulance, as well as the gurney, the soft restraints, and the additional personnel.
Did those come?
With the ambulance? Yes, ma'am.
Counsel asked you about why you didn't direct firefighter Bradley and firefighter DeJesus to go get additional kits. Remember that line of questioning?
I believe so, yes.
Why didn't you do that?
I didn't think it necessary.
Why?
Because at that point, we were able to assess he was breathing, he had a maintained airway. We attempted to make contact a few times. Was first time met with the body slam. The second time was told no. And so the visual assessment let us believe that everything was intact as far as breathing and airway. So there's really no reason to add additional wires, things like that to the situation.
Piss off,
And
boss.
incidentally, your kits or any
How we
of the equipment in there that you were asked about to tell us about what was in the kits, are those wired?
The heart monitor does have wires.
Okay. How about the pulse ox?
Pulse ox has wires, yes, but it attaches to the cardiac monitor.
Does the suction have tubing?
It does have tubing, yes.
Introducing that into a scene where you believe you're seeing things consistent.
Long
with
time.
science, I'm not.
Remember, the one guy's a captain right now.
Repeatedly violated the court's orders. So ask it a different way.
When you were trying to assess and you had signs and symptoms of excited delirium, would you have introduced things with tubes or wires into that situation? Judge, it's foundational.
No, it's not sustained.
Why would you not want to bring tubes or wires into this situation?
You run the risk of things getting entangled as people move around, people are resisting, things like that. That could just add an additional element or danger to the situation. So chose not to.
Council asked why firefighter Bradley could go up and down. What was he doing when he went down? Do you remember?
I'm sorry, can you tell me the specific?
When he took something away from by Elijah's side.
I believe that somebody did grab the headphones, some white wire headphones,
Why would you remove those?
probably for the same reasons. You just don't want those things to get tangled up or tripped or anything like that. So just try to clear that area out as best we can.
And in fact, as Elijah was on the gurney and it was being wheeled to the ambulance, did you notice anything get tangled?
I'm not sure if anything got tangled. I think there might have been a body cam that got run.
Response.
Judge, I think it's the entirety of the scene that he's been questioned about from the ketamine, post-administration of ketamine, and it was just simply asking whether on the scene other things got entangled. That's it.
Well, if we're talking about specifically between being placed on the pram and the ambulance, I'll allow it.
That's it, just that portion.
What's up,
I'm
babe?
not sure if anything got tangled up.
How
in
you
the
doing,
gurney.
brother?
If I remember correctly, I think a body cam might have got ran over by the gurney wheel.
Okay. Council asked you questions about the weight and how you came up with the weight. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to this jury why it is that you came up with the weight you did.
Well, again, it was kind of a three-pronged thing. The first, again, was these weights are estimates. So it's worked best for me in my career is knowing how big I was and trying to evaluate or compare that to the patient. And again, I was about 250, almost 260 pounds at the time. I believed him to be maybe around 50 pounds lighter, thereabouts, as well, maybe my height or a little bit taller, which would probably put him at about the range of that 100 kilos. And so also with the strength that was being described to me, I thought that that would resemble that same size of an adult male. And so it just kind of solidified that I believed that to be his weight.
And how did that fold in with the 300, 400, 500 training?
Well, again, the 300, like I said, was kind of more for your adolescents, that 12 to 13-year-old age group. Then as you kind of get into a smaller adult, it's 400. And then your average size adult male, 500 milligrams. So again, taking all those three things into consideration, it just led me to that 500.
You just made
Were
that
you
up.
trying to
wasn't part of the
misestimate
training.
Elijah's weight?
No, ma'am, I was trying to put as much thought into it to come up with the correct dosage as I could.
At this time in 2019, was it part of your training and protocol to have these
Like
calls
145
to discuss
pounds.
and compare weights?
He was under 150. 143 is what they weighed him at the autopsy. But he
Judge, I'm
was
directing
spent
him
like
this
3
time in
days in the
2019.
hospital by then.
All right, rephrase the question with those parameters.
I apologize. I thought I said that. At this time on this call in 2019,
Had 2 baby goats born
was
to
there
be an
anything in your
expert.
training and protocols that required huddles or comparing between the paramedics of weights?
No, nothing in the protocols or anything like that. But I did talk to Captain Cichuniec and kind of let him know where I was coming from. And we both agreed at that point. But there's nothing in the protocols for that. No, ma'am.
And as we sat there on August 24th, 2019, the discussion was about what you both were seeing. Is that fair to say?
As far as the captain and I,
Yes.
it's just what we were seeing.
Yes.
Yes.
And you were referencing you were referenced to certain portions on the body worn camera, and I think you were trying to explain conversations. Have you listened carefully to the body worn cameras?
Parts of it, yes. It's hard to hear, but there's parts that I've tried to listen closely.
Okay. And are there times when
I just
you
got
can't
the
make
joke.
things out?
I just got it.
Definitely.
I'm an idiot.
Are there times when that you believe there are things going on that you can't hear? I can rephrase.
I'll overrule that objection.
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
I'll try. Are there times on the body worn cameras where there are things you're recalling but you're not hearing them?
Somewhat, yes. A lot of road noise, people talking, vehicles. We're right next to 225, so there's definitely things that you miss with all that noise going on, if that's what you're referring to.
And these body worn cameras, do you recall where they were positioned on officers in general that night?
I don't specifically, but in general, they typically wore them in the front of their chest, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Council asked you a lot of questions about the inability to hear Elijah. Do you remember those series of questions?
I believe so, yes.
Were you trying to hear your patient?
I'm trying to hear the patient. I'm trying to hear the officers. I'm trying to hear my crew, just trying to collect as much information as I can. So
You didn't
it's
ask the patient a single question.
When you were trying to explain that there was gibberish or things that seemed nonsensical, can you explain to the jury what your memory was that you were trying to articulate?
with my memory, what I was trying to articulate. What'd you say?
Articulate?
Articulate, thank you. See, I can't do it there.
We'll let
It
the
was more
dogs
just kind of
out.
getting bits and pieces from Elijah, bits and pieces from the officers. That specifically, when I was maybe used the word gibberish, was I was getting bits and pieces, fragmented sentences, nothing complete, nothing that made sense to me. So I guess that's what I was trying to convey, was it just things didn't make sense.
Troy.
On August 24th, 2019, at any point in time, did you intentionally ignore your patient?
No, ma'am.
When you've watched the body worn cameras now years later, are there a lot of things that now appear different to you?
Yes, there's some, yeah,
Value.
definitely things you don't remember.
9
You
hours.
watch them on camera and yeah,
Are
No
you hearing
spoilers,
things you didn't
please.
hear?
No spoilers, please.
on the camera?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear Elijah making any of those statements counsel directed you to?
Again, bits and pieces, but no complete statements, no complete words. It was just fragments.
When you talk about the prone position, counsel asked you questions about Elijah being at times in the prone position. Can you explain to the jury, kind of to the best of your recollection, how often that occurred and how long it lasted?
I'm not sure how many times it occurred, but it was only a few and it was very brief. It
No.
was the only time they really kind of put him more so in a prone position is if they were having problems maintaining whatever holds or restraints, that they would briefly kind of put him down, kind of reconfigure.
Rabbit sent me a $25 cash app. Merry Christmas to you and Valkyrie Begins. Rabbit, you are such a sweetheart, doll. I love you. My thoughts are with you. Thank you very much.
And then bring him back up to that left lateral recumbent, they call it.
Counsel asked you questions about when you were saying you were trying to de-escalate and you used certain verbiage about we're just going to put him down to the gurney. Do you remember that line of questions?
I believe so, yes.
And you said it a couple times, didn't you?
Yes.
And in between the couple of times, is that when stuff changed? I'm just asking if you can remember that time.
Overall.
I'm sorry, stuff changed.
With Elijah or the officers, do you remember?
I guess I'm not understanding the question.
So you said we're just going to put him down to the gurney. When the ambulance gets here, we're just going to put him down to the gurney. So that kind of verbiage, you remember that?
Yes.
And you said that a couple times, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember in between the times you said it, or was there things happening?
I remember maybe calm the officers down just a little bit. There was continual movement and things like that. But again, with that de-escalation, I was thinking that maybe kind of calm things down just a little bit in between the times I said it.
Counsel asked you when you said that the body slam and the slap pissed you off, you didn't say anything or do anything. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am. I think so.
Why?
I did not say anything.
Yeah, why didn't you do something?
Because he's a
Well, body
coward.
slam, I did say something of, okay, let's just leave him there. We'll wait for the gurney to get here as a way of kind of hopefully stopping that behavior. But as far as the slap, I didn't address it because shortly thereafter, I was like, okay, let's get the cuffs off. Let's get him on the gurney. So that was just a few seconds after that happened that I then said those things.
Did you feel like you had authority to do more than that? It's not beyond the scope, and I'm happy to rephrase it.
Sustained.
Mr. Cooper, at that time on the scene, with respect to law enforcement's conduct, what did you feel you had authority to do?
Sustained, rephrase.
I'll tighten it up for you.
He was
respect
walking
to
down
when
the
law
street
enforcement
and
body
dancing.
slammed Elijah, what did you think you
That
had
was it.
authority to do with respect to law enforcement?
I don't think I had the authority to do anything as much as it was just kind of voice what I was hoping to work as de-escalation with the officers. But
Who else was present right there?
lots
Somebody
of other
called in a
officers. I believe
suspicious
there was
person on
one,
it.
maybe two sergeants.
How about when they slapped him and you were pissed off? What did you think you had the authority to do?
Sustained, rephrase.
Do you remember when law enforcement counsel asked you when law enforcement slapped Elijah? Remember that line of questions?
Yes.
And you said you were pissed off and he asked why you didn't do something. Can you explain why you didn't do something?
I'll allow the question.
So your question is why I chose not to do something? I think the something I chose to do was to quickly just tell them, all right, just get him up, get him off the handcuffs, and let's get him on the gurney, just to kind of get away from that kind of situation.
Yeah.
That's my way of addressing it is just,
Yeah.
okay, it happened, but now let's get the handcuffs off so now we can have him.
No matter
Counsel asked you
the
about
legality of this young man's death,
not
it was
going in and talking
unnecessary
directly to
should
Elijah
not have
and directing
happened.
questions directly to Elijah. Do you remember that series of questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Explain to the jury why you didn't go and talk directly to Elijah.
Well, again, it was my perception and observation that my first initial attempt was met by the body slam and some possible physical harm to Elijah. So I just didn't want that to happen again. I know that he was restrained. He was kept in place for the most part. The safest thing to do, the best thing for Elijah, as far as what I could do, was just leave him there and wait till the ambulance to come with the other tools and personnel I needed to get him to the hospital.
Counsel asked you about that time you kind of stepped over when the officer was cramping up and about you thought it was safe enough to approach Elijah at that time. Remember that question?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were you were trying to categorize it and you said you're not saying it was safe. What are you trying to say? What were you trying to do?
I was just trying to get in there as best I could. Again, I thought if I can kind of get in there and get a little bit closer, maybe I could, do something here, something.
But you didn't. You didn't get
us
in there.
Maybe half a step.
You didn't
was
even
advised.
touch him.
No, I was not able to do that.
And counsel asked you if you could do that. In your training and protocols, are you allowed to physically restrain patients for law enforcement?
No, ma'am, we're not trained in that.
Do you carry the physical restraint kind of handcuffs that they have?
Handcuffs, no, ma'am.
Do you learn those pain compliance techniques that they have?
No, ma'am.
The pain compliance
That doesn't mean
techniques
at
were
times if a situation
mostly
comes
what
up,
this
I mean,
problem, how this problem escalated.
When situations arise that even might be unsafe, might you still act?
Case dependent, yes. I mean,
So counsel asked you a series of questions pertaining to the kits and things you could have done on scene about like the CO2 and the suction, the things that were on the, either in the engine or on the kits on the scene. Remember that line of questions?
yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you hook those up to Elijah prior to giving ketamine?
Well, number one, I didn't feel that they were necessary. And number two, like I talked about, everything's wired, everything's got tubing, things could have got disentangled, things like that. So I just didn't think that would be very safe. So I chose not to.
Okay, I could have just a moment.
I think you're mostly right, Mustang. I think that going to ketamine
Counsel asked
ketamine
you about
in defense attorneys
when that slide that talked about potential
going
side
to
effects
ketamine
and
as
potential
a
respiratory depression in large doses.
chemical
Remember that line of
restraint
questions?
From the training program.
is
Yes, ma'am.
What was your understanding of
disgusting
what a large dose would be?
operating
I don't know if I
method
knew what a large dose
that
was.
Did you think 500 was a large dose?
these
No.
fire and rescue guys use. And I think
At
it's
any point in time,
part of their
on August
culture.
24th, 2019, or at all points in time on August 24th, 2019, what was the reason you administered ketamine?
Sustained.
At any point in time on August 24th, 2019, were you acting in any way other than as a paramedic?
Rephrase.
When you were on scene on August 24th, 2019, what was your role?
I was firefighter paramedic.
And what were you trying to do?
I was trying to administer care to take care of Elijah, to get him to the hospital safely.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
May the witness step down?
I don't think that's been addressed, at least in the court
All right,
case.
you may step down.
I haven't seen anything outside of the court case about it either.
Could I have counsel approach, please?
Yeah, I think that went pretty poorly for him at the end there. I think he started out pretty sympathetic and lost it. We're almost done for the day, y'all. Just a couple more minutes. I'm sure they're just going to excuse the jury, and then I'll have a couple final words and notifications, I guess. Is that the right word? I don't know. We're almost there. But yeah, I after watching them both on the stand, I don't think they're getting out of this. I'm curious to see what jury instructions say.
Members of the jury, apparently there are no other witnesses that are available this afternoon. So we're going to break for the afternoon, and we will resume tomorrow morning at 8:30. Again, don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research and avoid any press coverage. And we'll see you in the morning.
And yeah, that's basically look, they didn't, in my humble opinion as a goat farmer in East Tennessee, they didn't do their jobs. They didn't take care of their patient. They definitely neglected their duties
All right, our
throughout
jurors
this
have
entire
stepped down.
situation.
Guess whatever record folks wanted to make up here, we can make it now.
And as I've said always, I believe that these people should be held to a higher degree of standard than a normal civilian, right? I think that if you're a public servant or in the military or a police officer, you should be held to a higher standard than the average person, because we bestow a higher authority to these people, right? So when they mess up, literally people die. And this is a prime example of that. They messed up. This young man lost his life. And it's just, it's a terrible thing all around. All right. So that's the day, y'all. We're going to, what's today? Thursday, right? Thursday. Yeah. Okay. So tomorrow I've got a busy day. I'm going to try to get day 13 in tomorrow. And then I'm going to be on MLS's Christmas stream. I'm going to be on Expert's Christmas stream tomorrow. And I think I'm going to be on Legal Vice's Mighty Christmas if I can make it all work. She said, I better be. Well, hello, sir. How are we doing?
I just walked in the door and I saw that you were ending, so I thought I'd pop on just so I have credit for being on your stream.
Perfect. I'll add you to the description.
Okay.
What's that?
I said, how did the trial go? Are you done with it yet?
Not yet. So today was day 12 in my stream world. Today in real life, I think was day either 14 or 15. And they're in deliberations. So we've got a couple more days of this. I haven't looked to see how long the days are or anything yet. But we're almost there. I'll get to skip all the jury watch nonsense, luckily, and just go straight into verdict.
Cool.
Yeah. It's working.
I'm also here to plug the clip video that I put
That's
up.
where I was going next. By the way, did you get it monetized on your end or no?
No.
Okay.
But they denied me because I used an awesome song, but someone else claimed a copyright.
I was going to say, if you got yours monetized, because there's no chance I'm getting mine monetized, I was going to send them all to yours. But if yours isn't monetized either, then I'll just advertise for the both of us.
No, I'm doing it for all of you out there, just for free, essentially.
For the record, okay, so if you guys don't know what we're talking about, the Lego stream that me and David do, obviously we had Joe of Good Logic on just the other day, and it was an awesome 6-hour stream, which I did the math. You know, Joe builds about 100 pieces in an hour.
Yeah, I know. He's so slow. But to be fair to him, he did tell some amazing stories. And
yes, he did. And in fact, some of those amazing stories made the clip reel that David made today.
Yes.
We do David does a clip reel of all the Lego streams that we do in an effort to promote not only the show, but more importantly, the creators that we invite on the show. And he does a fantastic job. And this clip reel is just as fabulous as any of them have ever been. It's a little bit longer. It's like a 25-minute clip reel because Joe tells that good of stories.
It's about 10 minutes longer than I think the prior clip reels.
It's so good. It's so good, y'all. I have mine uploaded, but I was on stream and I knew it wasn't going to get monetized. So mine's still set to private. I got to go back in and add a thumbnail and do a couple things. It'll be available on my channel in the next couple minutes. David's is available, I think, on his channel right now.
Yep. 55 views or something already.
55 years.
55 views.
Views. So I'll have mine up and ready in a little bit. David's already got his up and ready. If you can't wait, makes no difference to either one of us because they're not monetized.
Yeah, they're not monetized. Doesn't matter. Just go enjoy them. It doesn't matter where you watch it.
Right. All the clip channels.
Show.
Or clip channels. All the clip reels for the Lego stream. None of mine are monetized. Just go watch them. They're fun. They're fun, awesome edits that Dave does. And he's really good at it.
One monetized. I think it's the one with Steph. No. Yeah, I think it's the one with Steph because otherwise I use like cool music and they don't like shit in their copyright funds.
I think 2 of them were able to get monetized, but 2 of them weren't on my channel.
When I did Baker, I used all the ABBA songs.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, you know ABBA is Danish.
Well, yeah. That one didn't get monetized for sure. For sure. Oh, that's funny. I don't remember the other one. There was that. I think the Gosney one didn't get monetized either.
Maybe. I can't remember.
I don't remember, but I got 2 of them that weren't. Now 3. Doesn't matter. They're fun. Go check them out. The Friday tomorrow, this Expert U Vices. And then
I got to talk to Expert. What time's he streaming?
he was in the chat a minute ago. I think he's streaming at 9, I think.
Well, if he's not streaming on top of me, I'll send him an invite if he wants to go early too. He can jump on with us.
Well, yeah. Hell yeah. What are you giving away about tomorrow's stream on your channel? What are we doing?
It's just Christmas themed. So like I have some stuff planned, the 12 Murders of Christmas. It's kind of the fallback plan. And then depending on who hops on and what we do, there might be some caroling. There might be some shenanigans. It's just going to be a fun sort of Christmas.
I'm not singing.
Free
I'm not
recording,
singing.
but I think I'm going to save that for Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. I'll just post it, and you guys can watch it as a.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I think the only other thing I got is actually, let me
box,
see.
by the way. People have sent me 4 packages that I'm going to open up. I haven't opened them yet. So that's
yeah. Let me see if I can find this real quick.
Oh, live on stream.
What's that?
I might explode live on stream.
Don't do that.
How festive, the 12 Murders of Christmas. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're around for my Mother's Day stream, I had this like really nice thumbnail, and then all of a sudden, the show started, and it was all these mothers that murdered their children. That's what we talked about on Mother's Day.
Yikes. Yikes. Let me do this while I got you guys. Those of you that stayed till the end, you get a special sneak peek. Share screen.
Ooh, what are we watching?
We are getting a second photograph of each of the baby goats that were born last night, I guess.
Oh, look how little they are.
This is the little boy. Oh, wrong window. Where'd it go? Where the hell did it go? How did I just lose it? There it is. This is the little boy. He's like an apricot color. He's really cute. He will certainly be for sale, so don't get too attached. Hopefully we'll find him a good home and not the market, because that's what I try to do.
You made me hungry with these pictures earlier.
Well, they're cute, You gotta show the goat love when you get a chance.
I'm gonna go get a spinning cone of goat meat.
And then here is the little girl who honestly will likely stick around because she's very different looking than the rest of my females. So this little cutie will likely be here for a while.
And she makes more little ones, right?
Yes. This is the first year that I've had enough females in my herd that I'll probably sell some females.
Okay.
I've been growing the herd since I started getting goats, and this will probably be the first year that I'll have females for sale. But this one's probably not going anywhere. She's too cute, and I don't have any other females that look like her. So there's your little sneak peek, y'all, at the babies. Did you just say gross, Jamie? How dare you?
Yeah. Well, I see this. Dave,
how are you going to say gross about baby goats?
Why, Jamie? Why do you?
Shame on you, lady. Shame on you.
Out against her mother. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, now she says "ah." So now she says "ah."
Now she's backtracking. Now she's like, "Oh wait."
Oh my God! Have a kebab.
They're so good. Goats taste so good. Okay, y'all. I'm wrapping it up. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to start a little earlier in the day so that I finish in time to be on everybody's stream. So look for it. If you haven't yet, go over to McKinley's, hit the like on hers. If you're over on McKinley's, come over to mine and hit the like. Link is pinned in the chat. I think that's all I got. Cool. David, any final words of awesome?
No, I have nothing to add other than what you've already put out there.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Well, I guess I can take this off, huh? We don't need that up anymore. Sounds like we're going to have new witnesses tomorrow, which I think is kind of odd that they called witnesses after the defendants. I would have probably ended on that. But it went horribly, so who knows, I guess. Maybe that's why I'm not a lawyer.
I have
Larry.
no.
Did what? Say it again.
Oh, I said I missed most of the testimony, so I have no comment.
Oh, it didn't go well. It didn't go well. All right, y'all. Later. Love you. We'll see you soon.
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good